expose him.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Watashi wa tsuyoku naru nda. Sono tame na ra nan da tte.
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know.
Oh.
I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This is the goat.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga. I think like we're getting something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个呀，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow. Start this one.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
2, 1. Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
Eudora.
Oh, wait, bro.
Tapi je kan exo.
Tak ada. 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
But it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh. There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait.
Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe ah. Looks very familiar. eh.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light bulb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Okay. Can we read answers? Okay,
Correct.
correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted,
okay,
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
He
that
said
the powers was not like featured in the password.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not say
Ah.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See bro.
Oh.
Oh, deluxe. Okay.
the first player to guess 2 eh. I don't think you guess 2. Yeah. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know it? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Esports. He's being relegated now. I mean, even though they were relegated, they gave us the sign. Yeah, now playoffs doesn't look really bright for the side of Homeboy Singapore.
The trials have passed. The intensity, a constant hum in the air. Through grueling challenges, these teams have persevered with unwavering resolve. Six teams remain. Relentless fire, fueling their every move. Only one team will emerge victorious. Now, you're rewriting your story. This is your moment, our pride, our passion. Let the games begin.
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in Esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Earlier on, right here at MPL SG Season 7, we have started off the regular season with the top 8 teams right here in Singapore. And now the top 6 teams stand before us right here as we head on to the playoff season. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm so excited to be your host once more right here at MPL SG Season 7. Right now, we have reached the juncture of the playoff season, and it's just absolutely crazy. So who will emerge victorious? We will find out in a short span of 3 days. So let's take a look at the match schedule. So here you see the match schedules on your respective screens. Opening up the show, ladies and gentlemen, this is a match that you don't want to miss. This is the match where we see the All-Stars going up against the Rising Stars of NIP Flash going up against Asteris at 10 a.m. soon. Thereafter, we will see match 2 of Bleed going up against RSG SG at 12:30 p.m. Match 2 is guaranteed a bloodbath battle. And for match 3, we will see the losers of match 1 going up against Evil. And for match 4, we will see the losing team of match 2 going up against Vanguard Esports, closing off at 5:30 p.m. So yes, this is the playoff seasons. Our stakes are ever as high as we will be saying goodbye to 2 more teams in just today alone. So what will unfurl even from this first match? This is a one that you don't want to miss as we see 2 kings duking it out with each other. One, none other than NIP Flash, which is our All-Stars team, going up against the wonderful new Rising Stars, which is Asteris. Who will emerge victorious? Let's find out in match 1. Presenting to you first, our defending champions, NIP Flash. So yes, now our defending champions are smiling brightly here as they take on center stage in front of their battle stations. Right here with their brand new collaboration with NIP. NIP Flash is here to take the stage by storm. So next up, presenting to you our all-star rising stars, as we say, and this is Team Asteris. So yes, right now Asteris are smiling and shining brightly right here on the main stage as well. Now these all new rising stars definitely got our attention on them, taking the stage by storm. Even though they are brand new qualifying team, making it here to the upper brackets is definitely a feat. So right here for match 1, we will be expecting a wonderful match. So boys, head on over and fist bump your opponents for this match. So now the boys are getting ready to head on over to their battle stations. Now this is not going to be an easy match even for our defending champions, Team Flash, because we see Asteris bringing out really wonderful strategies as well as gameplays. And with them all being friends, Asteris also shows great synergy over at the Land of Dawn. Who will emerge victorious right here from match 1? Opening up the show, let's hand our time over to the boys to find out. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoffs for MPL Singapore. My name is Jace. Joining me right here is finally Abstract and also Qua. We'll be bringing you the first 2 series, and especially we're going to start this one strong. It's going to be NIP Flash going up against Asteris, the rising star going up against the star. How are you feeling today, Abstract?
Well, of course, it is very early in the morning. We pretty much can expect, some of these players might be snoozing off a little bit. But, I won't be surprised. I'll just put it that way. I won't be too surprised. But, of course, eventually, we should be able to see some big plays from them, maybe by the second game in.
Yeah, that's right. And don't forget, it is absolutely freezing right here in Scape. But of course, what's going to be very important is if you guys have the time and you're around in Singapore, in Orchard or Somerset, please head on down to Scape because we got to have this venue just lit up with flames, right?
Definitely. It's going to be an exciting day full of great games. And yeah, it is a little bit chilly right now, but I'm pretty sure the heat of the games is going to warm us up really soon.
Yeah, definitely. You can start to see, like, some of the Asteris boys, they're actually in their jackets right here. But mind you, when the games get more fiery, they're going to start taking off their... I was about to say, take off their shirts. Their jackets. And,
take off their jerseys, I'm all in.
But let's take a look at the NIP Flash lineup right here on your screen. Abstract, just give them a big introduction.
Right off the start, we do have from the left to the right, we have Diablo that's going to be on the EXP lane, Hades onto the jungle, Katizi with the mid lane, Lolzy on the roam, and finally Vanix, or rather, Lord Vanix on the roam, and finally Vanix, or rather, Lord Vanix onto the gold lane. I'm very much expecting big stuff coming from NIP Flash, and especially with the collaboration from NIP, they actually do have quite a lot of expectations that they're going to uphold.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take a look at the other side right here, right? We talk about the stars already. Let's talk about the rising stars. Qual, what do you see from this team?
Rising stars indeed. So on Aster side, we have Bear on the EXP lane, JH on the jungle, Kiwi on the mid, FMM on the roam, as well as Chu on the gold lane. These guys have shown such immaculate teamwork when it came to the regular season. So I'm super excited to see what they're gonna bring to the playoffs.
Definitely, right? Don't forget they really grinded so hard, right? In the start of the January. FMM texted me personally on, what kind of community tournaments that they're able to go for. And you can start to see all this hard work really pays off.
Yep, understandably, right? When it comes down to qualifier teams, we have harped this over and over again.
Right.
This team, Asteris, is not a team that we thought, will be able to make it off the playoff, especially with this very punishing format. All these factors coming in is rather surprising that Asteris made it all the way here, but of course, it's all due to their efforts.
Yep. Let's take a look at the stats coming out from Team NIP Flash, by the way. And don't forget, these are the stats that we've gathered for the regular season. But don't forget, during the regular season, Team Flash, you know, they're not. I don't feel that whether they're serious about it, but this time around they have to pull up their pants.
Yeah, they have pretty much been playing however that they want, right? Vanix have played every unique marksman there are, so to be fair, it's a little bit difficult for us to really understand what's the main hero that he plays.
Yeah.
But, I mean, for now, we do have Carry with the GPM of 796. We have definitely seen higher values, but it's fair to say that Vanix is probably second or third on the board. But of course, when it comes down to Diablo, one thing that I expected Diablo to do is to play a lot more meta heroes in this patch, and of course with this new team it makes sense for him to be able to clock onto a Yu Zhong with quite a lot of damage taken per death.
Yep, let's take a look at the stats from the side of Asteris. Qua just take it over. You can see immediately the scene change. Chu and Vanix, they're looking at the same heroes.
Exactly, the same heroes, slightly different GPNs and KDAs though. I think slightly higher on the side of Chu. But, you know, I think the thing that we want to take note about the stats for Asteris is that they work together as a team.
Yeah.
Right? Strangely, we don't see the kill participation on Kiwi, but Kiwi is one of the main playmakers together with FMM on, well, all day plays, right? They move around as a team in the map, making macro decisions, making macro plays, and that's how they won most of the games during the regular season. Do want to highlight Bear is also one of the main
the Bear Trap,
show, right? The Bear Trap.
Yep.
You know, we do see him on the damage taken per death, 32k, really high. Shows how much of a attention he draws when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, literally the Bear Trap, right? He is the one that traps most of the enemy teams together and then, you know, make things work. And if you notice, this is a team that, you know, practice really well. They really work together really well. You've seen them taking down RSG during the regular seasons as well. They are, well, the second Titan Slayers already. Now this is the upcoming Titan that they have to slay. And if, I'm going to be a little bit delusional right here, right? If they take one game away from Team Flash, I'm seeing them in the grand finals.
Oh,
just
wow.
one game.
That's
the
part.
the amount of momentum that they're going to gain, just taking down one, is just going to be instrumental.
Honestly, I don't know what to expect coming from Asteris, but hearing from what you said there is pretty crazy.
There we go.
Yep, okay.
Hey, you're sharing the same sentiment, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, 2-1, right? I don't think Asteris is gonna go down quietly. I don't think they're gonna roll over and play dead, right? They have action, they have the capabilities and the technical skills as well as the map plays, which we don't actually see from a lot of the other teams. So I do believe that Asteris will be able to take one game from Flash, but we also haven't seen what Flash can do at 100% capabilities yet.
Yeah,
exactly.
Is this the 100% that we are seeing for Team Flash? Because don't forget, during the regular season, they're not giving out a lot of information.
Maybe
right?
30%.
It's
40.
So okay,
50.
okay. So right now, if you take a look at the roster coming up from Team Flash, right? The only one that I can feel like it's a plug and play is Lozy or JPL. So do you prefer Team Flash on JPL or Team Flash with Lozy?
Yes.
What kind of response is that? Oh my god!
It's fine, right? They just work so well as a team.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
If you plug in either Lozy or JPL,
That
they
is
can be
true.
okay.
I mean, I could very easily reference this the interview that Jace had with Diablo, I suppose, right? Very easily referenced because we've got Lolzy that's very raring to go, you know, just wants to go in, while on the JPL side, very much of the opposite.
Yeah, let's take a look at, we talk about the roamers head-to-head in the sense of ourselves, but it's just between Team Flash. But let's take a look at the player head-to-head between these two gold laners. Don't forget, Chu was Howski back in the days of Stellark, right? He was completely underground. Vanix, same story as well. When he was part of Zion back then, he was completely underground. But now these two rising stars, these two gold laners, right? Head-to-head, just look at the KDA. It's just 1 and number 2.
And look, it's not that far apart either, right? It's only a 0.5 difference in KDA. Not to mention the GPM is also extremely high, right? Vanix being second, 796 GPM. Pretty good. Chu, 714, not too much of a slouch either. Right? We do see, however, that Vanix was a lot more focused in pushing down turrets, right? Chu, on the other hand, a bit more focused on teamwork. You know, like I said, map control, map plays was a lot more important to Asteris than it is, I guess, to Flash, right? Flash, anything can happen.
Yeah, but this is Lord Vanix we're talking about. I think another stat that we also take a look is the turret damage per minute. It's 1.3k versus 882. It shows that Vanix also plays in a 4+1 where this is a gold laner that literally play in his own lane. He can make these plays on his own.
I mean, it's pretty much understandable considering the fact that Team Flash, they really love their objective games.
That's right.
Time and time again, they have been focusing onto Vanix's lane and just ensuring that he's able to take down his lane turret in the gold lane, and shortly after, go for a quick little switch. He goes over the EXP, he effectively takes 2 turrets down in one go. These are the instances that we see that helps Vanix to actually build up all of these turret damage per minute, that kind of stuff. So I honestly, I'm not too surprised with what Team Flash have got to show in terms of the statistics.
Yep, that's right. We're gonna be a few minutes away from the draft. Qua can start to see the anxiety, especially coming from Asteris, right? Look at all of them just readying up, so psyching them up, especially going up against the Titan. But for NIP Flash, on the other hand, man, this is just another day in the office.
Exactly. You can actually see on the screens on the player cams, right, that on the side of Asteris, they're warming up their hands, they're just trying to get ready.
Yeah.
But enough from us, we're going straight into the drafting phase. We do see on the side of Asteris a ban of the Faramis as well as the Angela, and on the side of NIP Flash, we do see, oh wow, gold focus lane bans in the Harif as well as the Natan.
Yep, it's already started. In fact, Faramis and Angela, as what you mentioned, already taken away. Right now, what is Asteris looking out for?
Asteris should be looking out for, I guess they want to kind of secure the gold lane for Chu, right? The thing is that with Vanix, if Vanix gets the hero that he wants, it's kind of spells doom on the side of Asteris.
We talk about the gold lane bans, right? Look at that, Roger already taken away. We don't want to give Vanix a bit of a head start, but I feel like right now, Asteris is looking to first pick the Mathilda. Both these teams, FMM and also Lozy, love to play the Mathilda as well. NIP Flash, what is their response?
With the Loi. Yeah, I think Loi is a really good ban, right? Kiwi is a danger on that Loi. We see him moving around the map with the Loi. Loi being super mobile, as well as a really good initiator when it comes to, or a ganker when it comes to team fights, right? Yep. So they do not want to allow Asteris to play the map like they usually do. I wonder if we're going to see Chip.
RL19 though. Yeah, I think there's also a comparison between you go for either the Chip or you go for the Mathilda. But right now, it just seems like Asteris, I think they're looking to deny Lozy's Mathilda, right? Because Adamir, the drafter right here coming out from NIP Flash, and that's so crazy about NIP Flash. The players themselves, the veterancy card coming in, they are able to just do a lot more things, and they're so flexible in this kind of lineup. It's just crazy coming out from NIP Flash.
Yeah, it's just so many possibilities. We do see the Fredrin.
Wow,
Even though Fredrin, I think Fredrin is one of the most popular picks.
No, not only just that. Yeah, it's not only just that. It's JH's best foot forward. It's basically his right leg stepping up and saying like, okay, I'm going to start this run strong. I'm going to forgo the Mathildas. I'm going to forgo like the prior picks. Right? I'm just going to go straight to Fredrin, making sure JH is comfortable in this first day.
Yeah, I mean, we see JH, look, JH is synonymous with the name Fredrin, right? We see JH, we see Fredrin.
Yep.
Fredrin is one of the most popular picks going into, ever in MPL SG, right?
Yep.
So I think this is a smart pick. But on the other side of things, we see NIP Flash picking up the Minotaur as well as the Valentina.
Yeah, Mathilda completely forgotten right now for both these two teams, looking to for something else. If you notice the NIP Flash going for Minotaur and Valentina, they're looking for this massive clashes, right? And with the Valentina prior pick by the side of NIP Flash, it's something that Curtizi likes to play, abusing the fact that he's so flexible, he's so versatile as a mid laner. Asteris right now has to be a little bit careful with what kind of ultimates they want to bring on board.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the Chip prediction in the house.
100% win rate.
Paquito being picked up on the side of Asteris. Exciting plays. We do see the Chip being revealed extremely early, so that does give us a sense of what Asteris is trying to strive for, right?
Yep.
Paquito as well, really good at split pushing the lanes. So right now, Asteris' team comp looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're going for the split composition as compared to NIP Flash. They're looking for, this massive team fight comps right now. Asteris is saying that I don't want to fight your face on. I'm not going to take down the Titan right head on. I'm going to find the weak points, right? I'm going to find the small little gaps in the armor. I'm going to stab right there. It's like a rogue kind of gameplay. It's just exactly what I like to play.
Yeah, look, and the thing is that with Chip, right, even though they want to, they can do the split pushing, right?
Yeah.
Chip allows his whole team to come in together for team fights. So as long as the Chip doesn't die, he just portals up, right? And for all the split pushers can come in and join the team fight.
It's very big brain coming up from RL19, right? The drafter coming up side of the Asteris.
But on the side of NIP Flash, Moskov, also a really, really good split pusher. This is a really, really good pick, I think, for NIP Flash, right? They're going to be able to match the split push and then join the team fights as well. Moskov, really, really solid pick for NIP Flash.
Now I'm just more concerned about the amount of gold laners, gold marksman pool left, right, from the side of Asteris. Now they haven't secured one themselves. Look, the Roger's already gone away. The Nathan's going to go away. Now the carry is going to go away. What's the next best marksman? The Claw, perhaps? And NIP Flash has already secured the Moskov already. And now I think they could also hammer down on the Claw, or they may even open it up because Moskov wins against the Claw in the early game.
Or maybe we see a Layla.
That's from Vanix.
hey, Vanix can pull it out. Look, Chu is the second best, right? So technically...
I don't know, man.
You just want to outrange, right?
Exactly, you just outrage the Moskov.
True.
Touch you.
I mean,
theoretically speaking, it would work.
Yeah,
but I'm not too sure.
it's like experimental, you know, with the big glowing chop, the stamp, that sort of thing, with exclamation mark and also all caps in Times New Roman font.
Dude, depend on the Claude, man.
I told you.
I don't know what else Chu can pick up.
Clint, Irithel, something that, you know, can outrange the Moskov in the early game, something that maybe to a certain extent Brody, right? Something, or even a Bruno coming off from Asteris now is just, yeah, there's not a lot of marksmen left, but Asteris right here, okay, they have to move on, right? What do they have left? JH, sorry, not only just that, Archive is already taken away, JH has already secured their own jungler, NIP Flash, not so, but you don't ban out Hades. Hades can always pull out a Fanny out of nowhere, and Asteris right now, I think they're also looking at more of the stunts, and there you go, Carmilla just targeting on Hades.
Milla's a really, really interesting ban. I mean, I would expect something to ban out more teamfight compositions, but we do see the Carmilla being banned out. I think on the side of NIP Flash, you probably want to pick up something for Hades and just allow Diablo, because we already know what Diablo is going to be playing against.
Now, Guinevere.
We did see Hades playing this in the last game, I think, of the regular season. Very good pick as well, actually.
He did play that before, and it synchronizes exactly what the Minotaur wants to do, right?
Yep.
We're going to lock down in this one massive circle, knock everybody sky high. Guinevere can follow up. That's a lot of small little combos that goes together with the Minotaur. So, wonderful drafting coming out from Adamir.
Beautiful drafting indeed. I mean, look, on the side of Asteris, they've got their mid laner as well as the gold laner to be picked, right? And honestly speaking, the pools are being pinched so tightly, I'm digging really deep into my knowledge in terms of what's left over.
Yeah, you talk about how you're trying to dig deep, but it feels like Asteris right now, this is a kiddie pool, that kind of hero that I have to work with. Yeah, like I said, the next best thing, we talk about a kiddie pool, that's Kadita. Coming out from Asteris, that is going to be Kiwi. I think that's the first time he's playing Kadita.
Kadita makes sense though, right? Kadita in this lineup makes sense.
Burst. Mobility.
Right?
Get out.
You want to get rid of the Moskov as soon as he enters the battlefield. You want to get rid of the Guinevere before she can actually do the combination, before she can do her combo together with Minotaur. But look, honestly, on the side of NIP Flash, Valentina's ultimate selection is not. She doesn't have many good ultis to steal.
Now I'm looking at Diablo right here, the EXP lane from the side of NIP
like
Flash.
the Yuzhong here.
Yuzhong, yeah, I was going to say Yuzhong makes sense.
Marsha!
Oh.
Whoa, yeah, this is of a new flavor that's coming in from the side of an other tournaments that I've been watching internationally, right? Marsha coming in, looking for the burst onto the Bruno. I just sacrificed myself over to Bruno. Just remove the damage dealer from the side of Asteris. All of a sudden, you don't really have that consistent DPS already. Asteris going for more of a burst composition, a split burst composition, whereas NIP Flash, I want to clash you. I want to force this position, a split burst composition, whereas NIP Flash, I want to clash you. I want to force this 5v5, and you know that you're not going to be able to win it, especially up against a Titan like NIP Flash.
Yeah, look, I think these two team compositions heading off against each other in the first round is going to be exciting to watch, right? You have two teams playing very different strategies, but we're going to see who's going to be able to execute it a little bit better.
It is always about the game, about who executes the best and who makes the least amount of mistakes. We are here already at the playoffs, and every single mistakes are gonna be capitalized by the enemies. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all dive right in to the very first game of the MPL SG Season 7 playoffs, featuring Asteris versus NIP Flash.
Something is wrong all of a sudden. Not a lot of movements coming out from Team Flash. Curtisi is the one that steps forward. Going to go into the game pause for now. But let's take a look at the draft, right? What's the win condition coming up, especially for the side of NIP Flash, Kwa?
So NIP Flash probably wants to group up early. They want to group up. They want to get team fights. They want to invade the jungle, right? They want to prevent Asteris from doing what they want, which is get an early lead, split push, and take the game from there.
Yeah, look at Losey just signaling to Vanix. I think is mimicking Moskov. By the way, this morning, you know what I just realized? Moskov's actually left-handed.
Huh?
What? Yeah, I just realized that he's throwing his spears and using his left hand. I was like, I thought he's right-handed. I don't know. I was just looking around. If I'm not mistaken, all right, guys, chat. I'm just like,
he's a southpaw. But why? But
I have no idea.
It's so random.
Yeah,
it's
not
like
why
this
it's
small
the
little
southpaw,
random
but why would you realize that?
I don't know. I was
He's
playing.
just staring at his picture like lovingly and just be like, oh.
No,
That
I was
sounds
playing
about right.
Moskov.
Sounds
That's
about
why.
right.
No,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
playing Moskov. That's why.
Sure.
All right, and
You
you're walking
Moskov?
all the way to the lane, and you have got nothing better to do. You're just looking, and he's like, why is he holding a spear on his left hand? So yeah, he's
I
a
have
left-handed.
so many
He's a
questions.
creative.
I have so many questions.
Are you saying that I'm
gonna
not
ask.
creative?
I thought generally speaking, left-handers are very creative artists. Like all my artist friends, they always draw with the left hand. I don't know. It's just me, right?
Yeah, your statistics might be completely blown out of proportion.
It's okay. I'm just 50-50, all right? I'm just doing a coin cost right here.
Bear. Wait, okay, look.
All
If your name is Bear, I would expect you to bring a bear, not a capybara.
There's a bear, no?
That's a bear, no?
Is it a bear?
There's
Yeah,
a
that's a
bear,
bear.
dude.
That looks like a capybara.
No, that's
He's
his
had
bear.
that all
That's a
season.
bear, right?
That's his emotional support bear.
Ah,
By the way, his merchandise going up soon for sale from the side of Asteris. So if you want to support this team, go buy the bear.
Perfect.
Perfect. Nice.
And they have a turtle?
They got a turtle.
Oh,
they got a
wait.
bear. Do they have like a?
Dude, they're bringing the whole animal kingdom on stage.
What are we looking at? Noah's Ark?
They should change the team name for next season. Hey.
The Ark.
Noah's Ark. But I think we have digressed enough.
We do.
Yeah, because, okay, to be fair, right now, the main thing is we are looking at a very different kind of composition coming from both NIP Flash as well as Asteris. I actually really want to really dive in a lot deeper to really kind of break things down and really understand what exactly are the flaws of each team and what are their main win condition. Because for NIP Flash, right, we have seen a couple of interviews before. Hades himself say that they would want to make Diablo one of the win conditions. And in this case,
Of course, Diablo's the win condition.
hey, you never know. Hades himself is a win condition as well. But in this case, you know, Hades is playing as the Guinevere, and in this case, Diablo is playing in the Masher. We don't really see him playing in the Masher that much, but what does Masher come to contribute in this battle?
Masha can insta-give one target. Right?
Insta-kill one target, right? I
Literally-
trade myself for one target.
And no, the thing is that sometimes she doesn't even die. Right? She instantly bursts one,
Stays in
probably
lane.
the gold laner, and she can potentially stay alive. Right? She's very much useful as she's a tank, but she's also an assassin.
Yeah.
Right,
Like 3
so-
easy thunderclaps. Just
Yep.
without a problem.
But right now, in this current patch, Masha's mostly built like your Blade
Like a Saber,
just
like
mostly
a
damage, right? No, mostly
Blade of
damage, just
Hephaestus,
pure
Blade of
damage
Roar.
build. Yeah, Blade of Hephaestus,
Talia,
right? No, mostly
Blade of
damage, just
Hephaestus,
pure
Blade of
damage
Roar.
build. Yeah, Blade of Hephaestus is core item. You go in BOD right off if you're feeling good. If you're feeling bad, you go for Malefic Roar. Yeah, so it all boils down to choose positioning. I said Bruno. I almost called him Holsky. Yeah.
The problem I feel is that there is a lot of threats coming from the side of Chu. Chu is definitely going to have a really tough game, right?
Yeah.
Like literally everyone from the side of Team Flash is capable of jumping over to the back lines, right?
That's right.
Of course, when it comes down to Minotaur, we know that that's possible. Valentina, Guinevere, Masha, they all have their ways to close up the gaps. With Moskov being the only difference where you gotta have to land your spear. But I don't think that, of course, Moskov's main priority is gonna be Chu. There's still many other things that he's gotta look out for. Primarily the Kadita as well as the Paquito, which I believe that Minotaur himself is a pretty good answer to Paquito, while for Kadita, that bushwhack position is usually what we want to be really... We would really want to look out for Vanix.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the roster right here, Kwa, right? Like, the enabler for the side of Moscow to be able to land on the Spear of Destruction. You're looking at Minotaur. You're looking at Guinevere. That's like 3 seconds. You're in the air for 3 seconds, right?
Yep.
And that's basically game-breaking for you.
It is, but the question is, will they be able to secure... I mean, look, positioning-wise, is going to be super key in this team, in this team fight, right? From the side of Asteris, if they manage to position well, if they don't group up as 5, it's going to be really hard, right? For the side of NIP Flash to pick.
Hey, sorry, I'm just distracted by Diablo all the time.
Yeah, no, but it's going to be really hard for NIP Flash to pick and engage on some of these team fights, right? Because on the side of Asteris, they can choose to disengage or not group up as 5.
Yep.
And just win the game from there.
Yeah, and there's also, here comes the flexibility from the side of NIP Flash, right? Minotaur, yes, we talk about him as more of a clash comp, but he can be a pick-off comp, right? Like, you could just force a knock-up onto one person, hey, that becomes a pick-off.
That is true, but it's also...
Expensive.
Expensive, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets the job done, I mean, you throw the money at the problem and you solve it, right?
Now, with that all said, right, we gotta have to understand what are reliable stunts coming from the side of Team Flash, right? Understandably, for Minotaur's stun and knockups is a lot easier to land. A huge AoE, that kind of stuff, and of course, low cooldown. Valentina's stun, or rather Terrify, is not necessarily what I will call reliable. You're gonna have to land your skill 1 twice. As for Guinevere, even more unreliable, because you're gonna have to land your Violet Requiem, and in most cases, even if you don't land, at least you have a Minotaur to help you.
I feel like Guinevere is that icing on the cake, right? The cake being Lozy and Hades being the icing. Wait, that sounds wrong. But the point being is that you follow up with the Minotaur knockup, right? And then after that, Guinevere could just follow up with a ultimate, right? As long as you're air knockup, she could just abuse that with the ultimate. I think that's something that, you know, Team Flash is looking to combo, but that relies on getting the communication right. That means that Lozy needs to, you know, get Hades' attention, hey, watch me, and then engage, right? But this is something that we expect from a team like NIP Flash.
Yeah, I don't think communication is going to be an issue on the side of NIP Flash. I think NIP Flash, teamwork is definitely going to be perfectly fine for the two of them. But guys, I have a question. Right? In terms of team compositions, which is easier to execute?
Personally, I would say that Asteris' lineup is a lot easier to execute.
Really?
Yeah, I was going to say that actually.
Really?
Am
I the only one that says Team Flash?
Very simply, right?
Okay.
Because when we are looking at Team Flash, I talked about reliable stunts. The moment that Guinevere misses the Violet Requiem, then you gotta have to really be on the ball to look out for the Minoan's Fury to really land in order for your Violet Requiem. Sorry, Magical Thumb. Let me swap that. the moment
You're the Guinevere
miss
player,
your
come on.
Magical Thumb, right? You're gonna have to time your Violet Requiem at the right timing, and there's really not much that you can do. You have to wait for Minotaur. That means there's a lot of trust between your team, and of course, you're gonna have to play on timing. While for Asteris, it's kind of like a all for themselves kind of lineup. Frederick can just go all in and just be as bold as possible as the tanky guy, the taunt guy, the crowd control guy. There's so many things that you can do. Paquito, he knows what he needs to do. Bruno, he knows what he needs to do. Kadita just go in a burst. It's very individualistic kind of lineup.
All right, nice stats right here. We get to see Chip on the Purifier as well. I think that's also going to be very important, bringing the Goon Squad together, like what Gideon likes to say. But ladies and gentlemen, going back into game, NIP Flash going up against Asteris in the blue, and NIP Flash in the red. Rising Star going up against Star this time around.
Yeah, so we see Cortese being really low right now. They've got a significant amount of chip damage on the side of Asteris to NIP Flash. Having to do an early recall right here should actually be benefiting Kiwi.
Yep. Chip in the early game does have a lot of damage as well because of the pokes. And Kiwi, if you land a knockup really well, man, that's a lot of damage. Early game as a Valentina, you don't really have much good clear. Even if you have to clear, it's going to be very expensive mana-wise, right? And oh, look at FMM, just looking for the next victim for the side of MIP Flash.
All the way onto the top lane, they are just going to be putting themselves onto Vanix, but it's not too big of a deal for Vanix. In fact, he will be very happy to continue the fight if he really had to. Hades joined into the action, didn't really quite land a Magical Thumb, but at least he do have Spatial Migration to get himself closer to Chu. And of course, with all the stacks build up, the Violet Requiem finishes him off.
Man, I thought Chu was able to get out there, but he's already burned the Purify. And with the damage coming out from 80s in the early game, man, there's a lot of numbers on the stats coming out from Guinevere, but now Asteris looking at the bottom lane. Diablo, still level 3, doesn't have the power spike yet.
Yeah, look, I think Asteris is trying to do some small crossplay, right? They get punished at the top lane, they try to go down to the gold lane, to the EXP lane to try and get something from there, but Masha, 3 HP bars to go through, I think she's going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, and you don't mess with Diablo at level 4, right? The 3 thunderclaps or 2 thunderclaps, and not only just that, Baron only just already hit level 4, and Asteris is in a better position going into the turtle, because don't forget Hades, I think he should be ticking to level 5 very soon. FMM jumping in.
It doesn't seem like they will be able to do quite much to Lozzy as well as Katisi for now, but the main thing is NIP Flash has already be congregating themselves right down onto FMM, and of course the shortcut being popped right up, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to come in to help JH for now. But of course, we have the Valor Requiem just going to be knocking JH as well as Bear up, but unfortunately through all of that, Diablo still managed to find the thunderclap, clapping down onto JH, bringing him down effectively. With the jungler down, NIP Flash have got a free turtle.
Mechanical coming off from NRP Flash in the first turtle, right? Like I said, the bonus EXP that Hades has secured for himself in the top, getting a Guinevere to snowball, you get Kurtisi to snowball. Man, Asteris is just using FMM, throw bodies right here, try to buy time for JH to secure the turtle. That did not work.
Yeah, look, that was a flawless team fight, I think, on the side of NIP Flash. Asteris just kind of walking in there, trying to prevent them from doing it, but it's a bit too hard to stop the momentum right now that NIP Flash has. 1.5k gold lead ahead right now on the side of NIP Flash. That's almost half an item.
Yeah, not only just that, Kiwi also landed a 3-man Petrify. That should convert into something, but NIP Flash, I think they stand in a very awkward angle for Kiwi to kind of pop. Like now you have to pick one person to pop, right? But unfortunately, not able to do anything at all for now. But I would say that Asteris right here, they have to play it safe. But there's a mid-game pulse spike, and I just say that they have to play it safe. FMM on the chopping block right there.
Yeah, I think they are choosing the right person to target down, right? They know FMM right now not doing too hot. He's really behind in EXP, I feel.
Yep.
And as we see the runes right now.
The emblems coming up, right?
Coming up, yep. Concussive. Nothing. Yeah, actually, I'm surprised.
Okay.
Chip on Concussive blast.
Yeah, so that you get massive clear in the mid lane, and that's why they have a lot of good trade in the mid lane earlier just now.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to trade, it really boils down to pushing people back in and recall, right? But all in all, Asteris, they managed to clear the lanes in the middle lane pretty fast. They have lane priority, but up until now, I don't really see any of the use of the mid lane priority. They haven't really applied any form of pressure in the top lane or the bottom lane. Even when it comes down to river control, we're not exactly seeing that at all.
Yeah, FMM just teleported himself down to the bottom lane, and there's a lot of fights happening at the bottom side, but it's going to be Kiwi picking up Hades though.
Immediately going down, we do have Katisi that's hoping that he'll be able to get himself with the Khadita's ultimate to do some good damage, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much. Lossie all the way in the front lines, taking the full brunt of the damage, in fact, taking all of the ultimate from JH as well, with a 2-4-0 trade. That's not exactly good for NIP Flash at all.
Yeah, and this should put Asteris back onto the map in terms of a priority. But NIP Flash, yes, starting to lose a lot of this gold lead. This is Asteris in the mid-game power spike, and Asteris forcing NIP Flash in a fight they don't want to be in, especially when the turtle is already up.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised NIP Flash couldn't take more from that fight, to be honest. I mean, they had advantage in terms of men as well. But Turtle, all eyes looking on the Turtle right now as we see the teams grouping up. Masha still, Diablo still at the bottom. Paquito going down to match that. But we see a slight turtle dance starting to happen. JH initiating on the turtle.
Yep, and right now Hades just, equal in terms of levels as compared to JH, right? Kurtisi is standing forward right there. He knows the limits of this Valentina. You can see how comfortable he is on this Valentina. And now the turtle's already quarter HP. Is going to get resetted. Lozzy is hiding in the pixel brusher, right into setup. FMM coming for the flank on the conceal.
And it doesn't seem like they have enough damage at all, but take a look at the amount of damage that's going to be popping down on the Lozzy without a Minoan's Fury. It doesn't seem like NIP Flash will be able to take this fight at all. NIP Flash made their way backwards with JH continuing onto his pursuit onto Hades. This 1v1 assault, how is that gonna end up like? But Kadita seems like he's gonna be slowly on his way over. In the meantime, FMM finds himself being choked out down in the bottom side, with Bear hoping that he will be able to take Vanix down throughout all of that menace and chaos.
Oh, one spear of destruction lands right in between the eyes of Bear, takes him down, but I don't know whether this is worth it for NIP Flash. They're just trading, right, for kills, but at the same time, Asteris not only take down the turtle up top, they also take down the top lane turtle. Gives a lot of farm for the side of True, but Vanix is farming heroes instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's close. The gold is really, really close. Right now, NIP Flash at a 500 gold lead. Just looking at the tower showing should increase slightly. 1K, but it's looking pretty good for the side of Asteris.
Oh, FMM was hoping that he will be able to make it into the brushes, but of course, with a quick little shortcut, it brings Kiwi as well, JH back all in. But with the Minotaur's Fury only landing on the one, but Bear joins in, and he actually got hit by the Violet Requiem, but they are actually surviving still pretty darn well. Hades quickly, with the spatial migration backwards, they did manage to come up still all alive with 2 kills to their name.
And only just that, Vanix lands the Spear of Destruction Shoot. Doesn't really have the mana. He doesn't really have the mana to dash away. He's taking a lot of punishment right here. Diablo's going to chase. But JH, you can start to see Asteris starting to fall apart just a little bit. But hold on a second.
It doesn't really have any health bars left, as we do have this Kiwi comes in from the back. And of course, with the Appraisal's Wrath, that finishes off the deal.
FMM is that baseball that Asteris is throwing against NIP Flash and hoping that it hurts. But, you know, it's a baseball, right? It's made of cloth.
Hey, baseballs, have you ever gotten hit by a baseball? Dude, those things
not yet.
hurt, man. But, you know, going back into the game, that was a really confusing fight. It feels like Asteris is looking a little bit disorganized right now, right? FMM is choosing to take fights, and they're just really hoping to get something from that fight, but it seems like the other half of the team is just not going in for it.
I think it's just because of the presence of Lozi, right? Yes, I have a shortcut, but are you going to shortcut right into a Lozi's ultimate? And that's what makes it so hard for Asteris to commit. And we talk about the trust in between the teams from the side of Asteris, and now, where's that trust?
Trust needs to be earned, but, you know, I think so far they're not out of it, right? Asteris is not out of it just yet. You know, they're only down 700 gold. They have been actually taking the lead in terms of taking these objectives. But we see NIP Flash, 4-man on the Lord, JH and Kadena. Those are the only 2 people that are nearby the Lord, right? We do see Bear at the top as well, but in terms of collapsing, it's looking a little bit tight.
Sorry, I started laughing quite and abstract. I was thinking, like, this is like everybody from the side of NIP Flash is just looking at JH, just dancing around right there. It's like, you know, they're about to pounce on JH, right? And they're just looking at it like, super judgy right there. I can feel it judgmental all the way to the caster desk.
Absolutely just wasting their time, right?
It is.
For the side of Asteris, they are just wasting the time of NIP Flash because they know and they saw that there's no one around the map. They have zero information and it's very likely going to be harder around the Lord. While in the meantime, they just sent Chu, go down to the bottom lane, just do what you want. They're not going to come here.
Yeah, and don't forget FMM can take the shortcut to reinforce all the way up top. If you take a look at Curtisi's brush right there, that's basically just to make sure that FMM doesn't go there. But apart from that, I'm already feeling hungry. There you go, the McDonald's just delivered the improved Chicken McCrispy, man.
It is a code for 50% off, man.
Yeah, man.
Is that lunch for us?
Take it. Just do it.
Hey, 50?
Yeah, key in that code, CMCXMLBB.
Hey. And that's actually pretty easy to remember as well.
Yeah.
Chicken McCrispy.
Yeah, and of course, you know, NIP Flash, just looking at GH like it's a McCrispy itself. We're looking at this Lord fight for the past 1 minute, and yeah, it's making me a little bit hungry.
Man, this stalemate. I'm gonna have to say NIP Flash.
Bottom lane?
Look at bot, look at bot.
Oh, bottom lane?
We do the shortcut, just gonna be popped. They want to get a kill down onto Diablo, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade for now. Bear flickers himself away with just a sliver of health. Amazing! While Lozi hoping that he'll be able to catch up onto the Bear, but with him going down, there's really not much that NIP Flash gonna continue onwards. Now, Hades continues his pursuit down onto JH. He managed to land on the Violet Requiem to buy enough time for Kha'Zix as well as Vanix to join in.
Yeah,
that's so rough.
That's so rough, right? That shortcut turns out to be a shortcut for NIP Flash to join in the fight as well. And all of a sudden, Asteris just walks into everybody's a little bit, you know, jet-lagged right into a Minoan Fury of Lozi.
If that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is. We do see NIP Flash taking down the Lord extremely quickly. Asteris is right not to compete for this. If they do compete for this and they do lose out on the Lord as well as the team fight, I don't think there's a way for them to come back.
Yep. Now, don't forget, the mid-game power spike from Asteris is starting to fade. NIP Flash, on the other hand, this is the late game kind of matchup, right, for the side of Vanix. Diablo in the late game, don't forget, if you notice his emblems earlier just now, it was Bargain Hunter, and after that, just to make sure that he gets his items quickly. He knows he's not going to be able to win in lane, so I'm going to win in the long run, right? That Bargain Hunter is just going to just add so much value in terms of getting these expensive items, especially BOD.
For sure, for sure. We do see the Lord shoving down the bot lane. Right now, we do see the teams starting to group up. But remember what we talked about just now, right? In terms of grouped up team fights, we do know who is more favored.
Yep.
It's I don't see a way for Asteris to win this right now. We see the Masha as well being able to push out on the side to match the Paquito. So the split push composition isn't quite working out for the side of Asteris.
Well, the Lord's HP has dropped quite fast, in fact, tremendously. But the main thing for NIP Flash really just boils down to bring down all the exterior turrets, which is kind of a shame because the top lane's turret is still standing up tall. I'm pretty sure that Diablo will want to deal with Bear as soon as possible, but not a single thunderclap has been seen. They just want to deal with the proxy game for now. As you can see, Hades just clipping himself onto FMM, just a tad little poke here and there.
Yeah. Little poke, dude. That was 1/3 of his HP, man.
But he could heal it up. Diablo is using the Masha, abusing the fact that he could actually just stay in lane as long as he scratches somebody, or the turret, or the minions. He could just immediately... What? Damage dealt by FMM. That's crazy.
32k?
Huh? Oh my god, he's dealing more damage than Chu.
Wait, what?
I am the carry now.
Chu, only 11k damage, man. That is wild.
You know, when I play the roam, it feels good when I'm the one dealing most of the damage, but don't forget, FMM comes in with a lot of splash damage, and FMM used to be the carry back in Slate, which was Singapore, and of course, don't forget, he was from Bleed as well, so he used to be more of like damage dealer, and this is basically he's in his element.
I mean, look, he's at 1-5-5, by the way. He's 1-5-5 and still doing the most damage. Come on, guys, step up the game. It's time to catch up.
All right.
But I do expect to see Chu. I think doing it. He needs to pull a bit more of his weight, right? If Asteris is gonna win this, Chu needs to do more damage.
And not only just that, I think right now, Kiwi also played a tremendous job right here trying to look for the pickouts on top of Vanix, but Vanix is just so hard to catch because there's always that reset on the dash. Yes, you can also reset on the Bruno dash as well, but it's very mana dependent, right? And if he dashes incorrectly, NIP Flash is going to gobble him up. And if you notice, most of these fights is always FMM shortcut right into Lozi's Muno and Fury. And now Asteris, they're trying to play it split, but Masha is keeping him in check.
I think one of the main reasons is, of course, how Chip is brought into this game, right? It's a very reactionary play. When it comes down to Asteris, they want to respond to when NIP Flash actually jumps on them, but not necessarily them starting the shortcut themselves, because they really have to be careful about how FMM has been going around the map and just putting himself in brushes, because we all know NIP Flash, they will always position themselves wisely, and the moment that our dear FMM just traverse across the map, he might just find himself in a 1v5 scenario.
Yeah, it's just really, really hard to pilot Chip right now in this kind of team composition, right? We failed to mention earlier that Minotaur, great pick into FMM, right? Because the thing is that if Chip drops the portal, all Lozzy needs to do is wait for the whole team to arrive and just presses the Mino and Fury.
Yep. Don't forget, Adamir drafted Valentina and Minotaur together, and then after the Asteris pick the chip, right? It feels like NIP Flash knows Asteris wants to pick that chip because they know they don't want to fight face on, and then after that they're going to force a split. But here we go, it's going to be, NIP Flash knocking on the middle lane right here. FMM goes in to conceal.
All the way from the behind. Bear is still somewhere within of the brushes, haven't really quite revealed himself just yet. The Lord marches to the bottom lane, brings down the inhibitor in the middle lane, while the rest of NIP Flash is patiently waiting for the middle lane and the top lane to push in. The Terrify lands onto Bear, the shortcut comes in, the spear lands, and the Kobe right down on the Bear, putting themselves in a 4 versus 5 fashion. Diablo goes all the way to the back and finds FMM. What the main bodies of NIP Flash is going to be focusing on to Kiwi as well as the Chu. The Breath of the Ocean is not going to be doing anything at all, and Asteris unfortunately suffers their very first loss here, coming into the playoffs.
Man, somebody from the side of NIP Flash picked up a Maniac as well. GG well played from the side of NIP Flash. Like what I mentioned, this is another day in the office, right? And can we get an office zoom for the side of NIP Flash? But apart from that, Asteris, they're gonna have to look back at the drawing board once again. This composition, it feels like they're onto something, but it's not enough.
Yeah, not to mention, I think they need to put more priority on Chu, right? Chu looked so out of his element there, where literally all the meta gold laners were banned, right? He had to go really deep into the Bruno, and we saw he was not able to carry his team. He was not able to deal enough damage in the team fights, right? So honestly speaking, I think they need to relook in terms of how they draft, right? They need to prioritize Chu. They need to give him something that he's a little bit more comfortable on. Yes, JH is important, right? yes, getting that Fredrin is important, but they need to prioritize Chu.
Yeah, if you take a look back at the picks, right, maybe switch the Paquito pick, right? You don't prioritize Bear because I feel like Bear has a little bit better hero pool as compared to Chu, but especially when you started the whole ban phase, it's like, yeah, let's just take all the marksmen away.
Honestly, when it comes down to Asteris win condition, it really just boils down to me is the fact that it's a very individualistic game.
That's
it's
right.
all about micro. They're gonna have to win in their own micro game in order to beat against NIP Flash. But the moment that they are unable to do that in their laning positions, there's really not much that they can do coming out of laning.
Yep, let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gents. It is, I don't know, it could be, okay, it's gonna go to Vanek 704, 868 GPM.
It's
That's actually
6A.
quite
Okay.
high, actually. And don't forget, he's been landing those Spear of Destruction without enablers. It's basically just landing it, like the amount of prediction Vanix has to do, and then being able to land a Spear of Destruction onto a moving target like Paquito. That's crazy.
I feel it's like a basketball game, right? He's throwing a three-point shot. Kobe, boop, score, you know, and he gets a kill from that. But we do see, you know, if we just take a quick look in terms of his items, pretty standard stuff. You know, Malefic Rob, Wind of Nature, and the trio, the Holy Trinity, right?
Yep.
Pretty standard stuff. We do see his emblems though. Interesting choice.
Yep, the common emblem so that he could just spam mana. He spam his dashes willy-nilly. That's basically what most of the Moscovs are doing.
Oh, he picked Grill as well.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
More damage in the early game to
I'm
trade.
expecting penetration.
Nah,
He's gonna rapture it.
More damage. More early
More
game damage. More emotional. I mean, more early game damage, right?
More damage, more
You
better.
add on the Master Assassin, you're basically winning lane, and that's probably why, you know, the Moskov is just so prior right now in this current meta, right? The flexibility that the Moskov was able to do, you could just split push after that, join the fight. It has a global ultimate as long as you land a spear.
And if everyone lines up, big damage as well, man.
Big damage. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I gotta have to say that Asteris, like I said, they're probably still snoozing. You know, so the first game doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we're
someone
looking for the
liberate them.
2-1, right? The
That's
both of
true,
you is
that's
looking
true.
for the 2-1.
Looking for the
This
2-1.
is their wake-up call, right? Because the moment that they lose this bracket, they're gonna have to face another giant, right? We have seen, I believe that they're going against Vanguard, was it?
Evil.
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 Yeah, they're going
Difficult.
up against Evil.
Difficult.
Yeah, so anyways, let's take a look at the MVP highlights presented by McDonald's, of course. Man, the more I talk about McDonald's, the more hungry I'm getting, but it's okay because there's another store just right beside us as well. But if you take a look, this basically shortcut is basically a boon and a bane for the side of Asteris, right? Yes, Asteris will be able to take the shortcut. Don't forget, NIP Flash was basically using it to join the fights.
Yeah, look, shortcut can be used by both teams, right? So you have to keep in mind that Chit ultimate really good, but really good for your team for the
enemy
side
team
as well.
too.
Yeah, exactly. So we see these team fights happening non-stop, right? This is what I think on the side of NIP Flash wanted to get, right? They wanted to take these team fights. We see right here, they managed to take one, but it suddenly became from 1 to 0. It suddenly became what, a 2, I think, to 1.
From all of these highlights, it's pretty fair to say that with a lineup like Asteris, which has very bursty potential, they're actually just not bursting enemies enough. It doesn't seem like they have the right call as to who they want to burst. The damage is actually very split up amongst all the other players, which kind of destroys the magic of this composition that they have. Kadita, so bursty. Paquito, so bursty. But yet, in so many instances, Vanix just kind of casually just walks away.
Yeah, because I feel like they're not picking the right targets, like what you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
They're
not calling it.
They're giving equal amount of opportunities for NIP Flash to take the damage. Especially when you're bursty, that's not exactly what you want to do.
I think, guys, they just weren't able to reach their targets. If you looked at all the team fights, right, they had to deal with the Minotaur in their face, man.
Yeah,
the
fair,
second they tried
fair.
to walk forward, the Minotaur just smashes the ground and be like, bye-bye.
Yeah, that's why you see Lozy doing that, right? That you can start to see Lozy working together with Vanix. And you remember during the regular season, right, when Mathilda and Layla, you can start to see this romance being formed between Lozy and Vanix.
Oh, intimate. That's the kind of thing that I want. But you know what else is intimate? Well, the entire lineup of NIP Flash that pretty much have got all of their items now, of course, that means that they are in a very healthy relationship.
Yeah, 10k gold lead, right? Especially within 15 minutes. And something also I want to point out for the side of Vanix, if you notice, no defensive item. Brother was so confident that in Lozy. Kind. It gives attack speed, so that's why.
That's true.
It's a good item for the side of Vanix.
But I was gonna say, right? So I think the gold lead, we really saw the gold lead explode after the mid game, right? So the mid game, it was really, really close. Asteris was really, really close for almost the entire duration of the game. We did see them actually match, I think, items as well as gold all the way until I think the first Lord fight. And once the first Lord fight happened, they just weren't able to recover from there. We see the items on both sides, right? We see Asteris not being able to complete the 6 item power spikes, but NIP Flash, very, very confident, completely filled.
Another thing also like to point out, Diablo, right, going for this Great Dragon Spear as well. Once you get land the Thunderclap, boom, you got a massive bursting speed, and you just zoom and room around the enemy team, right? But apart from that, if you notice from the side of Kiwi, yeah, he has the Divine Glaive, but if you take a look from the side of MIP Flash, they don't care about Kiwi, right? Look at Kiwi's items. Should be able to burst anybody from the side of MIP Flash easily.
There's only one Athena shield on the Hades and a single robe onto Lolzy. Everyone else doesn't really care about the magical onto the magic damage. In fact, the Divine Glaive kind of looks pretty early. Okay, I'm not too sure about the the order of things, but I would assume that the Divine Glaive is second item, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So having the Divine Glaive on the second item seems awkwardly early for me, especially since your as a Khadija, your main idea to kill is not Lolzy nor Hades, but really boils down to Phanix
or Cortese, right? Yeah. Those two are your main damage dealer, your main targets. It's the same thing as I would like to say for all the mage and the marksman gold laners out there. If you are ahead, you build the BOD. If you're behind, you build the Malefic Roar. Same as mages, right? If you're ahead, go ahead and hold the crystal. You want to tap onto that momentum, but if you're behind, yeah, you go for the divine.
There's also a point in time you're gonna have to consider EXP. The moment that your target's EXP is way higher than yours, and you're gonna have to decide what item you want to go for. You're gonna have to go for penetration because of the natural growth of defense stats that you get per level. And when it comes down to BOD, it just doesn't supplement what you need as compared to what the Malefic Roar gives you.
But I like green blades.
You like what?
I like green blades. Wait, don't forget I'm a Leslie player. Right? I like to build. If you give me the opportunity, I'll build 6 BODs.
That is very, very true. But moving on, let's
don't enable him.
Yes.
I didn't enable him. I just said,
you said it's true. Don't enable him. 2 is enough.
Acknowledge and then move on.
Fair.
There we go.
Fair.
So going into the game.
I want some attention. Give me some attention. Okay, jokes aside, but look at the damage dealt for both these two teams. Actually quite equal. That's actually kind of surprising because NIP Flash is just able to just win and get more kills. And I think it's what Abstract was just talking about, right? Yes, Asteris outputting damage, but not at the right targets.
Yeah, like I said, they weren't able to reach their targets. We see them being able to deal damage, just not on the right people. Unfortunately, I mean, that's really, really, really good for the side of Lolzy, right? Lolzy played, I think, the game immaculately. He just kind of stood there, waited for the team, and waited for the team to come to him, and then chooses to use the Minoan Fury at the right time, right? I think on the side of Asteris, though, 33% of team kill participation out of 6 kills. That's not really, really high.
It's a very difficult game for Bruno, right? It's like you gotta have to close the gap, but if you close the gap, there's a big cow just waiting to knock you up.
Slamming the ground, yeah.
Yeah, and it feels like NIP Flash, just a very defensive one, right? If you notice most of these team fights coming out from Asteris and NIP Flash, it's just Asteris forcing the fight they're not ready for, and then they get knocked up in the air.
Right. Now that you say that, right? The moment that now I kind of have like this very controversial take, right? Is that Asteris should never play chip. Because I feel that Asteris should never play chip. Because I feel that the moment that they pick chip, they completely throw their macro away. They believe like, okay, if we want to set up for a battle, we do have a shortcut that will bring us there. We don't really need to set up ourselves in this very specific bush. We need to go here, go there. But in the meantime, we're looking at a Kadita, a bushwhack position kind of mage. You're gonna have to stay in brushes and catch people completely off guard. In the meantime, you also have Paquito, which we saw Bear trying to hide inside of the brushes, but we only seem to see that for maybe a few times. So I feel like there wasn't really much preparation for battles coming in for the side of Asteris, and they have mostly been reacting based on FMM. Like, here's a shortcut, I got hit in a, I got thrown into a fight, I did you guys. And everyone just like, okay, boom.
Yeah, that's true. And don't forget, it's always when, remember we talked about the win condition, right? For the side of Asteris is that they have to split, they cannot handshake these team fights together with NIP Flash. This is a massive 5v5 comp. But it feels like that the ultimate of chip just brings everybody together and all of a sudden we're a team fight comp. Right?
But you're going up against a Minotaur, so
That's right.
back to what Quan was talking about. It's
Yeah,
all the Minotaur.
It's all in the Minotaur, right?
Yep.
And like I said before, I think all these problems would be fixed in the draft, right? But I think enough to hear from us. Let's hear from our analyst, Mr. Kin. Take it away.
lineup besides. But what's more important is how can I kind of deter them and stop them from actually protecting right? And as we go on, let's take a look at what's going to happen here. So one of the few things you're going to notice is that because Bear and FMM are quite far off the map itself, it is going to be a problem because at the bottom tier 3, that's going to be taken for free. Nobody's going to be able to defend the base at this point. And what's going to happen next is the big shocker here. Bear actually does not have enough damage to deal against the team of NIP Flash. Another thing that you need to notice about this draft is Lawsy being the best friend of Vanek in this game, he does not leave goal lane side at all this entire duration. Alright, take a look at what happens next. Right now the pressure is being built open itself. More importantly, Bear at this does not get guys, hey, there is a potential down. The 4th time is right, so happen next. Bear is going to get caught out by our I think I'm trying to support him, but so, and this is a beauty. I actually pause it frame for frame right as he does the massive damage that has been taken away from him. And NIP Flash will show how to get rid of the rest match as well. Because now take a look, Lawsy is always protecting miner, and he's back miner as well. I'm there. Take care of FMM. Now, sun's coming in from the no telephone. Well, and this is where once your chips are down, IP Flash will cut you out because left in Lawsy circle, catching them times in a row with the stomp on despair with that all this 1.9 Asteris get so it will be up to 1 at
Thank you very much, Kin. And man, spot on. And yeah, I'm just listening to Kin. Just makes me
Don't get that. Don't get that. It's my imaginary clock says it's 11. What time is it?
10:48.
It's close.
Quite close.
That's
Quite
pretty
close.
Yeah,
It feels like
I just
perfect
want
time.
it to be closer to lunchtime, alright?
I mean, you can have brunch.
Where's my chicken McCrispy?
Yeah, I'm looking for chicken crispy. Don't forget, ladies and gents, thank you very much, especially to McDonald's for assisting us this particular season and also the last season as well. Don't forget, if you guys are also in the Scape area, they do have that yummy trophy in the front.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one, the MVP trophy?
The Lord trophy?
Yeah, the Lord trophy. Yeah, it's back once again, ladies and gents. If you are around Scape, do go ahead and take some photos with it as well. And there's also some activations happening at Scape. So like I said, if you guys are in the area in Somerset or Orchard, head on down now. Don't forget, we'll be here all day as well. So thank you very much over to McDonald's as well, especially with their improved chicken McCrispy spicy. I think we should do a challenge or something where we answer and then we start eating spicy.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, we should do that.
Not to mention, there's also that code that you can key in, right? If you're getting the delivery.
Easy. Easy. I remember it already.
Say it again. Go.
TMC XMLBB.
It's lower for the audience.
TMC XMLBB.
Alright, there you go. Remember, key in that code, get your Mac delivery ordered, get your chicken McCrispy. 2 pieces, 50% off.
Oh,
Man.
but one thing I also just realized is that I was just kind of like scrolling through my my apps, and I was looking at McDonald's, not because I got hungry. In the middle of the
Oh
night.
man, just look at the TV right now.
In the middle of the night, and I was like, "Hey, a Happy Place! They have like this new game on their on their mobile app, so you can actually get some deals just from playing the game for a little bit. It's kind of like a open world concept game.
Open world
Yeah,
game?
it's like an
McDonald's
open
app?
world game. Yeah, you can kind of see other avatars as well during that point in time. So you can go in and see certain portals. I see. You go into the portal, you do a challenge, you do that challenge already, and then you get a deal, or you get some dollars off or something free, whatsoever. Speaking of deals, I know. I just looked at McDonald's app yesterday, so I have all of this information and I have nowhere else for it to go. Did you know that with all the points that you have racked up in your McDonald's app, which I'm pretty sure that you have quite a bit and you didn't really quite use it, you can actually take $4.50 off your delivery?
I like the fact that he's just like, he is the #1 McDonald's fan. Oh my god.
He is the McDonald's ad-lib.
He is the ad-lib. But hey,
I have nowhere else to input this information. This is the only place that I can front it all out.
Anyways, ladies and gents, we'll be going back into the draft once again, and I hope that really fired up Asteris in game #1. But now we're going to have to go back to game #2. First pick still going over to the side of Asteris.
Look, I'm really surprised that they're still first banning Faramis. Right? We know that Kiwi plays the Faramis. We know that he's able to play it. So I'm just wondering why they keep banning. I mean, look, it's the same 2 bans for the first 2 games. For the first, Any thoughts on that, Jace?
I think it's just they just don't want to meet these 2 heroes. Like,
I mean, Kiwi can play it. They could prioritize that. And Kiwi looked okay on the Kadita, but it didn't look like the same Kiwi that we saw during the regular season.
Look, I think Asteris right here may be going for a Vexana, right? Like, finally, I think what Asteris wanted to do is, yeah, I'm gonna jump onto somebody, and then after that burst people down together, exactly like how, for the side, what Abstract was talking about earlier just now. Now Asteris is gonna prioritize Chu on his Roger, exactly what we were talking about in between games, where, yeah, they just have to prioritize Chu's heroes early, because right now, if you look at NIP Flash, just taking away the Nathan, taking away the Harif.
Yeah, we did. Asteris did not want to see a repeat of what happened during the first game, right?
That's right.
All the gold laners got banned out, and Chu had to pick the Bruno up. So I think picking the Roger for Chu this game makes perfect sense. But the question is, how are they going to round up this team composition? How are they going to build this team around the Roger?
Yep, so how you want to build around Roger is you want to have a lot of bursty damage so that it allows Roger to become this janitor in the late game. But now it's just going to be NIP Flash going back into the Moskov once again. You can see Lozy just clapping and also enjoying that already. And now it's going to be the Barats coming out from the side of NIP Flash. And, well, NIP Flash on this Barats looking to have a very good early game, especially with the amount of damage, AoE damage with the Storms as well. And it's something that, you know, Roger may find a little bit of difficulty to deal with, but that's with the old build. Right now with the latest build, people are going for mostly the attack, the Holy Trinity items.
Yeah, look, Roger, with the shift in build, we did see a little bit of it towards the end of the regular season, right? We saw a lot more of the teams playing the Holy Trinity Roger, and we saw it work as well, right? I think who is it that was playing Holy Trinity?
Bleed? It's like Bleed, Seiji, and of course not only just that, it's like what most of the other MPLs are also playing with that attack item. Ooh, that's a boxer coming up from JH this time.
Okay, I mean, just the Boxia part, right? The ha just mostly comes from the Boxia part. But, okay, to be fair, I can understand the balance between the Roger, the Paquito, and the Boxia. They want to be aggressive, they want to jump, they want to get the snowball going for Roger. On the other side, when Roger being first picked, I think it was pretty easy for NIP Flash to just snap pick the Moskov. It's like, without a question, let's pick up the Moskov. But for now,
we go again.
It kind of still feels like the win condition for NIP Flash is still pretty out in the open.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say that Moskov is the win condition. I wouldn't even say that they are going for all-out team fight. There must be something a little bit different about this lineup as compared to the previous.
I think what NIP Flash has secured for themselves in terms of win condition is like, yeah, let Asteris come.
Yeah.
Let him come over on me, and then after that, all I do is just smash.
Come on you, yes, okay. But so Baxia,
why are you being so sus today?
What? No, literally, right? Just let Asteris engage onto me, and then I just smash onto the floor and be angry, you know?
Phrased a lot better now. So Baxia, Baxia. I want to talk about this pick a little bit, right?
Yeah,
so
let's go.
Brethren is available, but they opted to choose for the Baxia instead of the Brethren.
You know why? Because it didn't work previous game, so they're trying something new.
But
Quite just like, oh.
And you know why the apple is red? The apple is red. That's how I understood that phrase. But okay, I agree, Esther. I agree to a certain extent, right? Like, right now, they just cannot catch on to the Moskov, right? Baxia does have that movement and ability to have the global to just bounce over somebody and just jump onto it. But if you're doing that onto a Moskov, I think just have to be careful, right? But now Asteris did not go for Kiwi's Vexana, and now NIP Flash decides to take it away.
yeah, look, Kiwi's pool is now being pinched a little bit, right? We see the Loi getting banned, we see the Vexana getting banned. Could we see a Kadita again? I mean, the Kadita was a pretty decent pick earlier on. I just was not able to reach the backlines of Moskov in order to burst him down. And so far, on the side of NIP Flash, they've got a pretty tanky lineup so far, right? So Kadita, bit of a question mark for me. I don't think would be chosen, but we do see the Esmeralda getting banned out on the side of Asteris.
Pretty interesting, like, why would you ban the Esmeralda when you're not going for shields? Yeah, maybe from the side of Paquito generating the shields. Okay, that's a Hellcurt taken away. Now, it's just target just nodding at FMM because he's shown that he's quite flexible in terms of these smaller the heroes. There's this one time when they pull out a Hellcurt, just imitating Beloyski just a little bit. But now, Asteris. Julian? What?
Okay, so keep in mind, right, that some of the assassins did get buffed. Julian is one of them that did get buffed, right? So they could be worried about the potential of Julian in the hands of Hades, right?
Yeah, but
potentially.
But you already got the Barats in, right? And
unless you want to play the Barats in the EXP.
Yeah, but
there'll still be a probability.
Does Diablo play Barats in the
That's
EXP?
the problem. Yeah. I mean, we can definitely expect that Diablo have expanded his hero pool.
He did.
I would want to expect that. So at least, you know, when it comes down to a sudden surprise, that is the kind of thing that we can expect.
Yeah.
I would love to see some surprises, to be honest.
But right now, it's mostly status quo for the side of NP Flash. Asteris is the one that has to make something different. You ask for something, a surprise, and there you go. Curtizi brings Aurora onto the table.
Dude, Aurora is scary, man. Aurora is really scary,
Yeah,
especially in this team, against Asteris. Asteris can't even step into a team fight.
Yeah, and don't forget Asteris, this is a dive composition. The Roger, the Paquito, the Baxia, right? They're gonna dive into what? A Minoan's Fury and also the ultimate of Aurora. A Moskov can just join immediately. And don't forget, you dive into a Barats with the ultimate and just swallow people up. Man, like I said, NIP Flash is just literally telling Asteris, come engage on me.
They're just disabling. They are just a team that focuses on disables. They just want to disable Asteris's way of tackling problems head on.
Lila getting picked up on the side of Asteris as Matilda. Matilda could be pretty clutch for them, actually.
Yeah, but like, if you're gonna engage on them, yeah, this is a massive dive composition from the side of Asteris, right? And then Lilia in the hands of Kiwi, just landing down the bombs all across the board. Yeah, it kind of fulfills what the Roger wants to do. You know, you burst people down just a little bit, but I'm just a little bit confused. Not say confused, but surprised. For the side of Aurora, and there you go. That's gonna be Masha from the side of Diablo once again. NIP Flash going up against Asteris is the same kind of composition for the side of NIP Flash. Asteris taking a little different this time around game number 2.
NIP Flash's lineup is largely similar, but they have a lot more disables that they can play around with. The big difference for the side of Asteris is now that they do not have chip, and that's great for me because, like I said before, the moment that they take chip in, they lose all their macro. So with this said and done, I really do hope that Asteris will be able to change things up.
Yeah, look, I am terrified. If I was playing against NIP Slash's
I'm already terrified playing against Diablo, but like, yeah.
No, but against that lineup, it's just devastating, right? You can't take a step forward. Honestly, Asteris, guys, what are the win cons for Asteris right now?
don't engage. It's literally just play split because they have a very mobile team, right? And not only just in the form of Luxia, right? You can't be aggressive against the lineup from the side of NIP Flash. This is basically, I max my defense because I'm too scared of getting hurt.
Wow, okay. That's a great anime, guys.
I'm so glad you caught the reference.
Great reference, man.
But of course, right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into game number 2, of course, between Asteris versus NIP Flash. Throughout the start, let's just really get some housekeeping real quick, right? Because I really want to look out for lane priorities here. And understandably, Asteris do have quite a bit of lane priority in the middle lane, to a certain extent top lane too.
Yeah, definitely. Masha should get pushed off, but Diablo is more of a late game assassin, right? Whereas the Bear needs to make something work, maybe cut the waves just a little bit with the roaming duo from the side Kiwi and JH to potentially do something all across the enemy jungle right now.
Yeah, we see the EXP lane is just exchanging blows, both of them being
the most boring
safe
lane
right now. What?
The most boring lane.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Come on, EXP lanes are very interesting.
No,
look at
I'm
Diablo.
an EXP lane.
Diablo is interesting.
Biasness does not count. Moving on.
Alright, moving on, right? So Chu and Vanix right here, if you talk about this lane, it's kind of equal, but as a Moskov, you can play more defensively, but it's all up to Chu to basically make it work, to basically snowball quicker as compared to Vanix, right? And now Asteris, maybe they should play around the bottom side more to make sure
they have to.
Chu gets the snowball, because if you notice in the last game, Chu wasn't able to step forward, basically be a threat, and Asteris literally fall because of that.
You also need to remember that the previous game Chu played the Bruno, and arguably Bruno does a little bit better to Moskov as compared to what a Roger is. So if the previous game Chu couldn't pop off, then this game the more Chu wouldn't pop off. So Asteris gotta have to change something a little bit here and there when it comes down to the macro game.
I mean, it's Lord Vanix that he's laning up against, right? He's inevitable. He's basically one of the strongest goat laner right now in MPL Singapore.
So much bias is coming out these days, but anyways, we go back into the game. Looking at the turtle fight, we see 4v4 right now.
Yep.
A lot of changes happening.
It doesn't seem like Hades have got any care in the world. It just casually just walked right into the members of NIP Flash and Hades. Oh wait, hold on a second. Doesn't seem like he will be able to stay alive, unfortunately. With the first person taken down, Asteris didn't even lose a single person as of yet.
Great start from the side of Asteris already. If you notice how Asteris is just balancing out, they're just balancing on this tight rope, right? The NIP Flash pulled for Asteris, and they're the one that got out with teamfight and also a turtle.
Look, Lalzi survived a pixel of HP, right? So it could have very much been a 2-0. Luckily for him, manages to escape. Right now, after the turtle, Asteris at a 1.3k gold lead.
Turtle priority goes over to Asteris. They should have a better mid-game-ish for the side of Asteris, but the late-game priority still falls onto NIP Flash because of the side laners, right? Marsha in the late game just finds you, punch 3 times and you're dead. And Vanix, of course, comes in for the cleanup from afar. I can split push. I mean, it's just what NIP Flash wants to do. They want to scale all the way to the late game. Asteris looking for a massive spike in the mid-game. Same kind of concept in game number 1.
Yeah, we're just wondering whether they will be able to capitalize on this slight advantage they already have at this point. We see some pretty standard movements around the map. Next turtle spawning in about a minute's time. And we, as mentioned earlier, we do see Asteris actually slowly grouping up in the bot lane, trying to give Chu some form of priority, some form of safety right now.
NIP Flash is also reacting. They know the win condition from the side of Asteris, and they're looking to deny it. Those is stepping forward. The Concussive Blast doing a lot of work. Don't forget, the turtle is spawning in 40 seconds. There's no reason for both teams to be there. But like I said, it's just trying to support the goat laners right now.
See Chu picking up the corrosive scythe. That's the first completed item in about 4 minutes. It's a little bit, and it's on time. It's not too slow. But the question is, how many more items is he gonna pick up in the next 24 seconds?
Now, of course, seeing the corrosive scythe being picked up by Chu, I'm relatively happy, right? We're not looking at like, the Wind Talker, the typical build coming in from Roger, especially since we are looking at Roger fighting against a Moskov. It's tough, and especially when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, you really need someone to actually deal with the barrage. Because when it comes down to Asteris lineup, they do have very short-range poke coming from the team. Kiwi, yeah, you will be able to zone people away, but one thing's for sure is that your team is the one that wants to initiate, while NIP Flash wants to disengage. They have a lot of disables and controls against Asteris, so we need someone that is in the back lines that can really work things out. The moment Chu actually goes for his normal Lycan form kind of battle and Lycan form kind of itemization, that's pretty much it for Asteris.
Yeah, and it makes Roger kind of a flexible marksman, right? And that's the power of a Roger, and that's why he's being picked up as one of the favorite gold laners right now, right? You build a different item, his playstyle changes, and that's the beauty of Roger.
I saw JH picking up a brute force breastplate as his first item. That's not a normal item that you see on Boxia this early.
I mean, I can kind of understand where it's coming from. The 15% crowd control reduction is ultimately very important, especially since they're dealing with a Barat, an Aurora, as well as a Minotaur.
And not only just that, it also lends to more chaseability, right? And also a bit of a tankiness built in, right? As long as you're landing those first skills, JH looking for the roll. We'll be able to find Hades though. Curtizi around there does have immortality. The stun doesn't go in. The ultimate.
Oh! The rest are coming in from Bear, just gonna be creeping down onto Hades. But Curtizi knew exactly what he needed to do and completely froze everyone in place, literally and figuratively.
Let it go, literally, right? For the side of Curtizi, literally just letting down an RC pop, just denying Asteris any form of advance.
But that was a really good, I think that was a really good choice from the side of JH. Asteris making the moves this game. They are the ones that are putting pressure on NIP Flash right now, and we do see that reflected in the goal. 1.4k gold lead at this point. A lot of skirmishes, a very, very scrappy game right now, actually.
Yeah, but don't forget, late game goes over the side of NIP Flash, right? Because as long as, you know, NIP Flash delays the game even more, Vanix is going to scale, and don't forget the Masha also scales. Taking a look at the emblems once again, it's going to be the mystery shot for the side of the Masha and also Assassin emblems. The Thrill to add on the damage, the Lethal Ignition to add on the damage, and now Vanix goes on to the Golden Staff. This is where Vanix really looks for a fight right now.
Yeah, Vanix is looking really, really good. Golden Staff on Moskov is very, very, very
Ooh,
scary.
FMM!
Oh, just go with the Circling Eagle, just connects onto Longsi as well as Vanix, but it's a quick disengage from them. They're not going to dabble in this any longer.
That guiding working was really sus coming off from FMM. That would have brought Chu all the way to the snapping jaws of NIP Flash, but now NIP Flash, we're just going to forgo the turtle. They're looking to scale all the way to late game because once Curtizi does have his items, he's going to just also output the damage. This is the strongest point for side Asteris, and Asteris is not taking advantage of it.
Not taking advantage of it because NIP Flash is turtling, right? They are playing very, very well. They know what objectives they need to take. They know when to pick the battles. NIP Flash is just trying not to get picked off. Asteris, the time frame is closing in, is drawing ever so short at this point. They are all grouping up at the bot lane right now. Let's see if Asteris is going to be able to pick off anything from NIP Flash.
Now we have pretty much come into the mid stages of the game, and Asteris, they have managed to get themselves one kill. Great, right? But we're talking about a Roger. And typically a Roger would require a lot more of a snowball in order to really pop off. But you don't require a snowball for a Roger to work. So that's the difference, right? At least when we are looking at the Holy Trinity that's being built up on the Roger, we can still definitely see the Roger try to do something against Hades, which could be one of the most important players and the most difficult player to deal with. Because Kiwi can at least still deal with Diablo to a certain extent, and we do have Bear that can jump onto Vanix. All of the main damage dealers would be dealt with, except for Hades. Except that he's not really a damage dealer, but his stomps are pretty painful.
Yeah, we're 9 minutes in. None of the first tier turrets are down yet. We're going to go in the long run, guys.
This is such
This is going to be going long game.
No, but you see, the longer the game goes, the better it is for NIP Flash. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
We talked about that quite a bit. But if you're taking a look at the items on the side of the gold laners, they both have 2 items completed. Both of them building up into that last part of the Holy Trinity. And it's very even across the board, man. It's 1k gold lead for Kiwi. That's what I see.
Something interesting from the side of Kiwi is that he doesn't really prioritize on the ice cream. Oh, finally! 9 minutes, 30 seconds. First turret down. Wow.
After a long time.
This
game is actually really done slow. And coming in from Asteris' side, they actually want to engage in battles a lot more. And just as I said it, they're just going to be jumping themselves right down to Hades, hoping that they will be able to bring him down with just a sliver of health. He is just going to be sleeping off the cracks of Asteris, and that is such a big waste. Asteris have wasted and used up so much resources just to try to bring Hades down. And now Kiwi finds himself in an unopportunistic moment and finds himself dead.
Yeah, Kiwi pathing the right there doesn't make sense. But you can start to see what Asteris is doing, right? True is actually keeping Vanix in check. Denying Vanix from joining teamfight actually allows Asteris just output the damage against NIP Flash. Don't forget, Asteris does have a lot more consistent damage as compared to NIP Flash, which is mostly burst and that small little window. And you can see in a long team fight, Asteris should be able to win this, but hold on a second, GH!
In the middle and in the hearts of the enemies, he's just going to be nommed right down, and Hades also takes the Lord for himself. Chu did manage to bring Diablo down, while Bear on the other side brings Lolzy down. So most of the main damage dealers coming from the side of NIP Flash is taken down, except for Vanix. They can definitely try to turn things around, but we're looking at 3 versus 5. And with a Lord coming in from NIP Flash, it makes no sense to continue.
Yep, Chu focusing on the turret right now. Before the Lord comes out, NIP Flash will lose that mid lane for now. But NIP Flash does have a Lord marching up against Asteris soon. But it's still a baby Lord, so not too bad for Asteris to handle.
Actually, I was going to say, so you know, the previous team fight, Kiwi actually played that very, very well at the start of the team fight, right? So Diablo tried to burst Kiwi down, but he was able to use his ultimate to get back away, back to full HP actually. So bit of a question for Diablo whether he's picking the right targets, but Kiwi playing that very well.
Probably one of the first main team fights that we have coming in between Asteris versus NIP Flash. But we're just going to hold that thought for a tad a little bit because NIP Flash seems like they really want to engage themselves over here. Okay, no. So, my original concern, Hades. That was always the concern. Is there anyone that can really deal with Hades? Because right now, what we saw from Asteris is that they did manage to deal with Diablo before. But for now, JH is a guiding wind, gets himself away pretty fine and dandy over here. But they still don't have an answer to this big dinosaur, man.
Yeah, I think the only answer for the big dinosaur is Chu, and that's why you go for the attack speed items. Don't forget, Chu in the human form does damage based on percentage HP, right? So that's basically a tank shredder. And once he's got Hades down low, he becomes more of an executioner, and now FMM. Oh, Vanix getting caught out of position just a little bit, dashes out of the way, burns the flicker as well to safety. Spirit destruction.
Nom nom nom. Right down onto JH. And he's going to be focusing down everything. The Frigid Glacier unfortunately did not manage to connect, but we do know that the Hailstone Blast does do quite a bit of damage. You're going to have to work out for that. Diablo comes in between and managed to find the proxy, brings FMM down and pushes the rest of Asteris away.
Yeah, Asteris right now, the fight's getting destroyed. The NIP Flash is just sending 5B, just 5v4 is just very messy for the side of Asteris. They're just out of position. They're trying to reinforce, but NIP Flash, this is just massive death ball stomping across Asteris.
Look at Bear. Bear was just in the bush the entire time. He was not able to find an angle to just burst anyone down, and he's just it's basically 4v5 the entire game.
Unfortunately true, yeah, because we haven't really quite seen a lot of sacrificial play coming from Bear, despite Bear actually being the pos 4 position. We gotta have to see a little bit more presence from Bear, be it trying to distract the opponents a tad a little bit, or actually jumping over the back lines to deal with someone. In fact, when it comes down to Katizi, his Pride of Ice actually has been online for the longest time ever, and I haven't really quite seen it popped before.
He hasn't died. Not even theoretically, he hasn't died.
Yeah.
You know, Cortese's positioning has been immaculate so far. You know, Aurora does not have a lot of movement at all. She's just walking all the time, right?
Yep.
So, honestly, immaculate plays from Cortese. Positioning is absolutely key when you're picking up this hero.
Yeah, so Lolzy is actually paying, big damage.
The big book comes on with the Detonus Welcome that lands onto JH and following up with Lolzy with the Minoan's Fury that lands on the 3. He's just going to be holding on to the fort for a long period of time. And while all of that is happening, Hades focuses on the Lord, brings it down, and hoping that they will be able to bring more people down. But with a quick little Purify from Kiwi, very fast fingers. Otherwise, that could actually be his own demise.
Yeah, nice. Lolzy is actually the MVP right here, man. NIP Flash. Lolzy is just denying everything that Asteris wants to do, right? As a Minoan Fury, you can see the main 3 damage dealers constantly getting knocked up, and all of a sudden Asteris cannot play the fight. And then after that, the Lord gets taken down, whereas Bear is just trying to split push on the other side, and now NIP Flash just knocking on Asteris' doors once again.
It's too little too late, or rather they did too little in the early game. Right now, NIP Flash, it's the late game, it is their game. 2.4k gold lead ahead at this point in time. The timeline, the lifeline for Asteris is looking really, really low at this point. A miracle needs to happen at this for Asteris to take this game.
Yeah, I think a double miracle is required right now because the Lord's already clashing in on the top side. Hades just, you know, it's a two-prong attack for the side of NIP Flash against Asteris. Bottom lane is also taken down. 4-1 composition coming up on NIP Flash. They're pushing Asteris base.
It's really difficult for Asteris to do anything right now. The main damage dealer being Chu, as the Roger has already lost half of his identity. The lycanthrope is no longer a lycan, it's just a full-blown human. But in the meantime, Vanix just going to be focusing on the turret and bringing down almost immediately JH in the heart of all the battle, hoping that he'll be able to run away, but the guiding wind sends him off. Kiwi being left behind as Vanix just blinks himself in front to take him down almost immediately. With 2% down from the side of Asteris, Vanix wants to press the issue a little bit more with a quick little hit coming from Katizi. I believe that freeze was the frigid, it was the frigid glacier that eventually brings him down. But now JH hoping that he can taunt everyone, but wasn't able to do so. As such, we have Asteris unfortunately suffering to defeat an NIP Flash very successfully, gaining 2 wins.
Alright, another day in the office with the side of NIP Flash, but kudos over the side of Asteris for trying right there. But I would say NIP Flash, MVP goes to Losi, man. The amount of Minotaur, he's just making sure that he always knocked up at least 1 or 2 members, and sometimes those 2 members that he knocked up are the damage dealers. He burns the flicker just to make sure that he's unable to step in, just zones everybody away. Man, NIP Flash, this probably is the prime.
They are looking incredibly strong at this point in time, you know, and as you said, Lolzy on the Minotaur is a scary statue.
Yep.
Right, he just stands there and he's like, "Come close, I dare you. I dare you to come close."
Yeah,
Come
literally.
close, I'm gonna knock
Engage
you
on me, please.
Please.
I don't need to. Have you seen, like, I don't think from this particular series, you don't really see Lozi actually using the Flicker ultimate. It's mostly Asteris jumping onto Lozi, thinking that they have enough damage to deal with Lozi, but turns out Lozi just knocks everybody up in the air, and then Vanek just comes in for the clear.
I mean, it's a pity, right? Because that is quite literally what Asteris is supposed to do.
That's right.
That is the win condition. They're supposed to jump. But because of the fact that we have, well, NIP Flash's draft being set that way, it's actually very difficult for them to actually do anything. Because of the fact that, number one, Roger doesn't have enough farm. They don't have enough resource to actually pour over to the gold lane in the early stages in order to have a proper answer to the mid stages and the late stages of the game, which I would say is just a missed opportunity as to where they invest their resources in.
The team composition that they picked, right, was supposed to be really aggressive. And honestly speaking, we did not see that kind of aggressive plays coming out from the side of Asteris. It's, honestly speaking, we also didn't really see them being very aggressive in the regular season. So picking this team composition, going against Team Flash, I expected to see a bit more.
Yeah, like I said, Team NIP Flash just literally maxed out the defense. This is a very defensive comp that deals with any dive composition that Asteris wants to do, right? Basically, even in game number 1, that's the exact same thing they did. But ladies and gents, we talk about the MVP just now. I kind of teased a little bit, but let's take a look at the official MVP. Yep, there we go.
Yep, there we go. I mean, is it really debatable? Is it really debatable? Because, like, Vanix just does marksman stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Just let him do his stuff.
Not only just that,
but we need the setup.
Yeah, Curtizi is also safe in the circle, right? As long as you stand in the circle that Lozi provides, he protects. And he knocks people up, and he attacks.
He protects so that they cannot attack.
Yeah. That's one way to put it as a Singaporean. But anyways, take a look at the kill participation, 66%. But I think it's not about the stats that he did, it's about his playstyle all across not only just this particular game, but of course this throughout this particular series, Kwa.
Someone mentioned that playing Minotaur is super easy, right? Who was that? I think it's like Nick Stain?
Yeah, I think it was Nick Stain. Yeah,
I thought Nick Stain only plays Minotaur.
Nick Stain plays Minotaur, and Lozi says that,
he can only... Oh, yeah. So this is kind of like his rebuttal.
Exactly.
I mean, it only makes sense if they actually go up against Vanguard.
Which
and that happens.
I don't think it's going to happen, right?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, speaking of which, Minotaur, I think really great pick. Both games we saw Lozi playing Minotaur at his peak, right? By just being a statue.
I mean, is he really a statue? Okay.
Yeah, right? Because he's just waiting there, like I said. And honestly, Minotaur players, I think this shows that you don't have to take that flicker aggressive playstyle that you see a lot of Minotaurs playing around. Sometimes all you need to do is just stand around your team, make sure.
To be patient.
Correct, to be patient, you know. But we will go into the mic check to see what the team comps are going to be like in the first.
No snap, helping AD. Nice guys, nice guys. Nice one. Low, we still got turtle guys. Nice guys. Kadita nothing. Nice.
You guys here.
Slowly.
Hey guys, I'm out.
No flicker. Nice.
Hey guys, I got ulti guys.
Okay. I give you vision.
Yeah, and you know we talk about how Lozy just needs to. It's just the fundamentals, right? And I really love to see how NIP Flash is doing this. But Asteris, on the other hand, you know, they have to go to Singapore. They're not on the competition just yet. They're not on MPL Singapore just yet. They have to go down to lower brackets and they'll be facing the original Titan Slayers.
They're going up against Evil, right?
That's right.
I mean, we have seen how Evil played in the regular season, right? It's not all that promising. But it's playoffs. It's
playoff Evil.
It's Evil's playground.
Yeah, do you know the meme about the Shiba? The one with the big buff Shiba, and then there's a small little Shiba?
Yeah.
You know that meme?
Yeah, I know the meme.
Evil in regular season, and then Evil in playoffs.
Big buff boy.
Yeah, big buffy boy.
Just like powerful?
Yeah, he is. I was just interviewing him, and his shoulders are super wide. He struggles to fit in the
his shoulders are actually broad as hell.
Yes,
like
it shows the amount of responsibility that he's holding on. But let's talk about Team Flash performing to a T. It's just basically this is their identity, right? They're still sticking to it. And we remember we asked about where this is the actual lineup of Team Flash, because right now it's just we're picking between JPL and Lozy. But it feels like Lozy is starting to feel like the perfect fit for Team Flash.
You really think so?
I mean, Diablo used to play with Lozy. Lozy was in the previous season playing together with Vanix, and you can see the romance starting to form between the Rome and Goat. And when you get that duo going, man, it just starts to go.
I mean, have you considered that Puski being in the composition being a very strong EXP laner as well, who plays very strong meta heroes? So basically they are able to change their win condition, or rather who they will want to play around with a simple switch of one player. And that way that their playstyle is completely different. And if you add JPL in there, who is very calm, collected, and he knows exactly when he wants to jump, albeit a lot less aggressive than Lozy, but I'm pretty sure that when they want to do things right, they will do things right with the JPL and Puski combo.
Look, I think regardless of who is playing on the side of
it's NIP Flash!
Yeah, I love the flexibility coming off of NIP Flash, right?
But yeah, I'm
just really plugs and play. But yeah, sorry.
I just want to hear from you now.
No, I was gonna say, right, I think regardless of who is fronting the NIP Flash lineup, NIP Flash is the undisputed top dogs right now. They're the undisputed team to beat, right? We love to see the different playstyles, and we saw them during the regular season, right? They constantly changed up the lineup. They constantly were like having a little bit of fun. Let's be honest. Right, and this is the first. I'm not even sure if they were like
quote unquote serious.
Serious, yeah, exactly. Right, we saw the Aurora being picked up. We've never seen the Aurora this entire season.
Not at all.
Right,
not at all.
Not at all. So we've seen them try out new things even during the playoffs, by the way. Right, and this is also a slightly different Team Flash from what we saw during the playoff season. Sorry, during the regular season, because the regular season they just kept being very aggressive, right? They kept taking kills and snowballing the lead from there.
Yep.
Right, so I'm curious to see what else they have hidden in their pockets.
Yeah, we should be able to see, like, especially when we move towards up the playoff brackets, right? Because right now they're going up into straight into the upper bracket finals, right? Like basically, if they clear that one game, they're just secured. They secured grand finals. That's it.
Semi-finals. I mean, semi-finals then grand finals, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
so they're already one step closer into going to the grand finals. But ladies and gents, let's take a look at the MVP highlights right here instead. And it's like what I said. It's just basically just mostly Asteris trying to go up against NIP Flash. And this is how I foresee, right? If it's represented by a scene, it's just one little kid trying to grab candy from the adults, and the adult is just like, yeah, you just keep trying, and the arms just failing right there. That's how I imagine it.
To be honest, right now, I mean, my eyes is just on Lozy this whole time, right? And if I'm him and I'm playing on the, if I'm playing this game, I will be like, why is my job so boring? Because all he did was walk around, soak damage, position himself correctly. Oh, people come at me, press one button, boom, everyone flies up. I mean, it sounds easy, but obviously when it comes down to the execution itself, it's not easy. Lolzy just makes things look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're pro players, right? It's their job to make things look easy, and we
Fair
try
enough.
in a ranked game, and we get reported.
Yes, and I'll have a 0/15 Minotaur. Totally not from personal experience.
Oh, have you played a Minotaur before?
It looks as if he's
I said no.
from PTSD, man.
I said no, it's not from personal experience.
Sounds as if there's a bit of a story going on
Yeah,
there.
we gotta have to dig his history right there. But anyways, ladies and gents, coming up next should be going into the analyst section very, very soon. But I mean, this is actually a very good series coming out from both these two teams. They're starting the playoff strong, but before that, let's take a look at the stats right now. I'm going to give it to Quad to kind of look through the items.
All right, so for the gold laners, we actually do finally see almost a 6-item build coming out from Chu this time around, so not that 3.5 items that we saw earlier. But on the side of NIP Flash, 6k gold lead, almost 7k gold lead actually in 15 minutes. Actually, both games. This game felt a bit longer, but both games was about 15 minutes.
Yeah, 9 minutes in, we only take down one turret.
That's
and 1
insane.
kills only. And this just goes to show that Asteris knows that they cannot tangle with NIP Flash. And when they decided, okay, you know what, we're losing our priority, we have to try to do something, and then they just got smacked by NIP Flash.
Yeah, but we also saw how quickly the game accelerated, right? Once it hits the late game. The second it hit the late game, NIP Flash really took and snowballed the way, well, they almost bulldozed their way down the game. You know, we see 9 turrets being taken at the end of the whole series, at the end of the whole game, and it was a resounding victory on the side of NIP Flash. Emblems-wise, anything stands out?
Yeah, I think it's just the same thing coming up from Diablo, especially trying to get into the later parts of the game. Chu going for the weakness finder instead of the Impure Rage, because this is more of a normal, not say normal build, but more of a Holy Trinity build. He goes in, he knows he needs to shred, so he prepped for that. And oh, something, okay, hold on a second. That's a common emblem coming up from Chu instead. I know Roger have mana issues, but yeah, him going for the common emblem hopes to stay in lane even longer, but Banix on the other hand, going for the tenacity instead of the Master Assassin. He knows he has to go to the late game.
Yeah, I think interesting adaptations, right, that we see from the side of Vanix going from game 1 into game 2. Noted that Asteris had a little bit more disruption, I guess, on the side of Asteris, so he opted for the tenacity instead.
One thing, of course, when we're looking at Chu's emblems, I wouldn't say that the emblem is going to make a huge difference in their game, right?
Nope.
But it's definitely going to help a little bit when it comes down to the laning phases. I would definitely say that the mana regeneration from the common emblem is not really quite necessary, or rather, it's not.
For the Roger, not quite necessary.
Not quite necessary. It doesn't really quite translate well in terms of value, at least for me.
Correct.
And to further cement that is that when it comes down to the late stages of the game, since we already know that Chu doesn't really do so well in the early stages, you don't get to transform that much. The lycanthrope is just a lycanthrope without a lycan, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a human holding a big gun. There's no point in, kind of transforming, and you won't even have mana issues anymore at probably mid stages of the game.
Yeah, and right now I think it's just all about how Curtisi as well. Before we switch over to the scene, right? Curtisi goes for the Witness Blessing and also movement. He wants to be able to catch up together with Hades and also Lolzy in terms of these roaming trio, supporting on the side lanes. But let's take a look at also the damage dealt. In fact, Asteris did more damage as compared to NIP Flash. This is basically just an epitome of saying like, minimum effort, maximum wins.
That's true. You know, and Max, I was going to point out, right, that I think most of the damage did come from Kiwi. Kiwi, with her, with the bombs, is just carpet bombing the entire team, but they weren't able to finish up, right? Chu was not able to turn into a Lycan and clean up on Isle NIP Flash because he wasn't allowed to go in. Lolzy was there once again, being that barricade, being the zone control, which NIP Flash needed to have. And even though Asteris had more damage, it's just unfortunate that they weren't able to clean up.
Yeah, and not only just that, I think the whole theme of this particular series is basically NIP Flash says, yes, engage on me. Just come at me, bro. Literally, come at me, bro. I got so many tools to slow you down until disengage. Asteris try to go for even more. They're committed to the playstyle, right? They go for the dive combat. It doesn't work.
It's really unfortunate, I was just gonna have to say. It's pretty tanky. It all boils down to the early game. The early game, the moment that you did not manage to funnel most of the resources over to the Roger, the game is doomed. You don't have enough money onto the Roger to actually deal with barrages. We can obviously tell Kiwi, as the Lilia, is able to deal with Masher pretty fine. Bear didn't really quite have much presence in the game, so he didn't really quite touch onto Aurora. The Pride of Ice has always been active the whole time. So at least when it comes down to individualistic micro matters, we do have the two main damage dealers that didn't really quite manage to put their presence into the game solely because of the early stages, which is a pity.
Yeah, I always look at Bear, right? Like I would have thought like you would want Bear to be able to start to split push, knowing that, okay, you know what, my dive comp is not working, I want to see more splits, right? There's no adaptation going into the later part of the game, and Team Flash was just able to play his own game.
All right, in my opinion, I really wanted to see Bear be more aggressive. We saw a lot more aggressive plays happening during the regular season, so seeing him like this, it felt like a bird with his wings clipped. Right? But I want to hear what Analyst has to say for the two matches, so over to you, Ken.
Yes, do I have a lot to say right now? This is a bang of a series, first game of the day. Flash, NIP Flash showing us how it's done once again against Asteris this time. Now, a big question here is when you go in a game, right, who do you focus on? You are supposed to build on your win condition, and boy did Flash did that. Now, the first thing first, I want you to take a comparison between the two goal laners, between Asteris as well as Team Flash. I'm going to show you in a short while what the difference is right here. As you can see, Vanix is already going crazy with all the movements across the map. At the meantime, you have two on the other side who is busy getting caught by the Lousy, right? Lousy does a very good job on his call to make sure he gets the vision, as well as to provide a lot of deterrence and damage on them as well. Now, this is the first round of the game. They got, I think, one of the first few lots. So, moving on, you will see why little things matter in this game. So, he actually advantage to care off the rest of the backlines for Chu especially, which then allowed him to just get in a bit more damage as time went by. Now this slight advantage they got for themselves earlier in the game in the 14.5-minute mark. Transition to, lo and behold, the same situation as game 1, right? So we have a tier 3 at the top end, at the bot also being threatened once again. Asteris, I mean, history itself, but what can you do? It's NIP Flash. You can try, right? So what's going to happen here? They're going to take this once again. Now, there's a couple of things that happen for moments matter in, and I'm referring to like this. Radiant armor on Lousy as well as the Hunter Strike on Diablo, increasing the defense, the attack portions of the composition. Well, more importantly, is to deal with the huge problem because of the shockwave, a lot of the burst damage coming in, dealing AoE damage across the lineup of NIP Flash, which didn't allow them to really push the game. And once they had the Radiant Armor on Lousy, job's done, right? He was able to soak damage as well as out the pain. Well, now what's going to happen here from this point on? They're going to, a lot of damage, structural damage across the base of Asteris. One thing I want you to keep your eyes on, and that boy is my boy, Curtis here. He did a very, very sick play towards the middle of this. There's one more thing, right? It's not just about how well the attackers do. It's also the defense. Oh, and this comes in. Lilia has a lot of burst damage. There's a lot of wasted damage. The mid, well, right? Kiwi actually took a lot of his shockwave, which didn't achieve much without set. Now, this is where the shocker comes in. I want you to take a look at the health bars. Now, next thing is Curtisi here with the timing that allows them to win this huge fight with catch. There, as well as JH, the main two tanks. And once you have the two tanks dead, it is just Vanix Day all day long, and the rest is history. This is going to be the first game of the day for the playoffs itself. Now, this is all I have for you. NIP Flash, what a performance today. We will see what's coming up next for the rest of the day. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin, for that wonderful analysis. Now I have Adamir now beside me. Now we're very excited because Adamir definitely was one of the key stars of the show when it comes to MPL SG, and now you have transitioned to coach. Okay, so let's start off with, what do you think of Raj when it comes to Asteris earlier?
Okay.
Like that in the terms of like unpredictable, you weren't quite sure what they're gonna pick, or in what sense? Right, but of course they're not to be undermined as well, because even being a qualifying team, they've made remarkable, performances, making it to the upper brackets at 4th position. So with that, what do you have to say, or how did you guys approach this game, not knowing much about this brand new qualifying team?
Came into
Right, and of course, coming into this game, you guys had a 2-week break before we head on over to the playoffs. What adjustments did you guys make, learning from the regular season before coming into the playoffs today?
we did a lot of expansion in the regular season. 2 weeks were more for what we want.
In terms of roster, or in terms of like direction and draft?
Definitely both. Even though it's the playoffs already, you'll be surprised.
Oh, there still might be surprises? I guess. Not just in name also, from Team Flash to NIP Flash, but we still have more surprises in store.
Maybe.
All right. So, okay, of course, you guys as defending champions are gunning for the championship once again right here in Singapore. So, with that being said, how confident are you guys taking the championship this year?
I think we are all quite confident that we still respect our teams like.
Right. So as coach, who do you see you will face off if you're gunning for a championship? That will be grand finals, right? Who will you be anticipating to see? Manifesting.
I think RSG and Bleed is quite 50-50, but if I had to choose one, it will be Bleed.
Oh, okay. So that's the next match that's coming up. So perhaps, you got your lucky coins on Bleed.
Yeah.
On Bleed, huh? All right. So we heard it first. Thank you so much, Adamir, for this wonderful interview.
Thank you.
So guys, that was Adamir that we have right here from NIP Flash. New name indeed, but same amazing all-star faces and stellar performances that we have seen over at the Land of Dawn. Now, with the conclusion of this match, we see Asteris dropping to the lower brackets where they will meet Team Evil, and this will be happening, match 3 of the day happening at 3 p.m. But before we jump to match 3, the match that's going to come up next happening at 12:30 p.m., it's going to be a bloodbath, friends. A bloodbath battle where we see the likes of Bleed Esports going up against RSG SG. Now, which side will this go to? We really don't know, because based on statistics and data in the regular seasons, they're just 1 point apart. So stick around and join us for the bloodbath battle happening at 12:30 p.m.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know.
Oh.
I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay. You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This is the goat.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga. I think like we're getting some. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay. Oh, RSG game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
Yeah, so?
Huh?
Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Okay.
Oh. 2, 1. You know right, correct?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
You know right.
Huh?
Oh, wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je connect slow.
Obviously.
Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin. Thought it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh no.
I got it.
There's no way. There's not too long. Oh.
Yeah, mage ah. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay. Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe ah. Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Go on to the correct answer.
Wow. I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
He said
that powers was not like featured in the password.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh, deluxe. Okay.
The first player to guess two, the first player to guess two. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Manga.
I think we're getting something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay.
Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
Your answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh.
2, 1. You know what's correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You know what?
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je kan exo.
Obviously. 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh.
I can't.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay. Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe, Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow. I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that powers was not like featured in the.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not say
Ah.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh, deluxe. Okay.
the first player to guess blue. A lot of people guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
And welcome back, everyone, right here to MPL SG Season 7 playoffs. Now, this next match that's going to come up real soon is a highly anticipated match as we see a rematch of the final day of the regular season where Bleed Esports did a convincing 2-0 sweep against RSG SG. But remember, the regular season is but a preview and anything can happen right here at playoffs. Now, with that being said, this is a match that promises a high-octane and close match as we see two very evenly balanced out teams. Now, they will be doing all of their best to make sure that they have a point to prove as well as the dream to stay in the upper brackets and vie for that championship that is MPL SG. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, let the bloodbath battle begin. First, presenting to you our wonderful team of Bleed Esports. So yes, now we see the wonderful faces of Bleed Esports looking shiny and dandy right here as they stand before you. Now, they are going to give everything they can to stay in the upper brackets to hopefully have a shot against our defending champions of RNIP Flash. Now going up against Bleed Esports, presenting to you RSG SG. Now, the boys have definitely come a long way, especially in the regular season where people have doubted them. With this brand new RSG SG roster, can they make it? And definitely they have right now standing in the upper brackets, going to give everything they can to remain in that position. Now, this is an epic battle that's about to unfurl over at the land of Dawn. Now, we know that RSG SG is not going down without a fight. Given that 2-0 sweep in the regular season, they will definitely give their all right here for match 2 of playoffs day 1. Now, the boys are getting ready to head on over to the battle stations. Now, anything can happen right here at this game, honestly, as these two teams are really evened out in terms of all of their positions. So, what will happen in this bloodbath battle? Wow, what a mouthful. Let's head it over to the boys to take it away.
Yeah, ladies and gents, welcome once again. This is the original El Clasico of MPL Singapore. My name is Jay. Joining me right here on the desk is Abstract and also Qual. We'll be bringing you this particular series, and it is going to be Bleed going up against RSG.
You're so mean.
Why am I mean?
We'll move on from that one.
Am I mean?
Yeah, you're mean.
You're horrible, man.
No, horrible,
I'm just adding on.
Horrible, man.
I'm just adding on.
Horrible.
My vegetable? Absolutely horrible, man. Anyways, okay, let's talk about this particular match, right? Okay, if you guys have been following MPL Singapore for a long time, all the way back to Season 1, you will remember them as the original El Clasico, the one that have been duking against each other all the way in the grand finals. But how has the times have changed? Because right now we've introduced another player, which is Team NIP Flash. And now, this time around, this is just basically a bit of a nostalgic battle between these two teams once again.
Remind me some of the history, Jays. I mean, evidently I'm new to the disc, so so please give me some, catch me up to speed.
Okay, so technically speaking, another up-and-coming jungler that wants to rival against Bray as a Singaporean best jungler. But let's take a look on the other side. RSG SG this time around with their roster.
So on RSG SG side, we've got Closer in the EXP, Bray in the jungle, Godzilla in the mid lane, JV in the roam, as well as CS in the gold lane. We've seen this team grow during the regular season, and you know they kind of reached their peak at the end of well, the last week of the regular season, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of form they're going to bring into today's playoff match.
Yeah, but you gotta have to admit, RSG SG during their regular season, their path all the way to the playoffs was kind of shaky, right? They're not performing up to what they used to be called, but that's because, you know, if you guys follow us during the regular season, we talked about it to death. The roster has been gutted, Diablo has been left over to NIP Flash, Lucian Cutie, Oki, nowhere to be seen. But at the very least, they still have Bray, they still have
Yeah, so the original duo, I gonna have to say, they're gonna be the one that will be holding on to the front and ensuring that RSG will stay as RSG. Will they be able to hold on to that though? That is always the biggest question. But for now, we're gonna be turning the turning the plates over and just take a look at Bleed Esports lineup as well as their statistics for now. Of course, we're gonna have to put our eyes onto Seiji.
That's right.
With a probably the highest
One
GPM,
of the highest
right?
GPMs.
Highest GPM of 823. And if I'm not wrong, when it comes down to our man Vanix was 700 plus, right? And it's number 2, right? If I'm not wrong, somewhere around that. Rank number 2, 700 plus GPM. And Seiji outclassed Vanix by a whole 20 plus GPM. That is absolutely amazing if you ask me.
Yep, and of course, apart from that, nice kill participation for the time. JJ being also one of the more flexible mid laner from Team Flash as well. This season, he jumped over to Bleed Esports. But speaking about jumping, let's jump over the side of RSG to take a look at the stats, Kwa.
Yeah, so on the stats for RSG SG, we've got CS with a slightly lower GPM, but it's improved week on week. We of course have Dairy on a signature Grok pick. Dairy does, I think a lot of RSG's success is in the aggressive roams that Dairy pilots, right? And we see here his average assist is slightly lower than I think what we saw on Gear's side, 67.36% average assists per game. But we do see, of course, Godzilla having kill participation of 69%. Nice. You know, Godzilla is one of those players. I think he really kind of showed off his Kadita earlier on in the regular season, but we also saw him playing things like the Valentina and having a lot of success on the picks like that, right? So I'm really excited to see what RSG once again has to bring to the table, and also what form they're going to be in today, right? Because I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier, just now, Abstract, that they did lose to Bleed going into the last week of the regular season. So I'm just wondering from a mental standpoint, how is RSG prepped themselves coming into today?
I really hope that they have prepped themselves, right? Because definitely RSG, they stand a chance. They stand a chance against Bleed. And I'm pretty sure that the audience might think the same thing as well. As we take a look at that.
Taking a look at the audience predictions presented by McDonald's as well. RSG is still the fan favorites from the side, 60%. Thank you very much for the votes, by the way. Bleed, on the other hand, 40%. But I am looking forward to what we think on the desk instead.
Spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna be spicy.
I have no idea what are your predictions, but in the event that I'm the odd one out, I sincerely
feel like you might be the odd one out. I personally feel like you might be the odd one out.
Really?
I don't think so.
Really?
Well, we're gonna see in a bit, right? I mean, but for me, I expected this audience prediction to be closer to 50-50. So 60-40 to me was actually a pretty big difference from my expectations. But as you see in our predictions, I was the odd one out.
Wait, you did not vote for Bleed? Did not vote for RSG for once?
Hey, look, I'm a statistic
guy. Statistic guy.
Statistics guy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, okay.
And I came in on week 4. I haven't really seen much RSG played. But when the first game that I see RSG played is against Bleed, and it wasn't promising. And that haunted me for quite a bit. So I'm not too sure whether they will be able to, you know, get themselves out of that shell after getting that kind of result. Because I mean, we're all humans. We all make mistakes.
We make mistakes,
and we are, you know, we are very tender-hearted as well. So the moment that we make a lose like that is very difficult to recover from.
Yeah, I was thinking that, you know, Abstract has always been supporting RSGs from the earlier part of the season, since season 1, right? So it's really surprising to me that you're jumping onto my fence where I used to support for Bleed for so long. But wow, what do you think the side of RSG?
So actually, during the regular season, I was actually always choosing Bleed, I think, whenever Bleed comes up. I really like Bleed's team composition.
No. I'm pretty sure that whenever you see something against RSG, it was never RSG.
It was never RSG, but this time around, I'm gonna put my eggs on the RSG basket, right? I believe that the improvements that they've shown me week on week is very, very promising. And honestly, yes, they didn't look super strong going into the Bleed matchup the last week, but I believe that they would have found out what their weakness is and capitalize on it.
Okay. For those people that didn't quite catch that, quick translation means that this is my salvation. I have to vote for them.
If not, I'm going to not get a Bleed RSG jersey, right? In the meantime, ladies and gents, you're going to go into the draft this time round. Bleed going in first, pick RSG second. Both of these coaches, this is their time to shine. It's a Filipino coach hailing all the way from the Philippines, Coach G, going up against Singaporean coach pacifist. You've seen him before in Revival and also, well, Alchemy SG. But now it's Bleed, first pick. Looking at bans, Angela, Kadita, Baratz chopped off from the hero pool. RSG bans away the Harif and also the Hellcurt.
Hellcurt ban, man. I want to talk a little bit about that. We saw Gear having so much success in the Hellcurt. And we can definitely see from the RSG side that they have suffering from a little bit of PTSD from the success of Gear's Hellcurt. And I think the first game of the last week of the regular season. Ooh. And they're like, nope, we're not going to deal with that this time around.
Yeah.
Bad play, bad play.
It's surprising to me that whenever you see Godzilla, you ban the Kadita. It has always been that common pattern. It just goes to show that Godzilla is so comfortable on the Kadita that you really have to take it off. But Bleed this time around, first pick gives over to Seiji, secures the Moscow for themselves.
So, okay, understandably, when it comes down to Moscow, with the first pick being Moscow from the side of Bleed, it is fair to say that we would not see a Roger from the side of RSG. They will probably take a little bit more time to really deliberate what they want to play and, of course, what kind of win conditions they want to go. So, picking up Godzilla's heroes as well as probably Dairy's hero would probably be the best course of action. But seems like they actually want to focus on Bray. I'm okay with that as well. Having an Xbox going into the jungle, you actually kind of force a soft bad tanky heroes over the side of Bleed. So you are technically making Yon want to play assassins.
Not only just that, right? Xbox can also be flexed over to closer. So right now RSG is just keeping the cards open. I feel like a Nathan is coming out from the side of RSG going into the that last pick should be going to the Nathan, but Bleed this time round, seeing what they see from the side of Valentina and Xbox, what is Bleed's response?
Bleed is probably gonna go something with the exactly what I was gonna think. The Arlet, Gear on Arlet is absolutely devastating, right? He's able to make so many different plays with the Arlet, and Arlet. But the question is if Arlet is gonna be able to pick on through the Valentina or the squishy targets. Picking the Natan here would be a bit scary against the Arlet, but Roger being swept up for CS on the side of RSG SG.
Yeah, and the reason why I thought Nathan would be a very good pick coming up at RSG is that you want to really work and kind of have the same kind of equal footing against the Moscow, right? Moscow splash damage to the back. Hey, Nathan does the same too. Nathan does have a bit of a dash with the ultimate, and that's where his item power spikes comes from. Yeah, I mean, the Moscow does the same too. So equal Stevens, right? You want to put himself in an equal footing, but putting the Roger here shows that RSG wants to snowball in the early game, trying to push down Seiji. Then after that, scale toward its mid-game power spike.
Man, I don't like that actually. We have seen before how CS went against Seiji, and understandably, Seiji outclasses a lot of gold laners out there. Unless CS is gonna be very disciplined and really just stay under the turrets and not give any free hits over to the Moskov, maybe he will be doing A-okay. But it's still fair to say that we can expect Bleed to want to be extremely aggressive onto CS. And we have seen CS unable to recover before. And if we are going to see the same thing again, I'm pretty sure that RSG might not be able to recover from it anymore.
But the question is whether RSG SG is going to be able to adapt, right, and protect the CS lane, right? Because if they play that game, then that's their win condition, right? That's how they win. And I was actually going to say the Roger pick is probably preferable over the Natan pick, because the thing is that Natan is super stationary. Yes, he has that ultimate to kind of go away and reposition himself, but against the Arlot, right? Arlot into Natan is just dispels doom for the side of Natan. So I think Roger being picked up is a good pick. We do see the bans coming out, Martis as well as Fredrin being banned on the side of RSG SG, and we have the Alpha and the Grok ban coming out from the side of Bleed.
Yep. Grok nod and respect over to the side of Dairy, Alpha, because don't forget Xbox can be flexed over to closer, right? So just cutting off everything. Don't forget, Bray, right here, well, I think he's definitely going to go into the Xbox because they're already taking away the Fragile, which is something that Bray likes to play, and also Martis also a nod over to Yon. But right now, it's just RSG. They're looking to secure maybe their Roma right here. Don't forget, Dairy closer towards the playoffs. He's been playing a lot of soft supports like, you know, the Florence, the Angela, but now this time around we get to see his Minotaur coming back into the playoffs.
Minotaur rounds things up really nicely, right? Because I mean, so far on the side of Bleed, they need to get a little bit close. At least the Arlet needs to get a little bit close to do anything. Moscow's pretty short range as well. Minotaur is gonna be that wall, is gonna be that sentinel to stop people in their paths from approaching. So this also actually narrows down a lot of the options that Bleed actually had, such as potentially picking the Paquito that Sagitneo likes.
Oh, you mentioned Paquito. That's really kind of interesting, but Yon goes for the Fanny instead.
Yep.
There you go. That's a statement. Yon wants to start day number 1 strong, just going for the Fanny instead. This is the second time the Fanny has been picked in MPL Singapore.
Fanny is going to be pretty decent, I think, into RSG SG's lineup. Minotaur is going to be there to try to stop her in her pass a little bit. But the question is, how does RSG round up their lineups? They've still got, I believe, the EXP or the jungle flex option right now. And to the Terizla, what can we expect, Jace?
Looking at maybe a Yu Zhong, that'd be great, because Yu Zhong known to counter the Vixanas as well. Does decently against Terizla, at least equalize that lane just a little bit. You also get to jump onto the Moskov instead, but no, RSG goes for the Paquito instead, lending more flexibility around the lanes. And yeah, Closer wants to get closer towards either Moskov or the Vixana.
They do want to have a little bit of that burst potential onto the Fanny, right? Understandably, they don't really quite have that in their current lineup. They will want to play for time, and they want to drag on the fights as long as possible in order to really build up the heat stacks coming from Xbox. With Valentina's help when it comes down to picking up a little bit of that final slash, or perhaps the Eternal Guard, perhaps even when it comes down to the penalty zone. They RSG have quite a lot of skills in their disposal to drag on team fights and really just disable the enemies. But what is lacking is pure damage that can really deal with Fanny. And I think that is exactly what RSG is looking out for. With the pick on the Xbox, it soft bans a lot of these hard tanks over the side of Bleed. So they definitely saw this coming. The only thing is, how do they answer to the Roger into the Moskov lineup here in the gold lane between Bleed versus RSG? Let's keep our eyes peeled.
Yep, ladies and gents, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. Here we go. Bleed spawning in the blue. It's going to be RSG in the red this time around. Turtle will be spawning around top side. So it's going to be hot potatoes for Sagitneo and also Closer to get to level 4 as quickly as possible. But it's also going to be the same all the way to the bottom lane. We need to see Yon hopping off in the early game because he's on this Lethal Ignition.
Lethal Ignition is going to be incredibly key, I think, in the early games. But the question is Yon going to be able to find an opportunity to go in? Right? We see, of course, I think pretty standard things happening on the map. With just a lot of trades happening in the mid right now.
Looking to get Yon to snowball. I think that's the main goal right here. CS still level 1, CG also still level 1. Still too quite early as of now. Still not too bad. But
early invade.
As a Moskov, you can't heal against the Roger. It's actually quite hard for the Roger to basically pounce onto you. And now with Yon just hanging around the bottom lane, just adding a lot of pressure against CS.
Yeah, you know, I think that was a really good invade for the side of Yon, right? Because that means that Bray actually has to count. I mean, he loses resources, right? And he is kind of forced into trying to do an early invade as well to counteract some of the gold that's going on the side of Yon. But we see a little bit of the early game.
You have half HP, but the Closer is just going to be landing a single punch. But after that, not much will happen.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of kill pressure for the side of Closer, right? Level 4 is not here yet. Yes, Bray does have the last insanity, but Yon is already here and just abusing the fact that he could just spin around. That's a Firaga armor already taken away.
Yep. Positioning is definitely key for the side of RSG, but luckily we're talking about an Xbox with the Firaga armor. You should be able to get yourself away from that with not much issues.
Yeah, it looks like not much is happening. A lot of trades, a lot of invades, a lot of sneaky plays trying to make things work. But actually, I want to focus a little bit on the bot lane, right? We talked about if CS is going to survive some of the early pressure. They're both at level 4 right now, and he is a little bit down in terms of HP as a resource, but no deaths.
Not only just that, Gear is forced to refresh, right? That means that Derry, takes over to level 4. Gear slowly lagging just a little bit behind. At the very least, both these two roamers are ready to fight. Bray, on the other hand, level 5. Yon is also level 5 as well. So both are kind of equal in terms of the red tree fight.
Look at the bot lane. CS just got pushed out of his lane because Yon was there, but the turtle's free for the side of RSG.
Does seem like Gear just gonna zigzag zooming all around, dealing sufficient damage, but not quite enough to really bring anyone down. Bleed and RSG understand that they are in a stalemate and they can't overextend themselves, and the only fight that they would want to go for is solely for the turtle.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? You can see how Bleed wants to trade the turtle for CS. because they really want to get Seiji up and running as quickly as possible. So yeah, I can see why Bleed would make that decision, but looking at the emblems right here, both these two gold laners going for Master Assassin.
Mastery Assassin, indeed. It seems I want to highlight, right. So the emblem choices for Roger this time around is slightly different, right? We saw a lot less emphasis on the common emblems. We saw a bit more heavily spec'd into the
Should be assassin emblems. That's right.
Right, and this is I think a bit more traditional, but we see Godzilla survive with a pixel of HP.
The lethal initiation didn't really quite pop, but the first blood did pop indeed. In the middle lane, Jay falls prey to the hands of RSG, giving Bray his very first kill.
Yeah, but Closer had to burn the flicker for what? Because you can see that Jay just decides to give up. He knows he's dead, so that's why he stood still. But Closer burning that flicker may have a lot of implications going into the next turtle fight.
I think it's fine though. I mean, Paquito has heaps of mobility, right? Mobility is kind of the least of his concerns at this point. Yawn is doing something.
Oh, going into the burst!
Here was just preparing himself to make sure that once the last Ascendancy has been off, he can just go straight in. In the meantime, Sagitnu even used his flicker just so that they can focus and bring Closer and Bray down. So both of which are down, and that is definitely fine and dandy. RSG took that opportunity to focus a bit more down to the bottom lane instead.
Okay, maybe not the turtle, but that one. If Hay had the flicker right there, he could have gotten away. But Seiji is actually holding up himself really darn well down bottom lane. 1v3, no problem, and absorbs so much pressure, allowing Bleed to make plays on the other side of the map, cracking top side, that's open top, and not only just that, the turtle is also spawning up top as well.
Seiji showing why he is one of the premier gold laners in MPL SG right now. Turtle is open, but focus his eyes on mid.
Ooh, you can even hear Yawn all the way there. That's a nice assassination. 3 kills going to his pocket. He's already snowballing.
Yeah, you can see, look, Bleed is riding on the momentum. It's 3-1 with 2.2k gold, 2k gold lead currently in Bleed's pocket. That's almost a full item at this point of gold lead. And if it's going on the Fanny is just going to be more and more deadly.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden Closer has to be careful. CS has to be careful. Don't forget RSG is a mid-game power spike team. Bleed, on the other hand, they've already started to snowball just a little bit. They're just toying with the turtle right now. They're really looking for engage. Sagitnu as well. Gear already burned. The final slash should be coming up anytime soon because of low CD. But unfortunately, Turtle given over the side RSG.
Turtle has gone to the side of RSG, which would balance the gold a little bit. This was dropped down to 1.5k gold lead, but Seiji strikes back by taking a turret. So honestly, Bleed is having complete map control at this point. They are giving up the turtles, but they do not care. They have traded the towers instead. This game is
yeah. Yawn is just assassinating everybody left, right, center, Abstract.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really just showing his presence around the map. That is the main idea that he's gonna have to do. Especially since RSG's only answer to the Fanny is a Paquito. The Paquito gotta have to get the farm up. But as you can see, with a 0-2 Closer, it's gonna be tough. But in the meantime, Flick is just gonna be used from the side of RSG, hoping that they will be able to land a good amount of control down onto Bleed. But it doesn't seem like it will be able to do too much, to be honest. But getting Jay and Sagitnu down at the cost of CS and Dairy is definitely gonna cost. But Yawn now joins into the fray. He did manage to assassinate onto Bray and perhaps even ended onto Godzilla, granting him a triple kill to his name, while Closer wasn't able to do much but to take 1 kill for his own.
Man, this reminds me all the way back then where we thought, you know, Yawn can play only assassins, and all of a sudden during the playoffs he pulled the Martyrs, he pulled the Fredrin, and now he's like, yeah, I'm very good. I'm a very good assassin player. I'm cosplaying Kyrie.
Yeah, and look, right now, I mean, with this patch, I believe assassins just got buffed, right? So this was a really good idea from the side of Bleed to pick to allow Yawn to play his Fanny, right? And his Fanny has been talked about. You guys have been hyping it up, I think, during the regular season. Seeing it now on the playoffs, 7-0-0, I understand why, finally, you guys have been hyping him up so much.
Yep. RSG, on the other hand, right, if you look at the composition that they have built, it's kind of meant to kind of disrupt the Fanny, right? But Fanny right here is already 7 kills, and now Gear, it's again looking at Closer.
He's just going to be jumping himself right down to Seiji, but unfortunately he doesn't quite have the damage potential to even do anything. But fortunately for him, he did manage to buy some time onto what Bleed is doing. That allowed Dairy as well as Godzilla to focus onto the other main purpose, which is going to be the Vixana. Getting him down is definitely going to be crucial, especially since the Lawn has just spawned.
Right now, Yawn focusing the mid bottom lane, RSG Bray and also Derry just showing presence right here. They're just playing the turrets game. They're just training turrets right now. But RSG, that mid lane crack, and Young goes with assassination.
But he's just going to be getting himself away.
Man.
Whoa.
So close.
Fluid coming out from Yon right there. Dodging every single ultimate from the side of RSG. Just making it so easy for him to play this one.
It is really, really, really tough. I was going to say easy. I mean, Yon, that was immaculate from the side of Yon, right? Being able to dodge everything and survive with a dot of his HP, knowing when to pull back instead of trying to greed for the kill. I think it shows, rather splits the difference between good founding players and bad ones.
Right now, bit of stalemate going in for the side of both these two teams. Bleed, well, not too far away in terms of the gold lead, right? But in terms of map pressure, mid lane of RSG is already cracked. In fact, RSG has already had all their first tier turrets already gone. There's a lot of space for Bleed to work with, and that's because, you know, Yon's just going around with 8 kills and Yon looking for it again.
Godzilla. Oh, the amount of damage that's just going to be dishing out on the Godzilla, leaving him with only a sliver of health, but luckily not quite enough to really bring it down for now. Yon is also going to have to get himself a quick little recall, but now what happens to the river priority? Who is going to be able to claim control of the bottom lane? It kind of seems as though it is going to be Bleed. He's doing extremely well, but in the meantime, Yon was hoping that he'll be able to run away, but that Lycan Pounce essentially tracked the Fanny all the way to the end of the cable.
Here's the rise of RSG already. That's already bad news. You lose Yon. That's a shutdown goal given over to RSG. Look at that. The gold lead swinging in the favor of RSG already. And not only just that, the Lord priority given the oversight of RSG already.
Yeah, it seems like the Fanny was a little bit too out of control, but I was also going to mention that we did mention that Closer is one of the checks to the Fanny, and we start to see him outputting a lot of damage as the fight breaks out right now.
Taking a little bit too long, but the last Insanity finally just popped, allowing CS to actually pick up a kill down the gear. One of the most important players coming from the side of the Bleed is now taken down. Last, the final slash is just going to be stolen away from the side of... no, not stolen away, actually. It does seem like Godzilla. He did go down shortly after taking that out. But for now, Bray, he did manage to bring the Lord down, and that is all fine and dandy. So this allows RSG a lot more of a breathing space in this mid stages of the game.
And not only just breathing space, they create a space for themselves. Just take a look. Oh, that standing goal on the top side already pushed in. Bleed right here on the defense. They're just defending that. And now with the Lord adding on to the pressure against Bleed, Bleed has squandered away all of the lead.
Yeah, that's incredibly insane, right? So right now, the issue that Bleed has is that, yes, Yon is 8-1-0, but the issue is that Yon is 8-1-0, right? If you eliminate Yon, that's all the gold advantage, which is gone, or is dead, it's not participating in the team fight. And this Fanny is very, very squishy. Can get easily bursted down by Sagitna, who just picked up the Sea Halberd as well.
Yeah, not just that, CS has already secured himself the Grand Dragon Spear, a lot more damage, a lot of bursty damage. Yes, Yon can appear just a little bit, but that's only that small little time frame that CS need to take down Yon, and now Bleed on full defense instead.
You want a change of events, want a turn of events.
Gear just going to be hoping that he'll be able to land something on the Closer, but unfortunately that is only going to allow Davey to slip between the cracks and land quite a bit of a knock-up onto the rest of the members from the side of Bleed. Yon wanting to be the hero. He's just going to be jumping himself over the way to the back lines, was hoping that he will be able to do some kind of assassination, but not quite. But the main thing is, they did manage to defend their base.
Yeah, but the time for Yon is already over. Yes, you had 8-1-0, you had the snowball, but now they're squandering away in the snowball. Look at RSG. It's already 4K gold lead, and Bleed is playing defensive right now, and that's not exactly what you expect coming out from this match.
Yeah, this lineup is supposed to be winning team fights. I mean, look, they have the Turisla, the penalty zone. They also have the Vexano for the Eternal Guard, but yet not enough damage is being outputted right now, as we potentially see a pick on the gear.
Gear bad position, but unfortunately the final slash is only connected onto one. With the last Insanity just going to be focusing down onto one, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to get too much out of it, with Sagitno taking the full brunt of damage from the last Insanity. And now the cleanup crew coming from the side of Yon was hoping he'll be able to do much, but we have Closer coming in clutch with the entire scenario, with his ultimate just going to be holding on to Yon to ensure that he will be able to save the rest of his teammates. And with that all said and done, RSG will be swooping in and trying to get a kill down on stage. The Lycan bounces in between. Was hoping he will be able to get gear, but Bray is the one that blasted him into oblivion instead. With 3 of the other members from the side of RSG wanting to break down onto the inhibitor turret, Bray essentially loses his immortality while Closest slowly backs away.
This is not supposed to be how Bleed wants to play this game at all. RSG was allowed to scale all the way to the late game right here. In fact, they have more items. By the way, Bleed is a late game kind of roster. Yes, Yon was the one that ushered the late game over to Bleed, but Bleed feel like their growth is not there, Kwa.
No, it's not. They're being completely stomped by the side of RSG SG right now. 4.2k gold lead at this point, and honestly, RSG looking extremely strong. And guess what, guys? Minotaur once again being a main problem for the side of Bleed. Bleed is not able to close the gap.
Yeah.
Zone control from Minotaur is absolutely insane.
And not only just the zone control coming off of Minotaur, but Bray also, those flamethrowers, right? You let him burn just a little bit more, that's true damage, and that's also slow. And that's why Bray really loves this X-Borg. And now, right now, we're just looking at the Lord. Half HP already. Yon looking for a time for him to come in with the cable retribution. Maybe it is now.
Lord, with 15,000 health to work with, RSG is just going to be parading around the Lord, waiting for the finest opportunity. But Sagino only lands on the 1 with the penalty zone. Well, David knocks up on the 2. Sagino holding on to the back lines to ensure that Jay is just going to be A-okay. But a lot of people are just going to be in the front line still. Bray finds himself taken down by the side of Gear. Gear's HP also going down, but he does have immortality. And while we do have the Lycan, it's just going to be pouncing in, clawing in, but doesn't really manage to find the kill down on the Gear. The rest of the members from the side of Bleed was content with the win.
Yeah, 3 for 1 Lord for now, but don't forget, Moskov can defend this. Don't forget, Bleed caught RSG in a very nice position. That's just one line that RSG needs to walk over to Bleed, and that's where Seiji truly shines.
I mean, honestly, the positioning from Yon in that fight was immaculate, right? Like, he was recalling, actually, and then he saw the opportunity to strike back and clean up. He got Godzilla, he got, I think, Bray or Davey as well. So honestly, very, very well played by the side of Yon. We've seen signs of life from both teams. This game is closer than we thought.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I want to watch this original El Clasico. RSG going up against Bleed, right? And now it's just, yes, we're just waiting for the Lord to come up. Or has it already been cleaned up already, Abstract?
I'm pretty sure it's been cleaned up.
Yeah.
11 seconds, way past that already. That means that they actually cleaned it up pretty darn fast. If that didn't happen, then we'll be seeing that again in 41 seconds.
Yeah, and it goes to show, right, how RSG just kind of wasted that massive position they were able to secure for themselves, right? Because they greeded for the kill, they greeded for Seiji, and Seiji just output the damage all across. And take a look on another turret goes down in the favor of Bleed. That's the bottom lane that's cleaned up. As long as Bleed holds on to these 3 turrets, these 3 last bastions, what aside to Bleed, RSG is going to have a tough time cracking in.
I think this game could go either ways right now, honestly, right? The question is whether or not RSG or Bleed is going to be being able to pick off key targets like the CS or Seiji, right? If either gold laners goes down, I reckon the advantage goes to that other team.
I believe that one of the other key from the side of Bleed is ultimately Seiji's positioning. They kind of have a lot of their eggs in this one basket to ensure that Seiji will be able to do a lot of bruising onto the side of RSG. But speaking of which, Bray has already lost his Viraga armor. He did manage to get himself away. He still has immortality though, but it doesn't seem like Seiji wants to teleport backwards because there's way too many people just right at the shadow. RSG getting themselves the kill onto Yon is definitely a big win, and that is going to sync up with the Lord that will be coming up in 30 seconds while Yon in 28 seconds. We're talking about Fanny after all.
Yeah.
But this Fanny would not have a purple buff, so that is going to be a very big difference.
Pick up right here, Bray losing the Firaga armor and also the immortality. Lost the sanity to just bugger out. RSG, that massive Bray big boss just walks into the bush in 5 members of Bleed, yet Bleed was unable to punish Bray. In fact, Yon is the one get punished instead.
Yeah, no, it's... I mean, I honestly expected Bray to explode and just die, right? But what a turn of events the tables have turned indeed. And we see both teams eyeing the Lord at this point, hopefully doing a Lord dance right now.
Yep. Going into 51k total net worth for the side RSG. Most of the items should be clearly built up. Bleed still not too far away, but that difference right now could mean building towards an immortality, right? The lack of one more, a bit more. Yo, there you go. Yon has an immortality already. Now Bleed just need to make the play, and topside just doing a lot of damage. Moscov's just sent all the way up top. Closer.
Oh no!
Sage is gonna commit to it! That's an EXP already committed!
But there could be a chance for Godzilla to actually make ends meet, as he did manage to go on for a full combo as well as a penalty zone. But he didn't expect Gear to come in to eventually help Seiji out. As such, RSG have already lost 2, while Bleed have lost a single one. The Lord is now currently available for the picking, but RSG understands that this is not the stand for them to hold on to.
Yeah, Seiji, that spear literally delivered a little bit more breeding chance, a bit more fighting chance against RSG when it looks so bleak for Bleed. And now look at the space that he created. Now Bleed is on the Lord.
A little bit of space, dude. This is a massive space. The tables once again has turned, and the Lord goes to the side of Bleed. 16 to 13 kills, and now Bleed is back in the driver's seat with the 500 gold lead. Yes, gold lead at this late of the game does not make too much of a difference, but wow, is the game's close.
Yeah, they're finding an equal fighting right here. Just take a look at the items. Most of them are almost well done, except for the mages, right? Yeah, mages items are really expensive because Holy Crystal, the inflation just hits them very hard. But you get the point, right? Now Bleed and RSG is fighting on equal footing, and now it's all about the space. Yes, RSG does have a lot of these turrets, but they're not going to be here for long because the Lord's marching down bot.
As it slowly marches in, the top lane is going to be slightly pushed down as well. RSG will want to put their foot down to ensure that the top jungle is still theirs for the picking. Bleed gonna have to find alternative positioning and just put their footing in a little bit of a different way. RSG is definitely not gonna go down without a fight, as you can see. RSG, they're still holding on.
Looking at Yon. Yon is trying to find a good angle to go in, and the Fanny is just able to move around the map so close. Now we are seeing Bleed knocking on the doors of RSG with
5 seconds flicker for Gear.
It's so incredibly close.
Yep, Yon has a bit shot top side, and now it's going to be Gear just zoning, using the final slash, just making sure that mid lane turret is already cracked. And now the top side turret is going to be under threat. RSG has to deal with the Lord down bot. Yon looking for the assassination.
It doesn't seem like he will be able to do enough damage to bring Closer down though. But it's okay because both of these players, Closer as well as Yon, they can head back home and just recall pretty easily to get themselves back on track. But the main thing is Bleed did manage to successfully bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane, which is a pretty big deal.
It's a huge deal. I mean, right now, both top and bot towers on the side of RSG is incredibly low. That minion wave is going to crack the tower, I believe, especially with Yon there. And Yon is just going to be able to escape.
Yep, very good disengage tactics coming in from Bleed. Just constantly just trying to buy a little bit more time with the final slash as well as the Eternal Guard. But enough time for the top lane creeps to just eventually move in and allow Fanny to kind of sweep in for the final hit on the turret too.
I like CS's build right here. Haskell's already secured by CS, means that he's going to stay in the fight a little bit longer. Don't forget, Yon can always just assassinate, but if CS can out-sustain the damage of Yon, it will be over, right? So Bleed right now has to be a little bit more careful picking all these fights. And you can see how Yon actually started to switch his priority already. Instead of finding assassinations, I'm finding to push the side lanes to create space for the sides. And now RSG is only just left with one turret on the bottom lane.
It's not only the split pushing, right? He's also entering the fight at opportune timings, like assassins should be, right? Assassins aren't meant to engage fights, they're meant to clean up. And that's exactly what Yon is doing. He's identified his role. He's seen that, hey, look, they've built a little bit more tanky so I can't burst them down, but I can clean up.
And don't forget, this is a very unfortunate positioning of the Lord spawn for the side of RSG. Don't forget, top side of RSG is clear out, means Super Minion's going to march up top instead. And because of that, it's always constantly shoved. RSG needs to send somebody all the way up top, constantly.
There will always be a numbers disadvantage for the side of RSG, but Yon, you gotta have to focus on the main issue here. It's not about killing anyone anymore. You gotta have to focus on the Lord, make RSG play their macro game and shove out the waves in the middle or the top lane, while constantly applying pressure onto the Lord. But perhaps they still have Seiji there, so this is gonna be pretty fine and dandy.
Yeah, feels like Bleed is actually going to commit to this. They're actually going to start bursting it down because they saw CS all the way up top. Instead, RSG Bray doesn't really have the Firaga armor right here. Just nice zoning out. Bleed secures the Lord.
Yep, created enough space. Bray now lost immortality. Now lost the second Firaga armor. But a quick little with the Trunken, hoping that he will be able to stay alive. But unfortunately, not really quite so. As Jay brings him down almost immediately. Seiji with a quick little blink forward, hoping that he will be able to get a kill on Dairy, but it couldn't really quite connect. Seiji with just a sliver of health. He gotta have to heal back a little bit more from the purple buff before going back into the game. Does he actually manage to land anything? But no, CS, he found the opportunity. He managed to get a kill down on Seiji, granting him a killing spree. Jay is taken down as well. We're granting him a double, very potentially on the triple. But Yard, he goes in, assassinates on the Godzilla. But the triple kill granted over to CS and followed through with a maniac bleed. They were way too thirsty.
Yeah, but then again, CS did Heart's Claws just going in, just help him sustain all this while. And that's the difference between Seiji and CS. Seiji thought he could just, you know, regen out the auto attack damage with the Inspire, but it did not pop because the amount of CCs is just so much from the side of RSG.
Look at the replay right now. We see the fight being actually initiated. We see the Lord being secured on the side of Bleed, but we do see a fight being broken out because Bray is so low. But he buys enough time as we see a huge Minoan Fury coming out from the side of Dairy. CS sees the opportunity, doing tons of damage at this point.
Oh no. Yeah, not only just that. In fact, during the replay, it's going to be cleaned up. RSG, there's a clear red carpet in the middle, but no one to basically usher the VIP, to usher the win.
Look at Seiji, look at Seiji.
The Spirit of Destruction lands onto Bray. He hopes that he will be able to go for a little bit of backdoor play, trying to get the final hit down on Bray, but Godzilla comes to join in the fray. Even when it comes down to Godzilla, he will steal the spear. But CS and Dairy, they joined in, and even with closer, Seiji, all alone, he still managed to bring one down before falling down on his face.
And the best part is, you bring the marksman along with you. No pushing power from the side of RSG. Bleed, Seiji, what a play!
It looked a little bit desperate, not gonna lie, but that was incredible. Seiji being the one to make these plays closer, looking really low.
Man, what is this fight? It's just a scrappy fight from both these two teams. Bleed the Darna's trying to end it right there and then, but RSG punishes Seiji's greed.
But both teams at this point in time, it seems like they have thrown all caution into the wind.
But back to step one.
Back to step one. They have their goal right in their eyes. For Bleed, they have got all the inhibitor turrets down. They know that they want to end this. They went in absolutely thirsty, hungry for more.
Yep.
But it only fell completely backwards.
Bloodthirsty indeed. Yawn also doing the same. Closer, get chunked down half HP. The members of RSG already reinforcing. Jay has to bugger out of there. That's going to be a flicker.
Double flicker.
Minoan Fury wasted as well.
It's going to be a 1-for-1 that's been taken away. The Lord is currently still available at the northeastern side of the map. None of these teams seems to have gotten much of a priority over that, but Blade is slowly making their way over to the Lord, while RSG not really showing themselves too much of the map, especially for CS.
Yeah, the longer that Bleed delays this is going to be beneficial for them because they have 3 open waves pushing up against RSG, but no, instead, they're just going to force an issue. Looking at the Lord right here, Hukwa.
Yeah, the Lord is going to be started on the side of Bleed. RSG is in somewhat of a position. Closer is not even close, actually.
Yawn went down over to find Roger, and Yawn manages to clinch it onto CS. And now Yawn himself is missing because Bray went in with the last insanity to take him right off. That means we have one marksman from the side of RSG taken down, and one of the junglers from the side of Bleed. This is just going to erupt into an entire explosive gameplay coming from both sides, allowing Closer to eventually get the kill down on the Moskov. 2 main players from the side of Bleed has now been taken down, allowing RSG to go for a decent fight back.
Man, Bleed and RSG, that felt personal right there, right? Like Seiji just committed to it. Once Yawn just commits onto CS, Bray goes in to respawn. But instead of going for the Lord, they had to go back to defend the base because the minions are pushed up against RSG.
Honestly, the plays are looking more and more desperate, right? It feels like they really want to close the game. But guys, Lord is right there. Whoever secures the Lord is almost guaranteed to close the game at this point. Death timers are close to 1 minute right now, and CS is gonna have that spawn advantage over Bleed, over Seiji and Yawn.
Yep.
RSG needs to make a move.
Penalty zone connected down on the Bray. They did manage to bring Bray's HP all lower than 50% HP. It is not going to be an easy long take for anyone at all.
Yep.
Yes, maybe we don't have the jungler for the side of Bleed, but RSG understands the kind of care and concern that they're gonna have to put into the game because they still gotta have to respect the amount of damage that Jay puts out. Derry jumps in. He wants to just capitalize this kill down on the gear. He still have immortality though, but the quick little explosive hit coming from CS did manage to pop the immortality, but Yon goes in for a quick drive-by. Only for Closer to come from the top lane. Where are you coming from, Closer? How are you catching on to Yon? Allowing them, Godzilla, to bring the Yon down. No more Fanny, no more Bray as well. Oh wait, never mind. He does have immortality, so he's gonna be A-okay. There could be a chance that Seiji might be able to pull off a big play as long as he has his spear. But never mind, as now we do have Godzilla just going to be right in front of the main battles. A lot of RSG players are all down to his sliver. The moment that Bleed finds that single spear, it could very potentially end a lot of these players' lives.
RSG knows it. They cannot go ahead and burst the Lord down because don't forget, there's minions pushed up against RSG. You can see how Seiji committed that mid lane push to make sure RSG is kept in check. You cannot kill Bray because of Firaga armor, because of the immortality. It makes it so hard for Bleed to go through.
This is a 28-minute or 29-minute game, guys. It is absolutely bonkers. You mentioned already that this is one of the longest beefs, one of the longest matchups in MPL SG. Oh man.
Tons of poke going through from the side of RSG, but they have managed to find that opportunity. They have managed to get themselves the kill on the gear. The main setup coming from the side of Bleed. No more gear for the next 1 minute. This would allow RSG to have a very smooth raid onto the Lord.
Yeah, but do they engage the Lord right now? Yes, RSG does have 5 members. Bleed doesn't really have the playmaker right here unless Yon comes in, swoops the Lord away. But RSG, you can see how Derry, Godzilla, and also CS is just making sure that they secure this Lord for themselves.
But there's one thing that they have no information on, and that is going to be Fanny. Fanny has just zoomed his way up to the top lane. He wants the blood of Closer. Immortality pop. Winter Trunkian board just going to be used. Will he have enough money to follow Gomi? Yo!
Massive blood
He whiffed! He whiffed and wasn't able to get a kill down on Closer. When such, Gear is still on a 20-second timer and Yon is on a 17% timer as well. This gives the opportunity for RSG to once again take the Lord.
RSG wrestles control all the way back, but don't forget they have to deal with these minions. But don't forget the minions from the side of RSG are here along with the Lord. They have a lot more pushing power, and Bleed have to lick the wounds for the next 40 seconds.
Yon is, the death timers are absolutely insane right now. It was more than a minute if you die. So the teams are playing extremely careful. They have to play extremely careful. We see the RSG is pushing on all 3 lanes. I don't know, man. If it was me, I was just grouped up in mid and just shoved it down, ran it down mid.
Yeah, that's exactly what RSG might be doing right here. But don't forget, Seiji does have a lot of pushing power right here. Godzilla up in damage.
I don't think they have answers for CS anymore, as Derry is just going to be launching 4% up in the air. Sorry, 3% up into the air. Derry's HP not looking great now, but for some reason, Bray did manage to get a kill down to Seiji as well. Just going to be left with 3 members from the side of Bleed. RSG is just going to be stomping things down. Closer just going to think on the kill right after he comes back in. And Sagitnu completely untouched, unable to touch anyone at all as well.
The revenge has been served cold for the side of RSG against Bleed. They are not happy for that results in the regular season, and they pay it back double time.
What a game! Absolutely insane game 1. Congratulations to RSG for being able to close the game, but look at their faces. They aren't satisfied with the game that they just won. Right? They know mistakes were made. They know that they had things that they had grounds that they need to cover, right? But, I mean, congratulations nonetheless. That was a super close game.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone would be satisfied with that kind of brawl that they have went through for, 15 minutes straight? Any team that find themselves in that kind of situation, they just ended up focusing on just one thing. That light at the end of the tunnel, just that win. Anything in between, the journey is completely thrown right out. And I think that Bleed as well as RSG, they have lost composure for this game.
They did.
So I just hope that the next game, okay, not say hope, but I think that the next game, the deciding factor is whichever team that is able to reclaim themselves and just calm themselves down to view the game in a more macro view.
Yeah, this game has devolved into more of a mental game. This game is not about just a Bleed versus RSG right now. This is the RSG defending the brand. They want to maintain in the upper brackets. Loser would drop down to the lower brackets to fight against Vanguard. And Bleed, by the way, they've invested so much into MPL Singapore, and now this is a game they should win according to the stats of regular season. But no, the RSG SG is giving Bleed a lot of trouble.
I mean, look, man, I've said what I needed to say, but let's check out what the MVP of the match is. It will be Davey on the Minotaur. Guys, Minotaur, MVP twice already today.
Man, it's just... Yeah, it's the Minotaur days, man. If you want to be MVP, you go for the Minotaur. But Derry did serve his purpose, right? You can see a lot of these circles that he built, right? And just not allowing the Fanny to just step into and touch onto the damage dealers from the side of RSG. That circle of protection that Derry was able to buy, and you can see whenever he used the Relentless Fury, everybody from the side of Bleed has to bugger out.
They all understand the crucial play that a Minotaur is capable of bringing onto a single team fight. The moment that you get hit by perhaps the skill 1 or perhaps even the ultimate itself, you know that precious time is lost. And during those precious time, you can pretty much be able to bring one person down. And, well, looking right at Fanny over there, right?
Yep.
Fanny has been caught a couple of times, maybe whiffed a couple of times, but ultimately, I believe that it was greed that got over Yon.
Maybe it's also Kim creating space, right? But let's take a look at the MVP highlights. Kim participation 81%, and we kind of forgot to mention about that one. It's just making it so hard for Yon to find assassination, right? Yes, this early game highlight, yeah, it's Yon's game to play, right? He was, at a period of time, it's 8-0-2, right? But all of a sudden, because when the items from the side of CS start to build up, the hardcore start to build in, and they're just creating this no-go zone for the side of Bleed, in these specific choke points, it makes it hard for Bleed to assassinate.
Yeah, look, Bleed's window of opportunity to close the game was smaller and smaller as the game went by, right? And the thing is that Davey did not make it easy. We see him here just being in the front lines, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Teacher Kim is going to point this out later on, but Davey was positioning himself in places that prevented or dissuaded, you know, Bleed from going into his team. And that was all he needed to do. Right, I made a joke a couple times about how Minotaurs just needed to stand still and be a statue, right? But honestly speaking, the window, the area of space, the zone control that Minotaur has is busted.
Man, this is the Spirit of Destruction that Seiji sent all the way to the end. Yes, he was able to take down 1% at a time, but unfortunately, he wasn't. He has the idea, all right? But unfortunately, execution did not go to how he wanted. The reality wasn't what he expected, right? And unfortunately, in this last particular fight, I just feel like throughout the whole game, in this game number 1, is that our Bleed was able to bait RSG into places where their draft is strong, right? But somehow RSG survived that. And I feel it's because of Derry just slowing down whatever plans that Bleed has cooked for them.
Slowing down or preventing, you know, because I mean, like I said, just by being there, he's completely not allowing Bleed to enter into his team.
Yep.
You see, all items are built up. I mean, this is not a surprise. This is a 31-minute game, by the way. So this is basically the combined series time of the series of the first series in the
That's
one
a lot
game.
of series in one word.
I mean, but it's true, right? It's the combined time of one series into one game.
Yeah. Both, especially RSG is not going down without a fight, right? Especially RSG has a lot more to prove. Don't forget, RSG ditched their imports, and now they're going up against Bleed, one of their eternal nemesis back in a few seasons ago. RSG has a brand to defend.
I think that this sets quite a message to everyone as well as to Bleed themselves, right? That despite the outcome of what happened in the regular season, things are definitely going to be different whenever RSG gets the chance to learn, chance to repeat things again. They would do things differently. And in this case, well, technically very differently, whereby they all just went all in brawl. But the most important thing is getting themselves the victory. That one victory out away from Bleed, that is a statement.
Yeah, and RSG just showed perseverance, right? And And yeah, they're not allowing that mental state from the regular season to kind of affect them. And yeah, they finally delivered game number 1. Just have to see it through for game number 2 in order to lock in going up into the semifinals.
Yeah, look, you know, in games like this, right, I'm really not sure what the output or what the outcome of the next game is going to be.
Yeah, me too.
Because usually you see like one team snowballing the other or a really close match. But the thing is that this is a 31 game, right? 31 minutes game. Anything could happen in the next game, honestly. And I think in terms of cleaning up their plays, right, what do we want to see from the teams here?
I think right now it's just Bleed has to cool. I think Bleed and also RSG, they just have to cool down. It's like what I think one of us just mentioned earlier just now. The first one that maintained the composure, going to the second game, should win. Because game 1, you can see that they put their hearts on the Land of Dawn itself, trying to win. Everything goes, even fighting all the way to tooth and nail.
Yeah, I think they really didn't care about the KDA at that point. They just wanted the game to win. They wanted the game to end.
Yeah, it's understandable that each player have their own way that they wanted the game to end, right? It seems as though Seiji wants to play around the Lord because they already have the advantage when it comes down to the lanes. They are naturally going to be pushing in.
Yeah, and I think that was the right call, right? Finding the Lord, trying to push in with the Lord.
Yep.
And I mentioned, I think, right before the last Lord was taken that whoever takes the Lord is going to win the game. But the thing is that both teams are trying to fight for it, right? So it's not an easy battle to say.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the damage dealt. In fact, Bleed was the one that deals more damage because Seiji was just splashing damage all across the board. And of course, you know, turret damage almost equal. It was because of that Lord fight, because of that Lord pit fight that caused it to swing in the favor of RSG once again. But oh my goodness, just take a look at the total heal.
Yeah, I was going to say that
Bray
as well. It's not only Bray, right? It's Bray and Hades, the two of them. Oh, sorry, yeah, the Bray and Davey, sorry.
That's right.
The two of them just being able to heal up so much. But you know, we have to also kind of give a nod towards Jay, right? Jay, towards the late game, uses his second skill, and literally half of the HP bars just gets deleted. This is broken.
It's all about skill shots, right? That at a point in time, everyone are a threat. I mean, technically we saw Fanny putting quite a bit of threat on the closer. We have seen Vexana with Eternal Gun. In fact, all of the chains just absolutely scary. Perhaps even the Roma, when it comes down to gear, his setup itself is also dangerous. And we saw how it eventually snowballed into a victory from RSG because they are just finding these opportunities. Without gear, there is going to be gaps in the lineup of Bleed, and they will just eventually break their way in.
Yep, let's take a look at the analysts for this particular game. Kin, what do you have for us?
Right, it's my turn, and yes, I will be filling the gaps for you guys. And we're going to start off with Davey here. He had a wonderful performance on this Minotaur. He's going to help RSG achieve a couple of things. First thing first, look at this position here, right? I'm going to just pause this at this point. Yeah, right before the fight starts, right? If you're RSG, what's the one person you want to kill? You want to kill Seiji. Right? He has been phenomenal this entire game. The 1v1s, the 1v3s, and the bot lane as well. And so the whole idea is let's get rid of Seiji, right? And this started by David itself with the Minoan onto 3 members, not just on Seiji as well, right? Question is, hey, it's just a Minoan Fury, where's the rest of the damage going to come from? You're going to see that in a beautiful piece of teamwork here by CS, who's going to jump straight in under, right into the face of Seiji. And that's not the end of the combo, there's more to come, right? Another thing that happens during this transition is actually, I think, it's a bit unfortunate, but Sagitno actually missed his penalty zone here. That caused a few problems because they had no follow-up damage after that. So in the midst of that, while they're chasing in, Bray coming in to make sure he's the deterrent against the rest of Bleed. And if you take a look at it closely, CS as well as Davey actually make it out safely, and they are going to help impact the second part of this fight as well. Right, so once they make their escape, Bray is going to come in with the fire sticks as well. Here comes the next difference, right? First thing first, Jay. He did a very good job of the Deathly Grasp, getting a couple of the stuns as well, but they needed the backup, right, from the rest of his teammates, such as Gear, as well as, I think it was Sagitnu, right? Now, what's going to happen here? Here is the counter play by Mr. Godzilla himself. He is the one who actually keeps them in check with the Shadow Strike Arcane Shade combination, getting the Terrify on them. So there was no one to follow up on Jay's combination as well. And with that, it is the end of the story because here comes Closer once again with his Paquito, killing them with a knockout blow, and that will be the game for RSG. Now it's a tough pill to swallow for the side of Bleed. They did wonderfully, especially Seiji. He was my MVP for this game, at least for the side of Bleed. But RSG, you can never count them out, and I'm super excited to see what they have in store for the second set in this best of 3 series. Boys, that's all my time. It's back to you.
Thank you very much, Ken. And yeah, I like the fact that he chose that particular last game to kind of break it down, because you can also start to see RSG is definitely winning in terms of the fight in attrition, right? Bray coming in at the very last moment to kind of secure the kill onto Seiji. Once Seiji is down, there's not a lot of defense coming out from the side of Bleed, and after that, just RSG just stomping all across the crystal.
Technically speaking, we did manage to see a lot of opportunities that were presented over to RSG to either focus on the single objective, end the game, or bring down standing objectives, etc, etc, etc. Because of I would say probably the greediness coming from Bleed, it didn't really quite pan out that well. And I think that if RSG were a little bit more decisive with their ideas as to what they gotta have to do, I'm pretty sure that they should be able to punish a lot of these mistakes that Bleed has made throughout that entire game.
Yeah, we talk about the punishing of the greed, we talk about the greediness. Maybe it's not the greediness. Maybe it's the hot-headedness, right? That I really want to win, the focus. Maybe it's a little bit too much.
The desperation almost.
Desperation. And don't forget, ladies and gents, they're also sitting on the OSIM chair that helps them to maintain said composure. Don't forget they have the V-hand technology. Once they turn it on, it makes sure it can carry your back really, really well. And of course, these V-hand massage chair is also helpful to build, to help your blood flow circulate just a little bit so that you don't have so much blood in your head. And it kind of spreads around. Hot-headed, that's why that term comes around. And, you know, make sure they are in tip-top shape going to game number 2. And they definitely have to turn it on right now.
They definitely have to turn it on right now. Hey, sus once again, but the chairs themselves are extremely comfortable, and definitely would recommend you to try it out. I think we have a couple outside as well, so if you're in the area, drop by, you know, you can sit down on it, feel how comfortable it is, and you know, perhaps get one yourself.
Especially, especially the best part is when this is like something perfect for an office chair.
Not the red ones, the black ones.
I think, I dig all the colors, right? So apart from the Optimus Prime skin, by the way, there's also the Bumblebee skin. There's also the black one that looks really sleek. You can basically work from home, put it on while you type, while you work. You're basically just like de-stress at the same time. It's like, you know, 2 in 1.
Can you imagine bringing this into office, right? Everyone else has like black office chairs and yours bright red and blue. Way to stand out, man.
Yeah,
I'm special.
I'm special. My mom told me I'm special.
All right, so moving on, guys. In regards to the Bleed versus RSG game, right? Okay, I asked this question a bit earlier, right? But specifically speaking, what do we want to see from RSG? What do we want to see from Bleed?
I guess for the side of Bleed, just methodical plays. Methodical plays and understand what your team wants. Because I can kind of see like this joint. I'm not too sure whether I'm seeing it right or not. But Seiji and Yon gets the idea that we can end the game with numbers disadvantage. While Seiji sees the game as to we can end this game with the lane priority. And both will kind of seem like they're trying to do their own thing. I'm not too sure whether they are trying to do that concurrently to see which one works out. But in the meantime, I would want to see RSG being more decisive. When the opportunity comes up for them, strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, look, we saw a little bit of that in the last fight, right? If they weren't decisive and, you know, knowing who to kill, who to target down, that last fight may have gone completely wrong because they were all at a sliver of HP by the end of the team fight. So I'm 100% agreeing with you that RSG needs to choose what they want to do, choose their objectives, and narrow down on that sooner rather than later. But I'm a bit more confident in RSG going into this game. 1, because they won a long battle of mental attrition. 2, because they won the team fight very, very well as well.
So honestly, coming up to this game, both teams need to be calm.
Yeah.
They need to go back onto the drawing board. I'm not too sure what what did they do or what kind of things the coach has said to them at the backstage. But it better not be a scolding, because usually scolding is just gonna be like, oh crap, downward spiral.
Tilt Central?
Yeah, Tilt Central. Yeah.
But
I call it Tilt City.
You know,
Tilt City.
you know, if I were either passive as a coach, I'll just turn on all the awesome chests right now.
I mean, because he's passive. Passive.
Hey, come on.
All right, so moving into the pick and bans, we see on the side of RSG, Hellkurt, Roger, as well as Aloy being banned out. And on the side of Bleed, we see Kadita and Angela banned. I want to see whether Minotaur gets banned.
Not only just that, now this slot, do you ban the Mathilda or you leak the Harith?
Like for RSG or Bleed?
For Bleed.
Oh, for Bleed. Okay.
Now, which one do you leak? You give Mathilda to Derry, and all of a sudden RSG has more room to play around. Don't forget, Derry was also very comfortable in playing those soft supports. And now, okay, Bleed decides to go and ban away the Harith, which is like 100% pick ban rate in MPL Singapore.
I mean, even with the nerf, Harith is still extremely strong, and respect. So much respect is given towards the side of Harith. I completely agree with you. Derry looks incredibly strong in Matilda. I think this will be an excellent first pick on the side of RSG SG. We'll see whether they agree with us.
Okay, they're going to secure the Moskov itself
Okay.
instead. That's actually a double threat coming off from Bleed. Yes, I would not ban the Mathilda. I'll leak it out, but you have to take the Moskov away for the side of RSG. But now, Bleed, we're looking at Seiji right here, right? The Roger's already gone. What else can he play?
I don't think that they will want to care about Roger. Honestly, I feel that Roger being banned is not really a necessary thing, but maybe they're just gonna be real careful about that. There is still quite a lot of gold laners that are still currently available onto the board. There are Claude being one of the most obvious ones, because we're already looking at Fredrin and an Arlet, both of which are really good when it comes down to team fight scenarios. And yeah, I personally say Claude.
It could be a Claude.
What about Natan?
Yeah, Nathan is also
it works
decent
as well. Yeah, they both pretty much fulfill the same idea. I personally say that Claude might be good only because of the fact that Moskovs have got pretty good split push potential, and Claude is able to kind of be on par to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's a lot more flexibility for the Claude, in my opinion. More AoEs, in my opinion, because the Nathan is just too reliant on the ultimate, right? If you notice that in win rates in other regions, Nathan wasn't really performing as well. So yeah, right now Bleed, it's up to them. Do they want to prioritize Seiji right here, right now in this particular pick? If not, RSG is going to start locking down on these marksmen.
I feel like they should, right? Because the second... Paquito gets picked up for Sageto. Yes, this is one of his signature picks. Yes, Paquito is going to be able to match up with the split push potential for Moskov, but this puts Seiji in a little bit of danger. I expect to see gold lane bans coming up for the side of RSG.
Yeah, Mathilda completely forgotten by both of these two teams. Both these two teams not looking at it at all. RSG looking at taking more gold laners away. There you go. That's the Nathan remove.
Ha! Natan ban.
The next one is going to be Claude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not too sure about that. But for the side of Bleed, okay, so they have already fulfilled their EXP, roam, and jungle. What's left is going to be their mid lane as well as their gold lane. Gold lane, you're not really spoiled for choices. But in the mid lane, that is a choice that we're going to have to make, right? Understandably, with Kadita, Loi all going to be gone, what are some of our other choices that we can look at?
We can look at the Vixanas.
So interesting.
Right,
Florian got banned out.
Yeah, we can look at the Vixanas, right? But Florian, yep, that's a nod over to the Derry once again. Unless Bleed could look into going to Mathilda. Right now, it's just...
Bleed... Gear only ever plays EXP roles.
EXP roles.
Like
that's
FMM.
Right. True.
Hey, guess what? You got the Claude ban as well.
Hey!
I guess we were both right.
RSG have the right idea, right?
Yeah.
They know what they know what they want to do, but that is also going to be putting Bleed in a kind of a chokehold, I say. One of the other marksmen that generally just does well in teamfight scenarios. I mean, Ixia?
I wonder,
right?
I wonder if they're gonna try to force or like funnel Bleed into a carry pick, right? And then just avoid picking tanks from there, right? Because I mean, in terms of premier gold laners, right? The only one left is the carry.
There we go. No, that's a Farsa coming out from the side of Bleed instead. Jay picking that up. Farsa picking up a lot of traction these days. Finally get to see in the competitive scene. Looking forward to how Jay perform on this Farsa. So a lot of movement, a lot of mobility in their draft right now, right? Paquito can also split push. Farsa can also fly together. Arlot can also does have the mobility to match. Now it's just about RSG, right? Like, we're back to them. EXP laners, open for them to take. There's also the roam. Question mark for the side of Derry. The Grok is still open if they want to go for it.
Yeah, I think
Matilda
what Kwa said has a very good point. This is all about lead choosing whether they want to go for carry. They want to have the final say as to RSG's lineup. They don't want to soft ban anything. Okay, now with Grok and Esmeralda, carry is perfect. Carry is absolutely perfect.
Yep. There you go. Kwa just predicted every single draft right here, ladies and gents. He is rolling.
Call the carry. I mean, look, it makes sense, right? You don't ban the Grok. You force RSG to pick the Grok. You force RSG to kind of pick a tankier EXP laner, and in return, you pick the carry so that you can then counter, or quote-unquote counter that. But we see Derry on the Grok. Derry's Grok is formidable. I don't think he's going to take this he's not going to die that easily.
Not only just that, the Grok is also a very good answer over to the far side going to the Feather Airstrike, right? So, yeah, wow, I haven't said Feather Airstrike in a long time. Yeah, man. And don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, Grok's Guardian Wall, right? That is probably like made to disrupt the Feathered Airstrike. And like, you don't have any other reason to use it except to block people, block creeps.
Yeah, because this is the kind of draft that Bleed just ignores the walls, right? Paquito, Fredrin, Arlot, and also the Carrick can literally jump over walls. But ladies and gents, we're going to go into the Bleed room just a little bit before we go into the Land of Dawn. Don't forget, I feel like right now, it's all up to how Bleed plays this properly, right? The mobility, the positioning. If not, RSG is just going to start, abusing the fact that they have a lot more lockdowns as compared to Bleed.
Alright, so keep in mind, right, that I think on the side of Bleed as well, they're playing a composition that wants to go all in onto one target. They want to move around the map, they want to pick off targets, and I think that with this lineup, they're going to be able to do that. So the question is, are they going to execute it properly this time?
Right now, it's just standard starts coming up both sides. Both teams, looking at the Litho already. I think that is, Yon securing that one away instead. But Bray's still not too far away in terms of the EXP lead.
They're all just going to be poking each other, and of course, they're having a really good idea as to how their damage fares against the enemies. To be honest, the early game isn't really much of a most entertaining part of the game. But of course, understanding how the funnel works and how the macro coming from both of these teams, who do they prioritize? Understandably for Bleed, right? They would want to prioritize onto the gold lane a little bit more, while RSG wants to focus on the EXP lane a tad bit more.
Hold on, guys. Seiji is going for a Brave Smite emblem instead. Usually when you see this, it could go into a tank carry, but tank carry was nerfed a couple of patches ago.
Hard. It was nerfed pretty hard as well, but we still saw some people picking it.
Yeah.
So, it could be a tank carry.
Maybe you've forgotten to change the emblem?
Nah, okay, we just have to see the items later on. But maybe it's because, you get to lane properly against CS. Don't forget, Moskov can be quite punishing in the early game, does a lot of damage, but now Turtle has spawned. All these two seem looking at it. Godzilla should be able to take all the way to level 4. Gear doesn't have level 4 yet. Has to back off to respect RSG.
RSG is all rather spread out. Derry definitely have a very good idea as to where Jay and Dawn is at this point in time. But the Feather Airstrike is just going to be popped here in the middle lane, just ensuring that they will be able to create quite a decent zone to ensure that Derry, Godzilla, and Bray is not going to come anywhere close. That Godzilla's own Feather Airstrike just going to be popped, but it doesn't seem like they managed to do much to kill anyone. Sakito's HP did manage to drop all the way down to a sliver, so that is pretty much good enough. The last insanity just going to be popped, as well as the Appraisal's Wrath from Yon very essentially helped them to pick up the turtle all for themselves. And RSG, they know that they can't follow up anymore from this point onwards. They're gonna have to back off.
Yeah, I blame the Litho right there. Right? Bleed securing the Litho right there gives a lot more EXP lead over to Yon. That's why he's able to secure it. He's level 5 first, while Bray is only stuck at level 2.
One kill for one turtle. I'm not sure if that's a necessarily good trade, but we do see RSG leading the gold lead by just about 50 gold. Oh wait, it's going back and forth. It's still almost net at this point of the game. The fight's pretty close so far, hey?
Yeah, definitely in the early game, but hold on a second, that's Derry. Wild Charge already committed, Spirit of Destruction will whip.
It doesn't seem like Godzilla will be able to get away with this alive. Oh, never mind. Did manage to bleed with a quick little feathered airstrike. We're hoping that they will be able to get a little bit more zoning and control over to the side of Godzilla. But fortunately, that raid from Bleed didn't really work too well, as Bray still have managed to take his own purple buff.
Yeah, you can see the gold energy in the mid lane for the side of RSG turrets. It's kind of low. It means that Bleed is actually doing quite well in the mid lane priority, but oh, I think Bray, that swipe right there just kind of forced Bray to use the last insanity to just get out.
This game is, you can definitely feel the players, the air being really heavy, I think, on the side of both teams right now. Tension is extremely high. We do see a potential gank happening in the EXP lane.
Yep. They're just gonna ignore that for now because RSG is already right there. Turtle's gonna spawn in the bottom lane instead. Both of these two teams are just freezing it. They're not giving as much information as possible. They know more or less where each other is, so they're just psyching it up. They just don't want to lose anybody, especially when the turtle should be spawning right about now.
Alright, I have a question for you guys. Why the Esmeralda pick into this team combo?
We're just gonna hold that thought for a little bit and come back to that question, as we do have Jay as well as Gear finding themselves pretty darn low. Jay right behind the turret, popping off with the feathered airstrike, very effectively dispatched the X-Ball.
Yeah, and that's one person that you don't want to lose, especially going into the turtle fights. Don't forget, RSG secured 2 turtles in game number 1, allowed them to kind of remain relevant in the fight. But to answer that question earlier just now, I think the Esmeralda, but hold on, second gear.
We are not gonna be able to touch on the topic for any time soon, David. But we do have Closer that's just gonna be finding himself sticking right onto Yon as well as Gitnu. Build up onto the shields and the stacks, just ensure that he stays around the fight like a very pesky mosquito.
Yep, Turtle giving over to Bleed right there. RSG, yep, you can start to see Godzilla picking out a core item. In fact, Closer already picked up the book as well. So, yeah, that's item power spike for the side. RSG just waiting for him to pop off. Bleed, on the other hand, you know, Jay should be hitting the power spikes first, especially with the feather airstrike. But I want to see him using it to Zoe most of the time. But whoa, hold on a second. Instead of going for the lightning chunk, he went for the blood wings instead.
And now Gear finds himself facing the ground, and he was not able to do anything from this point onwards. RSG managed to successfully pick up Gear once again. All of these pick-off tactics from RSG is working out pretty darn nicely. Sekirun just joined into the fray here in the middle lane, forcing Godzilla to expend a flicker in order to get himself to safety.
Yep, top side. Seiji putting 1v2 once again, but that's so normal for the side of JJ. Does not have the feather airstrike, so he's just gonna let Bray just walk off limping away. Right now, it's just too equal. I can't really seem to tell who is actually picking up any form of sleep.
Honestly, I think in terms of gold, right? Bleed is 1k gold ahead at this point. Bray looking really low.
Bray going down to the hands of Seiji. Well, now we also have the wild charge from the side of Derry, hoping that he'll be able to connect in on the Gear to do a little bit more. CS completely untouched while he's just getting some free hits. The Appraiser's Wrath just going to be landing on top onto a decent amount of people, while Yon just going to be soldiering through all 3 members banking in on him. And he knows just how tanky he is.
RSG doesn't really have enough damage there, Kwa.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fredrin is one beefy boy. He's just walking away as if nothing happened. But do you see what I mean just now, right? This team composition that Bleed has picked is meant to do this.
Oh, Godzilla did not really quite respect some safe distancing away from Segitno.
Oh, that was still 2019.
I know, right?
Yeah, so like I was saying, right? Like, this is what Bleed is trying to do. They're trying to move around the map as a team. They're trying to pick off and get 1 or 2 kills every time they gank a lane. And that's how they're going to get their advantage for the rest of the game.
Play down to the bottom lane. Wild charge connect down to the Seiji. How is Seiji going to get himself away? No way he can. No way, Jose.
Training conceal just for that one is extremely well, right? Like, especially how you give the kill over to CS as well, but it seems like Bleed will be focusing on the turtle instead.
Davey should not be getting in there. Just being a little bit cheeky, showing that maybe RSG, maybe Bleed should back off because RSG is in the area. Bleed calls the bluff and takes the turtle from there. Right now, it's a 3-turtle lead to Bleed. Bleed has gotten everything that they want.
Yeah, and not only just that, not only just the 3 turtles they've secured, there's also secured 3 turrets of RSG already, so there's a lot more space for them to work with. But I don't know why we're not really excited about this. Maybe because we've seen how Bleed, could just squander it away just in the blink of an eye, especially in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, once RSG gets the turrets to gold, it's going to even out quite a bit. It's already down to 1k right now, and RSG still has 2 turrets left. This game is very similar to the first one, actually. The pace is quite slow. Both teams kind of respecting each other, still trying to do jabs when they should be doing crosses at this point. But I mean, both teams just giving utmost respect. They do not want to waste any kind of opportunity that they see the other team give.
Yep, looking at the damage dealt, highest in the chart right here is Jay. Evidently, because of Feather Airstrike, it's an AoE burst. He's starting to use it quite well, in my opinion, just finding the pickoffs, and that's extremely something that RSG need to pay a lot of attention. A very low kill score kind of game right now. Bleed is just trying to macro it out instead.
And they are doing extremely well, right? 3 turrets gone already. They're able to push in all their lanes as well. RSG having to be playing a little bit defensively. Wow, Bray popped the last Insanity really, really early. I guess he just did not want to get caught. Like I said, I think both teams are giving a bit too much respect to each other at this point, but they are also cognizant that one mistake can cost and end their whole MPL season.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Like the fact that you don't want to go to the lower brackets, especially if you're Bleed right now. You don't really want to make any mistakes. Showing respect over side of RSG is completely normal. You don't disrespect Bray. Yes, he is an export. Yes, he should not be that tanky, but my man knows the limits and the ins and outs of this particular hero. You can see the Feather Airstrike already committed, but it's our Bleed to secure and zone for the Lord. Lord goes over to Bleed.
All the main objectives are being taken by the side of Bleed right now. The question is, what are they gonna do with this lead?
We're looking at about 2,000 gold lead, but hold on a second. We do have Seiji's HP all the way dropped down as Bray, as well as Closer, they did manage to find themselves connecting down to Seiji. They went straight in for the most important player at hand, and that is Seiji himself. In the meantime, Jay all the way to the back line with the Feathered Airstrike also did manage to get the quick clip down onto CS, but Davey with the Power of Nature closes things out, as well as the barriers, getting himself a double kill. Might be even to get himself a triple, would be funny, but Godzilla takes the final hit onto the final member of Bleed.
Oh, 5-man wipeout. That's not exactly what you want if you're supporting Bleed right here, but there is a Lord marching up top. It's gonna get squandered away, and look at the gold lead. Swings back in the favor of RSG.
And keep in mind that turrets have not been taken yet, right? Turrets are gold pockets which RSG can cash into should they choose to. And that was definitely a fight that Bleed was afraid of, right? We talked about how both teams were playing extremely carefully, but the thing is that if you play too carefully, this is what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
One wrong moment is gonna be extremely detrimental.
It feels like, back then when you're doing math, right? The more you feel like, yeah, I'm gonna make a careless mistake, the more careless mistakes you're making, and that's exactly what's happening to Bleed.
So Bleed, they only have much. They don't really have a lot of win conditions that they kind of have to go for. Their backline is just constantly being jumped, and I think that is more or less a good amount of answer as to why Esmeralda is being picked. Not necessarily all on the shield that is able to get. It's a small little bonus getting the shields away from the side of Sagitnu, but being able to jump freely and effectively onto Seiji is very important. The amount of shields that you are able to bring up for yourself, it also helps you against a carry. I believe that RSG have already expected that, yes, Seiji, Bleed is going to pick up a carry, so getting shields is better than getting more HP. In the meantime, Yon finds himself sliver of health. He doesn't seem like he's not taken down just yet. He's slowly walking away, but he's gonna be facing Bray. You do have the Appraiser's Rep to try to bring himself back online for a little bit. Seiji, Jay, as well as Akinu runs all the way back home, while Bray all over at the side still manages to clip onto Yon.
Oh, it looks like Bleed is crumbling right now under the pressure. But, RSG picking off the team one by one. Jay still alive. Manages to run away with this bird form. Godzilla stealing the Feathered Airstrike and using it himself to zone Bleed away.
Lost Insanity, hoping that he will be able to get a kill down as a Kitnu. Yes, he will be able to successfully do so. RSG doing the near impossible by turning the tables completely around, granting Bleed a 2-0.
RSG knocking Bleed down to the lower brackets. This is an outcome that wasn't expected by the fans as well. Qua is just like celebrating right there, if you guys can see it. But you get to see Bleed in terms of the results. They were smacking RSG in the regular season. But hey, in terms of the playoffs, there's a 3 weeks gap, and 3 weeks can mean a lot.
3 weeks means a lot, and guys, what can I say? I am right this time around. All of you were talking shit at me the entire time.
Hey. You only picked it because it's your only salvation of voting for RSG. This one time doesn't mean nuts.
I believed in them the entire time, guys. I was just picking the opposing team just to be a little bit spicy. But yes.
It's not spicy now, is it?
No, well, guess what, guys? I was right. That's all I can say this time around.
I feel like the amount of spicy is going in. He's basically, I drop him into a soup, he becomes malatang or something.
or chicken McCrispy.
Hey.
Wow.
Spicy indeed. But ladies and gents, congratulations over the side of RSG. They'll be going up against Team Flash tomorrow. But unfortunately, it is Bleed once again taking the scenic route. This is supposed to be their season of redemption, right? But unfortunately, right now, that redemption road looks very bumpy.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It really comes down to the recovery that I believe that Bleed didn't really quite manage to get.
Look, I just want to say that I believe in Bleed. Okay. Yes, I picked.
Then why do you
RSG
vote RSG?
Because I believe more in RSG this time around. But look, I believe in Bleed. Right? Bleed has shown us a stellar performance during the entire regular season. I really like the creative plays and the way that they move around the map. We didn't see too much of this time around. Yes, it's a BO3, but if they're able to get out of tomorrow, I believe that will be their time to shine and adapt. It gives them more time to just adapt and just play the macro game from there on.
Yeah, and Abstract, you mentioned that Bleed feels a little bit disjointed, right? I would like to tap onto it. I feel like it's the same issue that you realize when Team Flash introduced Yawn during his first season, right? Where he's playing kind of disjointed game. And now you also have Seiji adding in where you can see his selfless plays, in a sense, in a very not so comfortable way, where he just goes into spear, commits to spear destruction all the way to the back of the base, 1v5, thinking he can end the game.
I feel that being Seiji being the captain of the team, he definitely holds a very strong. His words holds very strong meaning. So whenever he wants to do something, he will go for it. But I think they maybe get conflicted about Fanny being an assassin.
Yep. All right. So enough on the side of Bleed. RSG, MVP.
Bray. I'll give it to Bray. He's been playing. His plays has been quite solid for 2 games actually. In fact, he was definitely peeling for CS. Once CS picks out the Moskov, just creates a lot more space around the Lord Pit.
Yeah, I am agreeing with you, man. I think definitely Bray is the MVP for me. Godzilla was getting picked off a little bit too much, in my opinion. But Bray, MVP, 5-3-2, 58% kill participation. But that doesn't show what he contributed to the team. Yep. He created just so much space for the side of RSG, and definitely give us more insights, Jay.
Oh, of course. War Axe being secured, that means that he's going to do a lot more true damage. In fact, going for Thrill, which means that he's really looking at the wave clear early on, the jungle clear, mind you, Season Hunter as well, and of course Impure Rage. More added damage, more burn, more happy. Of course, Happy Meal. Apart from that, Brute Force Breastplate allows him to just run around like a maniac as well, and of course, soaking up so much damage. And it's kind of crazy, mind you, right? The fact that Brain knows the limitation of this particular hero, right? Like, look at that. War X is more of an offensive item, right? Goes into 2 defensive items, and it makes it feel like he has 4 Guardian Helms.
That's true. That's true. This is so much sustain for the side of Xborg. But yes, Abstract, you're gonna say something?
No, I really wanted to say something about the carry pick, but maybe we'll get to that in a short little bit, because I believe that we will be able to look at carry's items and we'll look at everyone's items. That breakdown, I will be able to share a little bit more then.
That's right. But that will happen only after the mic check, ladies and gents. Now we get to see a little bit of a peek what they're discussing, especially for the side of RSG.
Let's go.
Nice stun, oi.
Nice. Follow, guys.
Follow.
Yes.
Hey, go Fanny. Go Fanny.
I'm okay. Let's go. Hey, Fanny. Hey, wheel up.
Nice.
Nice one, CSD.
Hey,
and then. Okay. Hey, Penny out, Moscow out, Moscow, TP.
No, emote. Hey, Penny. Hey, Moscow.
Hey, come. Come, oi.
Wait.
We're doing something.
Nice. Sorry. Sabar.
Relax.
We can lock.
Just out.
Don't let die.
I got. Hey, Moscow. Moscow.
Nice.
Nice one.
I got emote.
Nice.
Can we end?
Yeah.
Nice one.
Nice! Pakito cut.
Hey, can stun you?
Oh, you okay? I know there. Pakito there. Pakito.
Stem.
Pakito.
I go in.
Don't carry, oi.
Get there.
Hey,
One hit.
my bad. Sorry.
Get me.
Yes.
I
You
go.
okay?
Hey, kill.
No, but.
Hey, my bad. Sorry.
It's okay, go closer.
End the ball.
I can stop the fast.
Zone.
And the ball.
Down.
No. And there you go. RSG reigniting that flame. They thought it is over for them during the regular season, but it is not over yet for the playoffs. They remain in the upper brackets and they remain strong. Going up against Team Flash up next, dropping Bleed down. And that is kind of like a throwback to Season 6.
Oh, Bleed always just kind of crawling and just come back to them again at the final part of the brackets, huh?
Yeah, and it's really tough to watch, right? Especially when I've been supporting Bleed for quite some time. And of course, remember, we talk about this season being Bleed's redemption arc. This is the season where they need to win back the hearts of the fans. But it's proving a little bit hard because RSG is just stomping super hard right now.
Stomping super hard indeed. Look at that goal lead at the end of the 13-minute game, guys. It's like 8K. No, 6K. 6K gold lead. And RSG, it was pretty even, right? We talked about it. How actually at the start of the game, in the middle of the game, I guess, it was very similar. Both teams were kind of at the same pace. They were kind of respecting each other and not initiating on team fights. And we see here that actually, sorry, I want to talk about Carry.
Right.
Because Carry didn't go for the tank build.
Yeah. So Carry didn't go for the tank build. At first, I was thinking there could be a chance that Carry didn't go for a tank build.
Yeah, there's a
because
chance.
of the lineup that Carry is going up against with. Because if he continue going on the tank build, he's just digging himself a massive hole. Because of the fact that there are two heroes on the opposite side that actually play against Carry's passive. Carry's passive deals true damage based on the opponent's max HP. And that HP term is very important because Bray, playing as the Xbox, has very low amount of base HP. He has a lot of Faraga armor. So the amount of true damage that you take for that you give onto Xbox for that is very low. In the meantime, one of the main reasons to answer that question of yours, Esmeralda. Esmeralda may not necessarily have very high amounts of HP, but she does have very high amount of defense and shields. Shields does not constitute to HP, so it does not constitute over to the passive damage that Carry is capable of bringing out.
So what I'm understanding is that Carry is only super effective against the Grok.
Yes, exactly, only to the Grok. But it still takes some time to eventually wither this guy down because he's the guy in the front lines. If you let Carry constantly poke under the Grok, understandable. He's gonna deal a lot of damage because look at this. We have the Robe. Robe has like I think 500 HP. We got Antiquiras, 900 HP. We got Immortality, about 500 HP as well. We're building up a lot of HP there. But Bray and Closer, they hardly have any HP-based items. Most of these are very crucial to their survivability in terms of defenses, or mostly onto damage, or perhaps even bring down the damage of Carry using the brute force, using the Dreadnought armor or Antique.
Yeah, and I personally feel like Seiji going for the Brave Smite is just for early game, right? Because you want to manage CS on the Moskov, you want to stay in lane a little bit longer, especially when, you know, Moskovs typically go for your Master Assassin to get that edge in the early game, right? But apart from that, you can take a look at closer, going for the support emblem, making sure he's able to sustain in lane, going up against Sagitnu, where Sagitnu, he just wants to kill, right? Going for Rupture, go fight the emblems, and all the way to the lethal ignition, making sure that he can output the damage. And I think the common pattern that we've seen for Paquitos, especially this day, we don't see him creating much more space in the side lanes, and then after that coming for the flank. It's all because right now I feel like the meta has shifted in these massive clashes, right? It's usually these clash comms that usually wins out in this, especially during late game.
Yeah, and it's both games that we saw Paquito being played and we didn't see him being used super effectively. So I'm wondering if it's, like you mentioned before, if it's a meta shift or if it was just the players not being allowed to do what they want to do. Right? Because if you think back in the regular season, Paquito was a force to reckon with, especially when he gets to do his split pushes.
Yep.
Right? But in both games all 3 games, I guess, this series and the last one, he was shackled. He was handcuffed. He was not allowed to move around. He did not have the damage to also burst down key targets as well. So I wonder if we're going to see MPL SG kind of shift away from Paquito, or if it was just the first 2 series.
Maybe. I just wish it's just the first 2 series because, Paquitos, I really like Paquito because there's a lot of flexibility. It's similar to Benedetta or to a certain extent Yuzhong, right? I can shove the wave on the side lanes. After that, I can join the fights very easily on. But now let's take a look at these stats right here. Damage dealt in the favor of RSG, and in fact, also a lot of healing coming out from closer and also break.
A lot of healing. Indeed, almost double the amount actually that what Bleed had. And we can see, of course, the damage dealt. Actually, I was going to say, the damage taken is almost equal from both sides of the team. And the damage dealt, honestly, isn't that high for a 13-minute game as well, to be honest. So this game was very, very close, but there's a few of the decisive decisions that RSG made, which allowed them to close the game. And this is what we're talking about, right, Abstract? That RSG needed to have those decisive decisions, those quick snap decisions, right, in terms of winning and closing up this game.
Be decisive. Just jump right in when you see the opportunity, and you can expect that you will be rewarded for it.
Yep.
Strike all the irons hot.
Yep. If you notice during the mic test earlier just now, game number 1, they're just feeling it just a little bit. But game 2, you start to hear more turns, more precise comms. But with that said, ladies and gents, breaking down that particular game for you will be Kin. So, Kin, what do you have for us for the analyst stand? All right, seems like right now we just have to take a look about the general game itself, right? But of course, thanks for Kin just giving us a little bit more insight, just a little bit of tease. He's just like, showing off a little bit of a shoulder about all the cute cats artwork on his shirts, and that's basically his unique selling point.
Actually, I want to talk a little bit about the mic check, which I wanted to kind of joke a little bit about immediately after, but you went serious mode, so I couldn't. I think Bray should consider doing a career change. I think he could be a rapper, man. Do you hear how fast the guy was calling out calls?
Is it really that fast?
It was like, he was kind of talking like this all the time, I couldn't even emulate how fast. The guy was insane. He was repeating names like that. It's crazy.
Everything is just flowing right out of his mouth.
Exactly.
Right.
Could potentially do a career change, Bray, if you're watching this.
Well, I mean, apart from that, I'm really glad for the side of Bray, right? Because don't forget, these 2 teams coming into this particular series, they do have the same storyline, right? Redeeming himself, right? Bray had to redeem himself from
revenge
Season 6.
as well.
And of course, that revenge as well. But with that said, ladies and gents, breaking down the game once again, we're going to throw back to my favorite kind of tofu. Tofu, what do you have for us?
Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong.
exactly what Davey did, but I want you to focus on one more thing, right? A lot of people will focus on, hey, he caught Seiji under the turret. That's not the only person he actually caught. He also caught Yon, who was on the backlines. And right here, there are so many decisions that Bleed has to choose. At this point, Jay has to choose, does he want to save his jungler or does he want to save his gold laner, right? In this equation itself, obviously he wanted to save his gold laner, but he needed a little bit more help. And this is where Closer, I mean, goodness, he had a great game. He did so much work for the team right here. And what he's going to be doing here is actually catching out Gear and Sagitnu as well. So he actually creates a pathway that blocks them off from doing anything productive in this entire team fight. Right, so I'm just going to show you a little snippet of what happens here. Everyone goes in on Seiji, he gets taken out. Now Yon at the same time, because of the confusion, is being chased down and hunkered down by CS and Godzilla. Right, and this leaves a big question mark on top of on Jay's head. Right, who do we save? Do we try and make the counterplay on the bottom side where we can perhaps get a counter kill after they've taken out Seiji, or do we try and save Yon and hopefully he does have enough damage on his Appraiser's Wrath? Too many questions, too little time. And that was the problem that Bleed kind of faced the entire portion of this fight, if not for the whole game itself. Now this is the secondary part where of course Yon was already taken out and now Jay is once again caught in no man's land, right? And Closer, of course, continues on to making sure that Gear and Sagitnu does not offer any help. And lastly, Dairy's going to join in the fun as well. And at this point, you're going to start seeing a little difference in the way the fight goes. Right? So right here, you know, Jay does have the Feather Airstrike. When he releases it, right, you have no ultimates to speak of. Most of them would say, hey, let's play safe. It's time to pull back. But Closer said, no, let's go for more, right? You have me. And this is where the trust came in for RSG. And I think just communication-wise, they were much stronger, much clearer, much faster as well. And what happens when you give them all of the things you need for the formula? It is just going to be a huge KO here. Jay just performing how it's like for the entirety of Bleed. They gave their best, they danced, they tried their best, right? But it just couldn't work out because RSG was just stronger today. Now that's all the time I have today. It is time for me to throw over to Cheryl. Cheryl, here you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our favorite kind of tofu. Now here at the interview. Now for this interview segment, this is really a match that was very important to RSG SG given how the regular season ended off for them with a bad taste in their mouth given Bleed actually swept them 2-0. But it's proof that the regular season is nothing but just a preview. And RSG SG definitely showed Bleed Esports that they're here to stomp with this playoffs 2-0 clean sweep. Congratulations to Pacifist.
Thank you.
All right. So yes, I have Coach Pacifist now beside me. Few questions. So first up, we've talked about Bleed Esports and RSG SG being very equally matched and challenged teams. So how did you approach this draft today, knowing that both teams are pretty similar in terms of skills?
Basically, we came into this series with the mindset of like we want to play the game how we want to play it. We don't want to follow the meta. We just want to play what's comfortable for us on stage. As long as we play what we want to play, I don't think winning or losing matters too much. As long as like we're happy with what we want to do, and yeah.
So as a coach, basically your priority is your players' comfort in mind.
Yes.
Ah, that's very interesting. So given a match one, the casters, I don't know how many times they have mentioned a change of tides. It was literally the tide changing and changing and changing. So was this something that you have anticipated for match one, for game one, to be so drawn out?
Yeah, the game one, I mean, it's really hard to predict what enemy team will draft for game one. So the game one tends to be, we have to adapt on the fly because I didn't predict they would draft that way. But ended up, we still managed to get what we wanted to play. We're comfortable with what we want to play, and we just execute our game plan. Yeah.
Right. And also coming into the final day of the regular season where you guys faced the exact same matchup of Bleed Esports, I think that loss was something that perhaps you guys never anticipated because you guys were anticipating to win that match against Bleed Esports. So learning from that matchup in the regular season, what have you guys changed and adapted coming into this game today at playoffs?
Actually, for the regular season, the last week when we fought Bleed, we didn't really care too much about our standing, so we just went into the game, the series with we just wanted to try stuff. Yeah, so the loss or win for that week didn't really matter to us.
I see. But definitely you guys proved who is boss here today, sending Bleed Esports down to meet Vanguard Esports. So that's very interesting. And thank you so much for your time, Pacifist.
Thank you.
All the best to RSG SG.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, friends, that was Pacifist right here from RSG SG coach right here giving us some insights on the match that happened today. Now, next up, we're going to go down into the lower brackets. And unfortunately, for these two matches that we're about to see in the later part of the day, we will unfortunately have to say goodbye to two teams. Now, for match 3 that's coming up soon, we'll be seeing the likes of Team Evil going up against Asteris. Now, this is a true Singapore special that you don't want to miss, happening at 3 p.m.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Osim.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting some. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
Dude, what? Eudora, correct?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je kan EXO.
Tak, 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh.
I can't.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe, Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This one is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
he said
that powers was not like featured in the bottle.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe,
Do not
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess blue, The first player to guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know it? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Osim.
We're gonna rent it.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay. You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
Dude, what? You know Rush, right?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You know Rush.
Huh?
Oh, wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je kan EXO.
Obviously.
Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, looks like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind. Oh. I got it.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe, Looks like familiar.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that powers was not like featured in the. Bottle.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe,
Do not
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess blue, I don't think it was guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Huh? So easy ah.
Wow. What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Oh. 2, 1. Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je kan exo.
Obviously.
Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, looks like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind. Oh. I got it.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe ah. Looks very familiar.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
He said
that Qualifiers was not like featured in the box.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not
Ah.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess blue. I don't think first guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crisp.
Welcome back, everyone, to MPL SG Season 7 playoffs. And right now, we're cooking and mixing something special. And this is none other than the Singapore Special match. We'll be seeing the likes of Asteris going up against Team Evil. And this is a match that you don't want to miss. Now, over on one hand, we see Asteris taking on match 1 for the day against our defending champions, NIP Flash. And they have seen themselves now in match 3, where they'll be facing off against Evil. Now, Evil is not to be taken lightly because after all, they are the playoff kings with the playoff buff, so anything can happen right here for this matchup. But of course, stakes are ever as high because the losing team right here for this match, we will unfortunately be saying goodbye to. So stakes are ever as high if they want a shot at getting the crown for MPL SG Season 7. With that being said, let's take a look at the wonderful faces, starting off with Asteris. Despite their loss right here from match 1 of the day, we see Asteris once more. But of course, they are definitely not defeated and are looking to take this match right here for Evil from match 3 to keep their playoff dreams. And going up against Asteris, presenting to you our community heroes, Evil. Though finding themselves right now in the lower brackets match, Evil is looking fresh and ready to go. Now, definitely, as mentioned, they are not a team to be discounted because they have their A game on, as they are the playoff kings after all. So what will unfurl right here in this match 3 for playoffs? It is a guaranteed bloodbath and witness the Singapore Special. Without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to you, boys.
Welcome back to MPL SG Season 7. We are at the playoffs, and I'm Kwasong, together with Abstract as well as Jays. Boys, how are we feeling about today?
Well, of course, when it comes down to this team, Evil, I'm always stoked, right? Even though the regular season is not exactly as great as we had hoped for, but it's kind of within the MO, right?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, you know, we heard about the playoff buffs, the book.
The book.
The book.
Not only just the book, the playoff buff is here, and I would like to quote that meme once again. Someone needs to make that meme, right? Team Evil is this buff, Shiba Inu. Regular season Evil is the small little doge, Shiba Inu.
Yeah, I mean...
And you finally got it during the break.
Bonk.
Look, I'm super excited, right? I mean, we alluded to it a little bit earlier where we have the original Titan Slayers versus the new Titan Slayers, right? So, I mean, does this mean the winner of this match is going to be the OG Titan Slayers then?
The new Titan Slayers, I guess. I mean, OG Titan Slayers would be Evil, but Asteris, they do have quite a lot to actually put on the table if they do want to Titan Slay the Titan Slayers, if you get what I mean, because I don't. But let's move on to Asteris lineup. Let's take a look at what we have over here. We have Bear, that's going to be on EXP, JH onto the jungle, Kiwi mid, FMM Roam, and Chu that's onto the gold lane. We have previously saw their game against a very tough entity, I guess. Is not easy. And I guess, you know, it's not the best start. But hopefully, when it comes down to going up against our friends over here, Evil, it might be better.
For sure, for sure. I think Jays, bring us through the Evil lineup. Who are the original Titan Slayers?
My pleasure, of course. You have Twist in the EXP lane, Powerful in the jungle, Sailor in the mid, the newcomer for the side of Team Evil, but he is a veteran in MPL Singapore scene. Carrot is a roamer, and Jasis from the gold lane, touted one of the best mechanical players in Team Evil.
True. We see him pop off during the regular season, so I'm really excited to see whether the playoff buff is going to kick into full effect in this upcoming series, in this upcoming game. I'm super excited to see what both teams have to bring to the table, but I do want to bring up the point that Asteris has already played one series, guys. Abstract, what do you think? Do you think this is going to be a good thing for them or a bad thing?
Honestly, when it comes down to playing against Evil, it's technically speaking, a bad thing, in my honest opinion, because when it comes down to Asteris, yes, they are definitely strong when it comes down to the regular season. They had a pretty decent idea as to how Evil has played, but that information actually doesn't really bring over to the playoffs because they are a whole different kind of team, and we shall see exactly how that's gonna work out. But for now, we take a look at the information that we have on hand. One thing that we saw in the previous game is definitely FMM being extremely strong despite all of the odds that were stacked against him. We saw the lack of presence coming in from Bear. So we do definitely want to focus a little bit more onto Bear being able to come in to perhaps be the position for the EXP laner that we want to see, being taking more damage per fight, as well as perhaps drawing more attention. So,
yeah, that's for sure. You know, I think Baron needed to step up his game a little bit. His showing from the first series was a little bit weak, but I am fully confident that Bear is going to be able to set up the Bear trap in this series as that's coming up.
Yep, not only just the Bear trap that we have to look out for, the Kiwi, the Immortal, right? Look at just his KDA, 9.95. That's one of the highest all across the board. Not only just that, the KO participation, his positioning is just so good to the point that not a lot of people were able to catch him, but he's still consistently outputting a lot of damage from the back line.
Yeah, not to mention as well that we did notice in the first game, NIP Flash did ban out his Loi every single game. They did not want him on it, but enough among Asteris. Let's focus on Team Evil. Jace, take us away.
Yep, so for the side of Team Evil, right, we're looking at Jace's. Yes, this is... don't forget, he came from... he was an EXP laner in Season 3. He went over to Hiatus. He went to the mid lane in Season 6. And now he is a gold laner. My man is mechanically flexing all across the board. Kara, on the other hand, is, of course, one of the mainstays from the side of Team Evil. Prefers the Arlott as well, same as FMM. But Sayla prefers the Paramis, powerful, you know, you put him in a Fredrin or a Barat, he can deliver. And Twist, of course, one of his signature, the Mini Diablo, the Mini Dragon from the side of Team Evil.
Mini Dragon is well put. You know, the twist on the Yu Chong is extremely deadly. We saw him join in during the exchange week, right? But ever since he's joined the team, he's been really, 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 really good.
Yep, he's joined Team Evil, I think, 2 seasons ago when Jason decides to get a bit of a hiatus. That's where we kind of look at him as like, wow, he kind of reminds you of a small little Diablo.
Exactly. Back then, I believe when it comes down to Season 6, that is where we start to see...
When he joined.
He joined in Season 5.
Yeah, but Season 6 he popped off.
He popped off a lot. We started to see a lot more of that Diablo nuances on him, the Khalid. And after all, when it comes down to looking at Twist's Khalid, it starts to feel as though his Khalid might actually be arguably better than Diablo's.
Whoa, how dare you say it right in front of me?
Man.
No, Diablo's Khalid's always better.
All right, enough about that. Let's take a look at the audience prediction. Asteris is only being voted for by 30%.
Of course, you know, don't forget the fan base that Team Evil has built. Don't forget, Team Evil was here first since Season 3. Mainstays on MPL Singapore for this long definitely should have built up quite a good few amount of fans, especially even in the crowd as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, you guys also alluded to the playoff buffs, and I know it sounds like we're a broken record at this point, but the playoff buff seems to be really, really real, and it seems like the audience agrees with you guys.
That's right.
On that.
Playoff buffs. we were talking about playoff buffs?
Yeah.
Because it's pretty much playoffs buffs. Crap, I can't continue with
Playoff buffs. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our own prediction on the desk right here. Yeah, all of us says Asteris. My heart goes to Asteris, alright? I've been watching this team grow since January, like what I mentioned before, when they reach out to me for these community teams. This is a team that really want to make a mark on MPL Singapore stage.
Not to mention, I think during the regular season, Asteris looked incredibly strong, you know. I always give them credit for their macro plays, right, where they're able to exchange objectives on the map, and I think if we need to see more of that coming into this series. The first series, we didn't see that too much, but this series, I expect to see them move a lot better as a team.
To be honest, when it comes down to this series, the main thing that I'm looking out for really boils down to Evil, right? Evil started things off in their MPL SG journey really strong, right? Immediately being crowned the Titan Slayers, on and on again. But unfortunately, they haven't exactly been doing great their third year in, right? Second year, I believe from the second year, first year is like fourth. Second year is third.
4-3-4.
Right, 4-3-4. So it's definitely taken a bit of a toll on them. And we gotta have to agree that a lot of these teams are starting to improve as well. The level of playing field has increased tremendously, and Evil gotta have to catch up to all of these rising stars.
Yeah, that's for sure. But let's take a look at the bans that are coming out in the pick and ban phase right now. We see the Faramis, the Angela, as well as the Roger being banned out for the side of Asteris. And we do see the Loy, Chip, and Harris being banned out for the side of Team Evil with a first pick Novaria for the side of Asteris.
Okay, with Novara being first pick is not exactly something that I personally am a huge fan of, but that generally just means that Asteris would want to take a little bit more river control. Novara indeed is relatively strong when it comes down to mid lane and having a certain level of lane priority over some of the many heroes out there, but to counter against Asteris Novara pick, I think it will make pretty good sense for Evil to pick up a Valentina in order to pretty much be toe-to-toe.
For sure, and I mean, Kiwi on the Novara, we've seen that before, right? Kiwi to Novara is extremely scary. We've seen him be able to assist his gold or his EXP later as and when he wants to. So I think Novara is a great pick into as for Kiwi. But the question is whether picking it first is the right call. On the opposite side of the map, we see Valentina and Fredrin getting picked. Whoa, Kaja and Carry?
Yeah, Asteris. FMM did play in Kamasan just before, right? And he did spam a lot of these Kaja plays, and he actually played quite well on this. And this immediately turned into a pick composition, which Asteris kind of tried to do in the match against NIP Flash. But yeah, I'm really excited about this one, but I'm looking to see more bursts. So it all boils down to whether Kiwi was able to land the second skill with the Novara.
I would say that gaining zoning control for Evil will ultimately be pretty darn important. Having Nathan joining into their ranks is going to just further solidifies that we want to play a team fight. We want to go in kind of as a death ball, especially since they picked up a Valentina, they have Kaja as well. One of the best ways that they can actually make full use of the Divine Judgment is to find someone that can actually pair, kind of work as a battery. And once Nathan is strong in the late stages of the game, he can pretty much burst anyone that has been immobilized for, 2 good seconds. And that is something that the Divine Judgment is able to bring out.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Kaja pick is great, but on the side of Evil right now, I don't think Kaja has a necessarily easy path or easy target to choose on. I mean, the Natan can just hop away with his ultimate. Fredrin is not a target that you want to pick, and Valentina is just going to hop away, right? So, honestly speaking, Kaja this early as well, slightly confusing. You mentioned FMM picking Kaja for doing the Campus Legends tournament, right? Did he have much success with that?
Oh, definitely he did. And there's a period of time where FMM goes around as an IGN FMM boy. Kind of reminds me of Keyboy just a little bit. And he kind of plays similarly in terms of, well, he's trying to emulate the style of Keyboy. But of course, you know, he's from Bleed back then. He has a lot of these small little snippets of knowledge, especially from JPL, which is like a legendary roamer in MPL Singapore.
For sure. All right, as we continue on with the picks and bans, we do see a Nolan as well as a Grok being banned out. Any thoughts on this so far, Abstract?
When it comes down to Asteris, they do have a pretty strong damage dealers already. Novaria being able to do pretty good poke, as well as Carry that's able to throw the Fredrin off guard whenever he's trying to get close. Asteris lineup actually might need more to bolster up a little bit more. We need more sustainability onto the lineup. So I'm not particularly too worried about the Nolan ban if I were from the Asteris side. If anything, Barats may actually be one of the good heroes that Asteris could pick up, because Evil at this point in time don't really have a lot of answers to a Barats on Asteris side.
That is very true, but besides the Barats, keep in mind that we still also have the EXP that's open for Bear. We do see Paquito being targeted banned towards Bear, but I'm wondering, that leaves Benedetta open. All right, Benedetta could be effective. Could be an effective split pusher, and also can help pick off a target really easily. When paired together with Kaja. But if he does go down that route, I reckon Asteris side is looking a bit squishy.
Asteris side, if they were to pick the Benedetta, it would be squishy. So in fact, I would much rather to have them picking up a Yuzhong instead. They do have a lack of wave clear capabilities, with only a Novaria that is really capable of clearing up the wave.
Ooh.
But Evil did manage to pick up the Yuzhong for themselves instead. I was actually looking forward to seeing a little, probably like an Alert or Khalid being picked up onto the side of Evil instead. But perhaps they already knew the caveat for Asteris. They have decided to pick up a Yuzhong for themselves.
Yeah, I think that was a really good pick for Evil, because the thing is that if Evil has Yuzhong, Asteris can't play Yuzhong, right? So in this case, into Yuzhong, can we expect to see like a Thamos maybe?
Definitely someone with crowd control. Terizla might be the case. We would want to see a penalty zone that is able to disrupt at least the Nathan or the Valentina, because Asteris, the only form of reliable crowd control would be the Divine Judgment. Lapu Lapu does manage to come in as well when it comes down to his second skill. He does have a pretty short stun. I would say it's an okay stun, but I myself, I think it's fine. But Carmilla though.
Yeah, man, that's a huge question mark for me as well. Have you seen people trying to experiment with Camilla going into the last week of MPL SG Season 7, but haven't had much success. 50% win rate, only with 8 times being picked.
I can see why they have decided to go for the Camilla. It really boils down to making Fredrin work against his own team, right? As long as the Curse of Blood is just tethered onto Fredrin, whoever that's close, very likely is going to be Yuzhong as well as Valentina. They're pretty much going to be tethered together with their Curse of Blood, make things a lot easier for their team to actually whip out all the damage that they could with the help of Novaria and Carry. And Kaja, especially when you have the Divine Judgment and the Curse of Blood onto the flat Fredrin, I'm pretty sure the Fredrin would not be able to stand for longer than 3 seconds with a Carry just hammering him down.
And I think the last pick for Evo is the Florin. The Florin being a really, really good pick. It helps sustain the team as they fight. And honestly, I think the Florin pick is great into Evil's composition, and we'll see whether they're able to pull this game off. All right, boys. This is the 3rd series of today. Asteris versus Team Evil. Who has the easier composition to execute?
I would say that when it comes down to difficulty, both of them kind of have the same idea as to how easy it is. But technically speaking, when it comes down to battery, because that's Valentina as well. Valentina Valentina and a Carry to work with the Divine Judgment battery. In the meantime, the Carry and the Divine Judgment battery works flawlessly as well. They are pretty much on equal grounds, but maybe Evil might have it a little bit easier thanks to Florin.
Yep. That's it, ladies and gents. We're going to the Land of Dawn. This is game number 1 between these two, Asteris and also Team Evil. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, one of these teams will go home. The other one will go up on towards the lower brackets. In the meantime, ladies and gents, Asteris dropped from the upper brackets this time around. Need to prove that, so FMM taking a little bit of damage. Sailor getting stunned. Concussive Blast actually connected on it, unfortunately, but FMM managed to get out.
Ooh, there's a lot of poke coming out from both teams. Sailor and FMM both being brought very, very, very low. Sailor actually having to recall here, but with the wave cleared, should have enough time for him to get back and not lose out on too much.
One of the things that I technically did miss out a little bit when it comes down to your question, the difficulty part, is definitely going to be Kiwi's point of view, right? Of course, being a skill shot hero, you're going to have to land your shots in order to really reap the rewards. So the moment that Kiwi don't land anything when it comes down to her meteors, then we are just pretty much expecting them to be sitting ducks and waiting for the next refresh, and it's just so that the mage will be able to do anything at all. And to add on to that, we can pretty much be very sure that when it comes down to the EXP lane, Twist does have the lane priority. He will be able to do very well against Bear. So I would say it really also boils down to how Evil want to prioritize all of these lane priority that they have here. Do they want to bring Bear down as much as possible, or do they want to focus on Kiwi, or on the other hand, focus on Chu, despite not needing to do that?
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, but we see a little bit of a skirmish happening at the top. They want to prevent Bear from hitting level 4, but Kiwi smells that out from ages away, so he's able to go and cover his lane, and nothing happens at the top lane.
At least for the side of Evil, they understood that FMM at level 3 is not a threat. You can't really zone anyone as a Kaja at level 3. And even actually at level 4, you can't really zone too much because the Divine Judgment poses no threat. No one can take advantage of it.
Here you go. Black Trigger Form committed. GH right in the middle of the damage coming off from Sailor at the same time. He's actually getting suppressed. First blood given over the side of Asteris. Nice start on the side right now. Right now looking for more, but Twist will be paying it back. GH going down. Unfortunately, Palpable will be taking the Simon thing as well. Bear on the other hand picks up another kill. Man, Asteris. Good start from them, but the turtle has been delayed.
Pretty amazing stuff. I gotta have to say, Evil's Twist, he pretty much have an understanding that he would want to force Kiwi out, but Kiwi really understood that he gotta have to stay a decent area away from Twist. He gotta have to be really far away, and his positioning was pretty much a-okay there to make sure that Twist can't get in, neither will Powerful be able to get in, and he pretty much stayed alive throughout the entire fight, being one of the most highly threatened heroes in that fight.
Yeah, Kiwi's positioning, this is what Kiwi's about, right? He's about taking these heroes with skill shots, but high damage skill shots, and he lands them. But not only that, he's able to position himself well enough so that he keeps away from the enemy team, right? So that's honestly flawless execution coming out from Kiwi. As we see a turtle fight, maybe breaking out?
Not anytime soon, I gotta have to say. Florian don't have to be there, Nathan don't have to be there. With Twist, Sailor as well as Powerful, all three of them is pretty much required for this upcoming turtle take. They didn't have gotten any opportunity to take the turtle a minute before, so this is probably the point in time that they really gotta have to run for it. Powerful is currently at level 5, but the Carmilla is already at level 6, so Powerful already understand that he is one level behind, and he gotta be careful. Okay, never mind. It's pretty much all fair.
Yep, all fair right now. It's time for Bear to jump all the way in. FMM looking for the target. Powerful should be the one. It's going to be the ultimate coming on JH. JH picks up his color bar instead. Not only just that, takes away the turtle. Asteris will be looking for more right here. Twist, the only one that's standing against Asteris. And FMM getting let go. Twist down low. JH picks up that kill.
What a resounding victory for the side of Asteris. This Asteris looks way more confident than Asteris that we saw earlier. It seems like Carrot is going to be taken down low. But no kills.
No kills, not only just that. Chu was 1v2, burns a flicker to step forward just a little bit. Evil has to pay a lot of respect over to this guy.
I gotta have to say, when it comes down to the previous fight, we understood that even though we are not exactly looking at the carry and Divine Judgment battery just yet, JH, when it comes down to Carmilla, does definitely deal quite a huge chunk of damage. You gotta have to respect that. All in all, is also because of the concussive blast that this Carmilla have got for his emblem. Every now and then, you're gonna have to expect all these blasts, and the damage gotta have to be a little bit crazy. With the Divine Judgment in check, make sure that all these taunts, as well as these knockups coming in from Fredrin is not gonna be a problem at all, and Carmilla will have free reign throughout the entire battle.
Yeah, having a unchecked Camilla is a little bit terrifying, as she's also 2-1-3, by the way. Asteris with a 2.8k, 2.7k gold lead, and they just push on the turret as well, so the gold lead is going to expand.
Stepping forward, Energy Eruption doesn't connect. Sailor looking to connect the damage onto JH. Kiwi pushes them away. No targets from the side of Team Evil, unfortunately.
This game is really going in favor of Asteris right now. Asteris is just chilling. They're looking very confident, and as I was saying, this looks like the regular season Asteris that we all knew and fell in love with, right? Evil, seems like the book buff isn't quite working out for them.
Ultimate will be able to catch on to Sailor immediately. Let's delete it. No response coming up. Team Evil. Asteris just gonna be taking.
You gotta be really careful of the positionings of FMM. Information would be key for Evil to really launch a very successful attack onto Asteris, as well as clocking onto the timing to make sure that Divine Judgment is off cooldown. So now, this fight without Divine Judgment, how is it be?
Oh, JH landing the retreat first. You can see Powerful lands his one instead, missed the timing. He will sacrifice his life for it for nothing. Asteris right now on a roll instead.
7-1, 3.5k gold, 3.6k gold lead on the side of Asteris right now. It seems like complete dominance on the side of Asteris. Team Evil did just take a turret though.
They are trading turrets after all. Chu did manage to successfully bring down the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane and rotated to the northern area just so that they will be able to contest as a full man team for the second turtle. And moving up to the northern side, they already understood that they have went all 5 men in. No one is going to be checking onto Nathan. They might as well just give Nathan the first tier defense turret, but at least with 5 men on top, no one is going to be stopping them taking that first tier defense turret in the top lane. So it's a very good trade for Asteris and very calculated risk, I might have to say.
Calculated risk is what Asteris is doing. I mean, look, honestly speaking, right, Asteris is in full control of this game right now. But I want to look over at Evil's side. What are their win conditions at this point of the game?
For Evil's win condition, they're gonna have to play a little bit more of a turtle position. They do have a pretty strong front line, being powerful, but he doesn't really quite have much gold to work with or work for himself. So at this point in time, due to the fact that they are behind, Powerful can't ever play a Guardian Helm so early. He needs to be the one that holds on to the position and really just holds on for his team, while Yuzhong dives over to the back line and leave the rest over to the Valentina. Despite Valentina only stealing the Divine Judgment, he still can whip out a lot of damage. All in all, Evil needs to drag to the late stages of the game. The Florin will come in to work very well in battery with Yuzhong. So Yuzhong has to be our win condition in the mid stages of the game. As long as this guy gets the farm, as long as this guy gets a split push and kills, there could be a stronger opportunity for Evil to consistently get themselves triple kills in order to drag the game longer.
Asteris has recognized that they do not want to drag out this game. They are on time every single time for every single objective so far. Lord being taken down right now by JH. With Asteris just at the rest of his team is at his flanks. Powerful may get caught out here, but no, Ops to just back off, and it's going to be a free Lord on the side of Asteris. Asteris once again looking extremely strong.
There's not much of a deal that they can do, right? JH is at level 11 and Powerful at level 9. The moment you go in to try to contest for the Lord, you are essentially just throwing your whatever lead that you have, which is non-existent, to become even bigger. And that is just not going to be contributing to your cause. The only thing that you can do right now is to hide behind your inhibitor turrets and just hope that Asteris just constantly shove the wave out and unable to find a way to close out the game. This way, the gold will eventually be funneled over to Nathan as well as the Yuzhong, the main two heroes that will be the win condition of Evil.
Yeah, right now we see Nathan at level 11 matching to carry 0-0-0, though no kills, but he has been farming up a storm. Curious to see what item he's at right now. My guess, 10 minutes into the game should be at 2 items, hopefully. If not, right now there's a Lord that's knocking on the door of Team Evil, and Team Evil may not be able to answer this.
I do appreciate the fact that Sela have rotated away from taking the Divine Judgment into taking the Curse of Blood. They now prioritize a lot more on the team fight and hoping that they will be able to take full advantage of their splash radius, because we are looking at Nathan, right? The moment that Nathan just hits whoever that has Curse of Blood and whoever that is collateral damage, it is essentially just multiplying the damage over and over again. So with the Curse of Blood and the Nathan, I do want to see what kind of interaction and how much damage that could potentially deliver over to Asteris.
That is true, but the question is Asteris going to let a fight like that happen? You know, the thing with the Kaja is that you're able to go in and pick and choose your fights when you want it, right? So the thing is, if Evil just doesn't get to choose their own fights, I'm not sure if a scenario like that will ever happen.
They are not exactly a team that might be really good at pickoff, especially since they are behind. If Powerful still is on curve, then I can understand why. I mean, I can understand that they would want to still do a couple of pickoffs. They are lacking of damage right now, so the best thing that they have for themselves is really boils down to play for teamfight and just ensure that JS gets most of the farm, or perhaps even Twist.
Yeah, well, look, it seems like they've heard what you want, what message you're trying to tell them, right? Turtle up, play safe. Hopefully that Nathan and the Yuzhong can pop off. All 5 of them are in the base. They do not feel safe to step even out. I mean, look, they're traveling as a death ball, man.
The only time that we can possibly start to see Evil coming back around is when Powerful is at level 15. And that situation would probably only come on around 14 to 16 minutes in. It really depends on how rough the waves are pushed by Asteris. But as you can see, it seems like they are holding the waves pretty nicely. They're forcing Evil to get out of their safety net just so that they can get a single wave of farm as a 4-man team.
That's crazy, man. I mean, look at that. And by doing that, right, Asteris once again is taking a free Lord, or almost non-contested Lord. But we see Evil making their way down here. Hopefully, maybe, finding an angle for them to take the fight.
Would you contest for this one, though?
I don't think that they will be able to contest for this.
Yeah, I agree.
This is the probability. What they're doing right now is more of just kind of scouting out the area to really look out for all of these rushes as a guise of trying to contest for the Lord. It at least puts some time onto Asteris' hand and force them to be a little bit more cautious. And during this moment in time, give the two main damage dealers some farm. As you can see from Nathan as well as Yuchong, they are traveling together because both of them needs EXP, both of them needs gold. The moment that Powerful steps out like that, it is not a free Lord anymore. There is still some level of threat where the Lord could still be taken, and during that point in time where Asteris feels anxious, Evil takes the farm.
Good play happening right now. Twist going to be going into the black jungle form, but just a little bit too slow. Right here, taking a little damage. Jace's right now picks out FMM. Twist jumps in, petrify, catching 3, 2. On the other hand, has to run for the heals. Bear, nice stun coming on Bravest Warrior, but Asteris has secured the Lord, but in exchange for FMM.
Wow, okay, so Evil managed to take something from that Lord, right? They were able to take the kill on FMM, and guess what, guys? Evil looks like it's still in the game, right? It was thanks to the good positioning of Twist, thanks to the damage output that Jace's was able to do. We do see some signs of life coming out from Evil, and that's a good thing for them at this point.
Absolutely worth it. At this point in time, they don't even have to contest for the Lord. They just need to make Asteris feel anxious and slowly get themselves some more farm. Yes, indeed, Asteris did manage to increase the gold gap a little bit more at this point in time, 7,500 gold. But the main thing is, Evil will want to reach the gold cap. Once they reach the gold cap, they don't even have to care about the gaps anymore.
Damage starts to land. Powerful getting stunned up just a little bit. The Lord is still cleaving onto the minions instead. Members of Evil are just bracing for the impact, and he will be served. Evil, that's going to be a half HP gone, just living on a quarter HP for the top side turret. Evil braces on for the impact from Asteris.
A relentless push from the side of Asteris. Asteris with, the Lord is going to be spawning in 97 seconds at this point.
Okay, here we go again. That's going to be Twist looking for the backline right here. True will be the main target. The Praise's Wrath will not be able to connect anything at all. Twist pushes the member of Asteris, but Asteris still does the damage up top.
Manages to secure one turret as I was speaking. Asteris is going to just keep doing this, right? They're going to rotate from top to mid to bot.
So that's textbook.
Yeah, it's textbook. But the thing is that it's why change anything that works?
It's going to be an endless cycle, unfortunately. It takes time.
It feels like we've been here, Abstract.
Oh, deja vu.
It just feels like game 1 of the previous series, guys. We're in for a long game.
But I feel like Asteris is actually at least performing better as compared to the first series, right? I really see why Asteris really went for JH on this Carmilla. The ultimate, you can see the amount of zoning he was just able to do in order for Asteris to just knock on Evil's door and then they take whatever they want. If Twist didn't use the Black Dragon form earlier to kind of shove Asteris away, I feel like Asteris would just take even more, deal more damage against Evil.
The game would have ended.
Decisiveness.
Sure.
I guess that's probably one of the things that we can look out for. But, okay, we're looking at about 16 minutes into the game. And Powerful is still at level 13. So they are, for the side of Evil, they are not exactly putting Powerful as one of the main priorities to get level 15. And do note that level 15 is important because that way, both junglers will have the same amount of retribution damage. And that's the only time that Evil can possibly contest for the Lord. Unless Asteris whiffs. That's probably the only time that Evil could possibly take Lord away for this one.
But this is JH that we're talking about.
This is JH, indeed. So that's not possible. Or is it?
Right now.
Well, we'll find out really soon. We see the Lord being started up on the side of Asteris JH. Tanking the Lord with the rest of the Asteris members on the flank. Potentially we're gonna see that big team fight that we're talking about.
No information scattered by Team Evil just yet. Don't forget, Kiwi could just push a button and instantly reviews everybody. But that kind of also reveals where he is. Team Evil just plays around the Lord Pit right here, but then I'm not too sure. It's like what you said, Abstract. Decisiveness. What does Team Evil want to do?
To be fair, Team Evil don't need to do anything here. They just need to make Asteris feel anxious. Like, they jolly well know that they can't take the Lord. They just open up the map a little bit, buy a little bit more time, clear out the wave minions, and that's pretty much all. While Asteris, they still gotta have to be real careful, because less threat doesn't mean no threat. Evil can still come up with completely randomly.
Okay, that's going to be FMM, that's going to be Divine Judgment, True will be shred immediately. Powerful is already gone. JC's jump into the ultimate, but he gets suppressed. He has to slow just a little bit, but it is going to be the Lord. Give it over the side of Asteris for now. Evil will be taking a lot of damage from the side of Asteris, and one by one, they will fall. Twist will be the only one left apart from Karen, just trying to slow it down, but Asteris, 3 members left with the Lord in tow right here. They're looking for the end.
Minions are banging on the doors of Team Evil right now. It seems that even Carrot will be going down really soon.
Way.
Minions hitting the crystal. Game looks like it's all but over. And game 1 goes to Asteris.
Game 1 decisively goes over to Asteris. Team Evil, where is the playoff buff? Where is the fight? I think that's what the fans technically demand from Team Evil right now.
Well, Team Evil, they are definitely taking some time to, probably get themselves back up to speed. But Asteris, they are performing just the way that we wanted them to, like we saw in the regular season.
That's right.
They have put themselves back on track, and they are back in the game. Bear is understandably a lot more present in this game compared to the previous series that we have seen before. And you can pretty much see just how big of a difference that could be with the presence of Bear and him being able to rotate every now and then from the EXP lane to the middle lane, or perhaps just in general gaining some river control.
Yeah, look, Asteris looked much more complete this time around, right?
Yeah.
Previously, they looked slightly disjointed, but this time around, they looked a lot more cohesive. It seems like whatever lunch they had worked for them, because they get back, they are here on fire for the first game of the series. But enough about Asteris. Jace, I want to ask you, what does Evil need to do to bring themselves back into this series?
I think right now it's just they're giving a lot of, too much respect over the side of Asteris, right? Asteris literally just walked up to them and say, hey, I want a credit card. They'll give the credit card. Hey, I also want your PIN number to your bank account. Yeah, I'll give it to you as well. Can I also take away your lunch as well from McDonald's? Yeah. Team Evil is literally giving way too much over the side of Asteris, and that's what I kind of don't understand, because Team Evil is the kind of team that looks to seek for this massive momentum and then just stomp, right? But you don't see in that. It feels like Team Asteris is just making sure that their presence are felt every time they step up. Kiwi is there to punish them.
Play off nerves, maybe?
Too early to say, perhaps. I don't know about this, but I would definitely say that for the side of Asteris, we definitely have this one person that did well. Kiwi.
MVP. Kiwi. Is it maybe?
Kiwi.
Maybe? MVP?
Kiwi. Jaja. FMM. Kiwi. Sorry, I just like saying his name. But yeah, Kiwi, right? Being the one player that has the toughest role, I'm gonna have to say. He don't have instant gratification when it comes down to damage as well as pressure. But every time he manages to land a skill shot, it gives the opponent some anxiety.
That's right. And if you notice closer to the later parts of the game, when he has the Holy Crystal being built in, he has the Divine Glaive, that one shot, just half HP twist right there. And only if JH lands the ultimate of Curse of Blood, that damage is going to be spread to everybody.
Yep.
And not only just that, to make that land even better, the ultimate of Novaria enlarges your hitbox.
Ooh. Tasty.
Yeah, spicy. Like the McCrispy I just had.
It's not that spicy.
It's
not that spicy.
It's
delicious.
It is deliciously
Succulent.
spicy. Yes.
And whatever other nice words I can say.
Anyways, so bringing it back to the game, enough about my crispy, man. You're making me hungry once again, bro.
I could take another box.
Yeah, we will gladly get another box. CMC X MLBB.
Make delivery, 2 pieces.
CMC, yeah.
Yeah.
CMC X MLBB.
Make delivery $4.50 off if you use your, I think, 850 points.
Anyway, so going back into the highlights of today, we see, of the previous game, we see Kiwi. Here, you see, look at his positioning, man. He was so far away.
Yeah, he was just waiting. He was pretty much just waiting. But to be fair, I gotta have to say that Asteris managed to get it pretty good, because Twist, I think he's just kind of getting a feel of the area previously. He's in the Black Dragon form for a extended period of time. He could actually put a lot more things on the board, on the battlefield, if he actually went into the humanoid form a little bit earlier, just so that he can put on more of that kill presence onto the board.
You talk about kill presence, Abstract, 100% kill participation from the side of Kiwi as well.
Oh, that's actually impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, technically speaking, Novaria, it's pretty much easy to land a kill participation. All you have to do is just send out the ultimate and scout out, right? As long as you do that, you technically do have a lot of kill participation. But I feel like what we're seeing right here is just Team Evil, especially, I think, yeah, this is probably the winning fight, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the winning fight, right? Before to this lead up, you can see in Team Evil, the lack of decisiveness coming in, right? Do they contest or do they not? Do they contest or do they not? They're just clocking steps, going between their bases and the Lord Pit when something else could happen. Maybe Twist could have pushed in the bottom lane. Maybe Shove make some priority in the mid lane. Maybe something like that. Anything but walking and clocking steps.
That's true. We always saw Powerful on an island, and he was there. Like you mentioned, you know, he's trying to make Asteris a little bit nervous, but once you do it once, you know, do it twice, Asteris is going to call your bluff, right?
Yep.
And Asteris is going to be just ignoring it. It's like, oh yeah, Powerful's here. Okay, great. We can waste his time.
Yeah. So, I mean, with the end of game number 1 for match 3 between Asteris versus Evil, Asteris did manage to take a pretty convincing win over Evil. And of course, their item builds is all as we can show here. One thing that I would like to point out is Powerful's item, being the Dreadnought Armor, being the first item, followed by the Brute Force Breastplate. Wants to focus a little bit more onto reducing the cooldown, reducing the crowd control duration by, I think, 15%. So honestly, I can get where he's coming from. But when it comes down to actually holding down the fort, that is not something that Powerful is capable of doing too much with just an Oracle, Brute Force Breastplate, as well as an Immortality. But like I said before, as much as you want to build HP items in order to do more damage on your Appraiser's Wrath, you don't have the opportunity to do so because you are behind. You can't get greedy. So the lack of Dominance Eyes is probably one thing that I would much prefer. Just on Twist. But remember, because now, Dominance Eyes, you require your enemies to hit you in order to apply that. And as a Fredrin, you have a taunt. So it kind of forces people to hit you.
Does it? I'm kidding. Anyways, huh? But building HP on Brethren as well is not going to be great into the carry on the opposite side, right? Chu is just going to be shredding through any kind of HP items to build. Dude, Powerful is just caught in between a rock and a hard place, man.
I think when you review the Fredrin in the early stages, early parts of the draft, you see Valentina and Fredrin selected. Usually that's a really safe pick, right?
Yes.
You usually see that being picked in the red side. But, you know, Chu can also play the carry as well. So that's something that I feel like, you know, Asteris did a really good job identifying that, hey, since Powerful loves to play the Fredrin, let's just go for a carry.
Yeah, it's not as if Powerful could play the Barats either, right? Because if he plays the Barats, he's just going to get shredded even more. So honestly, like I said, Powerful is caught in between a rock and a hard place. I kind of want to see carry being banned out, actually, in the next series. It opens up a lot more avenues for one of your better players, for one of your playmakers to, well, explore.
Perhaps Evil initially thought that they have an answer to the carry, which I can understand why, right? They have Twist, they have the Yuzhong being able to sustain throughout the entire duration of Chu being annoying, right? And perhaps even take away the possibility of FMM just latching onto someone such as Powerful or perhaps JS. So Twist wants to be in front. He wants to be the one that annoys the heck out of people, and most importantly, to split the battles the way that he wanted it to.
Yeah, but the problem about Frontside Team Evo is that he can only go for one. You go for Kiwi that's actually shooting from like miles away, letting down the damage, or do you actually hunt for Chu? So that's why if you notice how Asteris was pathing, it's always Chu and Kiwi really far apart, forcing Twist to, okay, you gotta pick one, right? Pick your poison. Do you go for Kiwi or do you go for Chu? Another thing that I would like to talk about in the earlier parts of the game is during the draft, Asteris went to ban away the Roger, which is also kind of prominent in countering against the carry, because in the early game, Roger should be able to gobble out the carry. And usually you will ban the Harif, right? Harif known to counter the carry, and I feel like this could be a really big brain move coming out from Asteris, taking full advantage on how the draft works, and also force Evo to really take a slot to ban the chip, especially when you know what happened in chip going up against NIP Flash earlier in this match.
That is very, very, very true. That good. Those are good points, right? But I think going into the next match, what kind of picks and bans do you want to look from the side of Evil?
Personally, I will feel that for the side of Evil, perhaps they are a team that works very well as a death ball. We have seen many times that they play very well as all five. But in this specific game, I don't really see a death ball composition. I see double battery.
Yeah, and I feel like it's that they're unable to do this massive durian, like, okay, fine, I'm going for the team of Singapore, right? This rolling durian of damage, right? Alright? It's all because FMM and also Kiwi is just picking them apart, right? Even though if they want to just compile it together, they're just unable to land out the damage.
That is very, very true. But let's hear from our favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. See what he thinks.
Yes, it is time for a little bit of tofu, maybe some durian tofu, guys. But yeah, that sounds a bit disgusting. And that's exactly the position that Asteris have placed Evo in. Now, there's a couple of things that you need to notice at this point. Now, right off the draft itself, you can see Asteris definitely has better map control, which leaves Evo in a very difficult position, right? I'm going to start playing the clip. I'm going to walk you through the difficult points that Evo have to face at this juncture itself. There's going to be two things that you need to look out for specifically for the Yuzhong. Mr. Twist has to take care of two different lanes of crashing waves while the team is attempting this 50-50 retreat. In this case, because of the level difference, it's not exactly a clear 50-50. In fact, it is in JH's favor, right? And to make things more difficult, when you have the level advantage with every single battle spell, along with your ultimates, here's what FMM is going to do to you. He's going to take his conceal and look for that divine judgment. And when justice calls, you do not reject it, right? So right here, the first thing first, it's combined with Kiwi's Astral Echo. So not only do they have the catch, they have the vision as well on the backlines. The main target, Mr. Jaces here, is in a lot of trouble. And while this is happening, Twist cannot offer any help. He still has to clear the waves, or he risks getting the tier 3s broken down as well. So once they have the control on the powerful, at this case, they were so far ahead, right? They killed off powerful. But worse than that, they actually got the Curse of Blood onto Jaces as well as Sailor. And what is the worst part to play in Curse of Blood is when you have a lot of life. And that's exactly what Sailor has here. And that causes Mr. Jaces here to take a hell lot of damage, and he couldn't stand any further in that duration. Of course, you're wondering for yourself as Evo, right? What's the call here? Of course, you want Twist to come in, but he was a little too late. Not his fault, because he had to try and clear the lanes in the first place. And when you leave him alone with the three difficult members to deal with, specifically our MVP of the day, Kiwi here, throwing off that wonderful ball that nets him that MVP of the day. That's what you get when you get outdrafted, especially by a team like Asteris. Now, that's all the time I have right now. It's time to pass it back to the boys. Let's see if Evo can do a little better in Game 2.
Let's see whether Team Evil can do it a little bit better, and I fully agree with you. You know, I mean, Evil looked better in the regular season than the playoff right now, guys. So, you know, you guys talked about playoff buffs. I haven't seen it yet, man.
I feel like I'm selling you a snake oil product right now.
It feels like it, right?
Wait. Context, snake oil product? Wait, what's
Snake
the
oil.
connection?
You know what snake oil is?
I know, but how does that relate to...
Like, it feels like we're selling you guys this hype on how Team Evo is supposed to perform really
How
well
good
during the
snake
playoffs,
oil
right?
is?
Yeah, but it
But
didn't
the snake
happen.
oil isn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Why
what
is snake oil good? Snake oil good what?
Oh, he didn't get that.
Oh wow, he
didn't
doesn't.
get that.
Okay,
He
and
didn't
it's-
get that. Oh my god,
No,
you
I
did
don't
not
get it.
Okay, we will
no.
talk during the break. We will talk during the break.
What has happened to you since becoming a dad, man?
Look, I have no idea. I think maybe I don't know. Never mind. Let's move on.
Okay, jokes aside right now, I really like, okay, I would like to quote Holler on this. He will always ask me, okay, if you are the coach of Team Evil, what would I say? So I will say...
Snake oil. Sorry.
Apart from snake oil, I think they just need to look back to the basics. I just feel like, okay, my head is telling me that Team Evil should be able to perform this 3 weeks right there, right? That is able to, like, you know, just grind a lot more. You can start to see the growth with some of these teams. But Team Evil, on the other hand, feels like they stagnated in between the playoffs and the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's as if, you know, it's as if Yuji Itadori, you know, from JJK, from Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Is, you know, he was a bit behind, but now he's the main character. If you're reading the manga, the art.
I want to spoil everybody so hard, but it's
good
okay.
right
It's
now.
so really good.
Shut up.
The redemption arc is so good.
Shut up.
But guess what, guys? It's a limited time
Megumi is never
return,
coming
so
back.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Anyway, so, you know, the JJK collab is back, guys. So if you guys didn't have any of these 4 skins, Gojo, Sensei, Yuji Itadori, Megumi, and what's the girl's name again?
Kugi Sakinobara.
There we go.
Yeah,
What
favorite.
he said.
Mirko's favorite.
So, you know, if you haven't had the chance to get these 4 skins, Melissa, I believe there's also the Julian,
Yep,
I think.
yep,
and then
yep.
you got the Yin,
Yin.
and the...
Now I'll win.
What?
Xavier.
Now I'll win.
Xavier.
Yeah, now I'll
Gojo
win.
Satoru.
Yeah, does no one know that? I thought that's supposed to be the spoiler. Nah, I'll win.
Yeah.
I would win.
Yeah.
I'm
Nah, I'll
completely
win.
lost at this point. But
Oh, you
anyways,
didn't get it?
if you do not have the skins yet, do make sure to log in and pick up those skins for yourself.
What's wrong with me today?
I don't know, man. What's wrong with us today? Feels like we're all coming in different POVs.
Wavelength.
Yeah, but okay, what I feel like in terms of wavelength, what we all agree on is
McDonald's
Asteris,
straight.
the rise of Asteris. The rise of this rising star coming in strong, looking to replace Team Evil. And now, don't forget, ladies and gents, with 1 game away, Team Evil on the verge of getting knocked out from MPL Singapore. Asteris, on the other hand, looking to rise from the ashes of this evil.
I mean, looking from the rise of the defeat that they had from NIP Flash earlier, look, their performance in Game 1 was stellar. It was really reminiscent of their games in the regular season, right? So, honestly, I believe Asteris has what it takes to close this game and make it a 2-0. But I do want to see some life from Evil. Evil has played, well, better in the regular season, and I'm still waiting to see whether the playoff buffs will kick in for them or not.
If not now, then when?
Yeah,
That was
right.
the only time that they gotta have to go.
This is potentially the last game, ladies and gents.
They gotta have to go all the way at this point in time. It will be way too late if they don't work on something right now. So, what do we have here? Right off the bat, we do have the Minotaur ban, Angela ban, as well as, guess what? Novaria ban. There's still quite a lot of these heroes that is currently available, such as Moskov, Roger, what else again? Mathilda.
Even like maybe
Loi,
the Natan, the Loi, the Chip. Heaps of bans, and
I'm fine
honestly,
with Chip. Chip can go. I'm fine with that.
Especially what we saw in the first series, right?
Yeah,
but I feel
Asteris
like right
shouldn't
now,
take
it's not Asteris side to ban, it's more on Team Evil side. But if they want to do that, they are sacrificing slots.
So just go for the Loi ban or Mathilda ban. I think that is all pretty understandable. With how the meta is at this point in time, Asteris would just want to remove anything that is pretty annoying. But I do want to look out for a bit of a pattern from all of these bans. Does any of these bans tell us anything at this point in time? I'll say no, actually. It kind of seems as though they're just banning heroes because they just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, for the side of Team Evil, it's more on that kind of theme. I don't want to deal with the Minotaur, I don't want to deal with the Novaria. Whereas on the side of Asteris, this is a ban where you ban for almost any other teams, right? Like the Harry ban, the Angela ban, what's next? Probably the Mathilda ban. But doing so, you are leaking out the Moskov over to the side of Jasis. or to a certain extent the Roger as well. But it's more on Team Evil side right now. What are they looking to ban?
I mean, Evil could ban Chip.
Man, I just feel
Not
like
needed.
Chip is not really
not needed.
Yeah, but anyways, ladies and gents, right now, don't forget we are also playing this live all the way in Scape. So if you want to join us right here, we still have one more series. You can still make it in time. But right now, looking at Asteris, do they ban the Mathilda? I think that's kind of a no-brainer because Karen does play the Mathilda.
No,
wait,
the
Loi.
Okay.
We can take those.
We can eventually be able to find out a little bit more idea as to what are the common traits in all of these heroes that they have banned. No assassins banned so far, no other jungler banned so far. We have a lot of mages that has actually been taken away. Generally, it does pretty much just seem like Asteris just wants to remove all of these annoying heroes that can essentially just be the one that controls a team fight, having a Zaman Force or perhaps even a Diversion or being able to create a zone in the area. Zoning is definitely Loi's one of the most powerful tools. So Evil picking up a Roger for their very first pick.
I wonder if we're just gonna see a standard Faramis exchange.
Nope. We haven't seen Faramis for the entirety of the day.
Faramis Valentina. That's what I was thinking, right? And we do see the version getting picked up for the side of Asteris JH, one of JH's iconic heroes, taken away from the hands of Powerful. But I'm guessing Powerful is just going to be playing Barats. It should just be a common handshake, I reckon.
Yeah, very likely it will be Barats. We have seen him playing onto the Barats as well as the Fredrin for most of the time. So if they do not really have much of a safe heroes that they would want to rely on, Barats is understandably going to be one of the safer parts. Well, in the meantime, when it comes down to Rome, Mathilda is currently still open as well. So if Carrot will want to head on to picking up the Mathilda for himself, that is still going to be fine and dandy. Mathilda. Okay.
They have to pick the Faramis right here.
What
Focus
did I
on the
say?
hero for a twist. They need to pick the Faramis right here. If not, Asteris is going to ban it in the second ban phase. They've already selected the Valentina, but they're also going to be spawning Valentina. The Kiwi on this Valentina will have a lot of ultimates to pick from. You can pick the penalty zone or even the Nether Realm as well. So it's all nice and dandy, and now Asteris gets to secure the old Moscovs going into the hands of Shu.
Look, this is what I was talking about, right? I was like, Faramis makes perfect sense for either of these teams to pick, and then the other team's evidently going to be picking the Valentina. With the bans banning out a lot of commonly played mages, I think they were left with getting the Faramis or the Valentina, and Asteris opted for the Valentina. A little bit more flexibility on their part, but Faramis, Sayla is piloting this, remember. Sayla on the Faramis is very scary.
So with that all said and done, Evil have pretty much set themselves on a death ball game, which is exactly what I want. That means Barats is understandably going to be one of the main heroes that Evil will want to pick up. Asteris might want to remove that out of the equation if they really so desire to counter against Powerful. We've got the gold laner down, EXP as well as mid, we'll just have the jungle as well as Roam. When it comes down to aggressiveness, I'm not too sure if I'm not too sure even Mathilda is going to be one of the ideas that Evil will want to go for. So Arlet being a setup hero for Evil may actually be a pretty good idea here too.
Yeah, I think Arlet would be a good pick for the side of Team Evil. I do expect to see a Barats ban from the side of Asteris. It makes perfect sense. If you remove Barats, it forces Powerful to play something like the Boxia. Right, and honestly, Boxia into this team composition, not too hot.
Actually, Boxia is really good for this kind of composition, right? You can limit the heals coming out of version, you limit the great health, right? So that's also something.
True.
So that's why instead of going for that kind of Barats ban, you want to deal with something that you know will come out, right? So that's why Asteris decides to go ahead and ban the Nathan. Why would you ban the Nathan right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Are they thinking that the Roger could be flexed
Jungle.
into the jungle role? Because that did happen in another MPL season. And don't forget, Powerful also debuted on a Roger jungler back then.
That's very true. We do see the final ban from the side of Team Evil being the X-Borg. X-Borg, we saw X-Borg in the hands of Bray being incredibly dangerous. They decided, look, we don't want to deal with that. And, that's fair enough. X-Borg into a death ball competition is truly asking for death.
Okay, Asteris picking up the Edith for themselves in this case. So they do have FMM that's going to be playing on the Edith, and I believe the FMM actually have been playing Edith quite a lot of times in regular season itself, right?
Yep. FMM on Edith is truly something to just observe and watch. You know, it's honestly really, he plays it very, very, very well, and I think it also suits this team composition.
Yep, and not just that, don't forget Edith also does percentage HP damage that spreads, right? That spreads when Faramis pops another realm, everybody will be in that circle, will be in that vicinity. And it's also a very good engage tool. And now Team Evo right here, right? I think they're looking for more tankiness. They're looking for more frontliners. There you go. That's going to be the Buxia. That's what we're talking about. And now probably going to be, okay, a Ruby roam instead. Something of a utility roam coming out from the side of Team Evo.
Oh, the Buxia did appear after all. So we are definitely going to see a Buxia on the side of Powerful. Even though Barat is not going to be somewhere around here. They are playing a relatively aggressive composition from the side of Evil. They would want to jump themselves over to the backlines. Something that Ruby, Buxia, Faramis, Terizla, and Roger, they all do possess some form of mobility that allows them to jump over the backlines, especially since Moskov is such a slippery hero whenever he gets himself that Holy Trinity.
Yeah, look, if Evil is going to be able to lock down Moskov using combination of the penalty zone as well as Ruby's skills in general, honestly, Asteris is not in for a good time. But the question is execution. Will Evil be able to execute this well? Yuzhong, great roundup, I think, for the side of Asteris. Just overall in general, being able to zone out the side of Team Evil. And if Team Evil does engage, wow, Yuzhong is just going to be doing so much work.
Alright, with that all said and done, both Evil and Asteris have already solidified their team. With Evil going back to their Death Ball composition that we very much has been used to. But in the meantime, for the side of Asteris, they do have quite a bit of heroes that are very individualistic and they are really strong all by themselves, all the way down to their roamer. Even if the roamer is not able to, you know, do much, he can of course work out in the Primal Wrath and he can deal bunch load of damage.
Tons of damage, as we like to say on this. But enough from us. We are going into game number 2 of the 3rd series of the day in the MPL SG Season 7 playoff day 1. I got it right.
Yep, finally. But anyways, ladies and gents, if you're here for Team Evil, don't forget this could potentially be their last game. They need all that energy, they all need all their support in order to beat Asteris. But with that said, Asteris looking to rise up not only just as a star, but as a villain, taking down Team Evil.
So right off the bat, we are definitely seeing both of the junglers that will be starting from the starting from the turtle side, which eventually will end up in the gold side. One thing we gotta have to talk about also is, or rather not talk about, but one thing that we gotta have to point out is also going to be that Moskov versus Roger matchup, which we have seen a lot of times throughout the entirety of today. It's very fair and very safe to say the Moskov will be having a very good time all the way until 8 minutes into the game. So Evil, they gotta have to supplement this. They gotta have to find a way to eventually help JS to get that kind of power spike that he very much wants as a Roger.
Yeah, but I think both teams recognize that, right? We see the jungle and the roam moving together as a pair. They were moving up in the gold lane, but now they've kind of split off slightly. We do see an early invade coming in from the side of Powerful. Asteris is not, JH is not going to be happy seeing that he's missing a camp, but I think with him hitting, he should be able to hit 4. Yeah, he's already at 4 before the turtle fight, so I reckon everything is fine for the side of JH at this point.
Everything feels like it's going to be going textbook for both of these two teams, between Evil and also Asteris, right? But don't forget, Asteris does have a ton of damage coming from the Edith as well, especially when he goes into the human form.
Very standard rotations coming from both of these teams. In fact, probably exactly the same kind of rotation. So it boils down to which is the team that will be able to get themselves the head start through this turtle fight.
I would say the big problem is Bear doesn't really have level 4, but that doesn't really matter because JH already picked up the turtle. And now it's going to be Bear because of the fact that he has the turtle. He goes in to the dragon form, catches 2, and now not only just that, 2 will send the Spear of Destruction to land onto the damage. Twist holding on, but barely. And now Powerful will roll onto FMM. Nice flicker! FMM gets away alive! That is so close. FMM living with a pixel of his HP. 3-0 on the side of Asteris right now. 1.2k gold lead with a turtle to boot as well as the cherry on top of the cake.
Man, a flicker with a very good meaning. FMM understands that as long as he lands onwards and flicker shortly after, he will be able to stun down onto the Baxia for a decent amount of period of time, and also a flicker to create that kind of distance. Because onwards, I mean, you go to your enemies, you give the Baxia the kill essentially, and that was just an absolute play from Asteris to not give a single kill over to Evil.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be Team Evil looking to look elsewhere instead, unfortunately, after that disaster of a turtle fight right now. Asteris playing it simple. They have the lead right now. It's all about how they maximize on this one.
Yeah, we see Evil trying to group up, trying to shove and put some more pressure to Chu, but with FMM standing in the wings, it seems like it's all for naught. Turtle spawning in 25 seconds.
Since we are talking about the turtle, might as well take a look at the junglers with JH currently at level 7 and Powerful at level 6. Powerful is still about 1/4 of EXP away until he hits level 7, and only then you can start to contest for this turtle. So Powerful gonna have to stay in lane for now, and JH, they should be able to understand that with Evil going to the lanes to get some farm, they could actually expand their territory just a tad bit more, just so that they will be able to put some pressure on top of Evil.
Yeah, well, pressure goes twofold, right? You can either push the lane or you can start the turtle, which is exactly what Asteris is doing. Bear coming in from the side, Black Dragon Form trying to push everyone away. Turtle secured by JH.
Turtle secured by JH. Nobody decided Team Evil will follow up. Sayla has to burn the Purify just to get out of dodge. FMM estimated where he is.
Time and time again, the turtle has been taken by Asteris for very good reasons. It all boils down to the lane priorities, whereby it is tough for Twist to be able to do anything. Down in the bottom lane, even to make matters worse, JS suffered a defeat to the hands of Chu. And this is just the standard Moskov versus Roger kind of thing. But top lane,
oh man,
not something that I expected though.
Yeah, Sayla's all the way up top. And I just feel like, you know, if you're telling me that the Moskov is 0-0-0 all the way to like 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, that's normal. But if Jace is already like 0-1-0 or 0-0-0 into 5 minutes, yeah, that's a big problem. Because the Roger needs to look for the snowball, especially when Jace is going for the more traditional build for the Roger, right? We saw the Windtalker, the Endless Battle, that sort of build, right? And in fact, with the Quantum Charge as well, a Twist, penalty zone landing it out. Now it's going to be Powerful, spinning for the win, will not be able to land onto Shu instead. Shu sidestepping, and now FMM gets dragged, goes into the human form, spreading the damage. No damage coming out from Team Evil for now, they will retreat.
Not quite enough damage for them to eventually bring FMM out, despite putting quite a bit of resources onto him, it seems. With the Tortoise's Persons as well as I'm offended, just so that they can catch onto FMM, pull him under the turret. But to be fair, Carrot didn't use his flicker, as he didn't see that as the opportunity to really make very big plays. There will be a point in time where Evil are better set up for a bigger team fight against Asteris. So right now, we haven't exactly seen that 5v5 death ball just yet, but when that happens, I'm pretty sure that Asteris might be surprised, because Sayla, I don't think that we saw him with his Netherrealm yet, until now.
Netherrealm committed already for the side of Sayla, and also the flicker. No flicker ultimate for the side. Twist going into this solo fight. Powerful needs to seek an outplay elsewhere. FMM decides to go for that one instead.
Oh, the timing of the Netherrealm though. Oh, hold on a second. I'm offended.
I'm offended right here. FMM flickers backward as well. And not only just that, it's going to be the Black Dragon for coming to the Bear. Chu will be able to take down the turret on the bottom side instead, whereas Team Evil will be securing 2 kills on the top side, and they're coming back alive. Jace's will be going look for the dodge. Kiwi has to run away. The Terrified will be buying him a bit of time. Flickers away to safety. Asteris will trade top side for bottom lane priority.
And the turtle as well. So we have one turtle that's taken by the side of
lane.
Asteris.
2, 1 dot. Dodge, sidestep, Sailor. Well, come on. Oh, True does eventually fall down. It was super close to being pincered by two members of Team Evil. Eventually does go down with nowhere to run.
77 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns. We are only 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Evil currently did manage to get a little bit of signs of life in the past minute or so, right after the third turtle has been taken down. So definitely Evil is not out of the woods yet, and Asteris can't just casually just throw caution into the wind. There is still a proper fight that Evil can deliver onto the game. As you can see right here, Powerful and Carrot, they are setting up together with JS. They are eyeing for this first tier defense turret just so that they can get a little bit more gold in their pockets.
Gold is one thing, but map control is another thing, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that currently all turrets, all first tier turrets are up for Asteris. So Evil's way of space to maneuver around the map is very, well, compromised at this point, right? So they do want to try to get a turret so they have a little bit more room to move around and maneuver as a death ball. But right now, with nothing to fight for, well, Lord is spawning in 13 seconds, but it seems like Asteris is trying to pick a fight. Team Evo going the same. Twist, penalty zone landed. Kiwi will pop his own in the round set, but here comes the big flying bear. Diving and driving around, Petrify landing on a 4, and now the shot resident secures Karen as well. Sail drags him back and allows him to get close even further towards the whole team of Team Evo. It's a complete disaster for Team Evo as Asteris 3-4 men down in their advantage, and they crack open mid lane.
Oh, massive setup coming in from the side of Asteris. That was the most opportunistic moment for each and every individual for the side of Asteris. We knew and we saw that Bear managed to find that timing to come on down with the Dragon's Tail. It managed to hit everyone with a single stack, and we know from that point on, it is way too difficult for them to even get themselves out of the grasp of Asteris.
The entire fight was flipped on his head with one Black Dragon form from Bear. Honestly, if Bear's not the MVP of that match just because of that fight, I'll be very surprised. It's not a bird, it's not a plane, no, it's a bear.
It's not a bear, it's not a plane, it's a bear. You mean it's not a dragon, it's not a plane.
Oh, it's a bear plane dragon.
Bear plane dragon.
It's
Okay, anyways,
dragon.
so
It's a bearded dragon. It's a bear dragon.
The bear dragon.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we're giving him new nicknames as the game goes by. But here we go. It's like, how is Team Evo just suddenly losing so much space, right? And when they try to focus on making sure that JC gets his one, but hold on a second, Powerful looking for an engage right here. But look at how Asteris knowing when to go in and go out. Carrot, that's a lot. I'm offended going in. JH taking a lot of damage right here, taking a lot of punishment. Penalty zone will be able to land onto a couple. Sailor stepping forward with the Netherrealm, trying to make sure his whole team stay alive. But the stun from the side of the Netherrealm passive, and now Powerful will be stepping forward just a little bit. And now FMM pops the conceal just to try to get on the way. Evil finally take down JH.
But whilst that fight is happening, look at bot lane. Lord is pushing the turret down. Asteris was okay with taking that fight, right? And I mean, honestly, Asteris is okay with taking that fight because as Lord's pushing in, look at the HP on the bottom tier turret. It is almost non-existent. Yeah, it's non-existent, right? So losing one for that kind of push is worth it. And guess what? You're still up 3.3k gold, right? So honestly, Asteris is playing this really, really, really well.
This is the best case result, I gotta have to say, coming in from the very first Lord. Normally when it comes down to first Lord, what you expect is to bring down all of the outer turrets. That's pretty much all. You wouldn't expect much. But the bonus is where you are able to even have the Lord touch the inhibitor turret. The bigger bonus is to bring down the turrets. We're kind of like in between of stage 2 and stage 3. In fact, it's relatively fair to say that we are almost at the later part of stage 3 because of the fact that the bottom lane inhibitor turret is pretty much just one hit away.
No, not only just one hit away, one sneeze away. Chew, and it's already down.
This is where we need Vanix with the later to come in and shoot the turret from out of range, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, Moscow doesn't really have the range to kind of abuse that. But at the same time, we're also looking at how Team Evo trying to regain more map. Asteris, on the other hand, if you can start to see paying a little bit more respect over to the side of Team Evo this time.
they definitely understand that the amount of crowd control from Evil is definitely scary. We have saw previously, in the previous fight, the kind of fight back that Evil is capable of bringing onto the team. And of course, JS's item, I think that him as an executioner is starting to be a lot more scary with all the Lycan pounces.
Continue playing. Carrot has already committed to that, but Twist will be slowing down the momentum coming out of Team Evil. Team Evil has to back off. Well played there by the side of Bear.
Yeah, Bear managed to blend the Petrify onto 2, I believe, before really recognizing that Carrot was coming down, so he decided to disengage. Very well played from the side of Bear as we see the Lord being started up by JH.
With the Lord currently slowly reaching down to half HP, JH of course will be taking on to the mantle for the Lord's Dance. Evil, they still have the opportunity to kind of go for it. I mean, Evil, yes, Powerful is currently level 13, followed by JH at level 14. But when it comes down to crowd control, Evil does have it. If Carrot were to expend the Unoffended and the Flicker onto JH at the perfect opportunity, at the perfect time, there could even be a chance that they will be able to disrupt Asteris' attempt on the Lord.
Yep, Twist spotted out at the bottom lane. It's going to be Bear going into the Black Dragon form. We'll be spotting out Powerful as well. The members of Sayla and also Jason's will not be able to reinforce the front line as well. True, right here stepping forward, but Twist will be looking for a penalty zone, but no, he flickers instead. Doesn't let the penalty zone, and now he will pay his life. What a price! But Asteris, in the meantime, will be able to take the Lord down away from Team Evil. And Asteris now Speed of Destruction just to follow up the icing on the cake for the side of 2.
With that all said and done, the evil magic is about to be dispelled as Asteris has managed to get themselves quite a lead in front of Evil with the Lord marching down to the bottom lane, with the entire team marching the middle lane. They want to end this as soon as possible as they see the light at the end of the tunnel.
They definitely do, and now Carrot's just looking to try to shut that light, but the tunnel is set. Sailor gets popped off, immediately gets deleted off, and now it's just going to be Asteris looking for more, and it's going to be also members on the side of Team Evil slowly falling apart. Top side already cracked open, Black Dragon Bomb committed, and Chu! It's going to be Asteris! Dispelling the evil, and they were going up a little bit longer in MPL Singapore.
What a game!
The end of Team Evil's era.
Oh man, this is the end of an era that we're watching, man. This is the end of Evil for MPL SG Season 7. I honestly don't know what... I'm a little bit speechless, man. I mean, I've heard so much about Team Evil coming into the playoffs, and I had my expectations a little bit high, not gonna lie. But, you know, we did all predict that Asteris was gonna come out and win the series, but what we didn't expect is a 2-0.
Indeed. Despite the fact that I believe that Asteris would have an opportunity to win, I still feel absolutely gutted at the fact that Evil didn't manage to take a game away from Asteris. They have been the mainstays in MPL SG for the longest period of time. We have seen them grow from a community team to Titan Slayers. There's so much that Team Evil has showed for themselves. But today, it seems like the clock hit 12 and all of the magic has disappeared.
Man, it's like Cinderella. Sorry, all over again for the side of Team Evil, but also for Asteris. Man, how they rose from the ashes of Team Evil. Team Evil inspired more community teams. Asteris also one of them, and they've finally taken down one of the massive Titan Slayers in MPL Singapore.
You know, I was watching the qualifier matches that Asteris was playing, you know, and I was like, wait, this is a qualifier team? You know, and, you know, I'm so happy to see them make it past day 1 of playoffs. And also see that they've come back together, you know, better than the first series. Because the first series, they looked, to be honest, a little bit disjointed. Right? It looked like communication wasn't quite there. Maybe it was too early in the morning, they haven't quite waken up yet. But I have to say, the second series that they're playing looked a lot better. And I want to see more games like this from them moving on.
Man, they're moving on towards to fight against the winner between Bleed and Vanguard, and that will be decided in the next series.
Now, with that all said, since we are concluding a chapter between Evil versus Asteris, we're gonna have to crown the MVP for this very specific match itself.
The Flying Bear.
The Flying Bear.
Flying Bear.
The Flying Bear.
The bear bird plane dragon thingy.
Yep.
Okay.
Ladies and gents, watch out because it's not a bird, it's not a plane. Should be bear. There we go.
How are you guys always on point when it comes down to calling out the MVP?
How are you not?
How are you not? I mean, I didn't call out anything, so maybe that's why I don't feel that gratification as we move on now because I am starting to embarrass myself.
So Bear being the MVP makes so much sense. You know, he was pivotal, especially in the second last fight, where literally he single-handedly or single-dragonly flipped the fight on his head. He came in from a flank angle. They did not see him coming. Petrified, used everything, used all his skills, did tons of damage, and just won the fight from one ultimate.
I personally feel like it's not just damage that Bear was
CC
able to
duration.
do. His CCs were on point. There are a few times, in fact, if he had not landed that Petrify, even though the Lord is coming up, usually he will save for the Lord. Instead, he used it there because he needs to save his teammates. And once Evil was able to reinforce altogether, and that's it. Asteris is not ready for the fight. So he burned that Petrify right there and then, saves Asteris from that particular bad fight.
Well, it saves them from playing one more game with the series, right? I mean, honestly, Bear was so pivotal. And I'm excited to hear how they're going to be, I guess, communicating with each other in the mic chat. We'll check it out right now. For a moment there, right?
Let me simulate that for you.
No, in my mind, it's more of the fact that they are so good with one another. They speak telepathically.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You stole the words right from my mouth, man. I was going to be like, look, they don't need to communicate because it's
They
just...
know what they're doing. Just like,
Wait for me.
okay, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you need to do.
Are you sure? Yeah. Ask him. What did I say to him?
He said that I looked really good today.
Oh, I thought he says that the mic check is ready, ladies and gents. Let's take a look at the mic check right now.
Trust me, the wrong person.
Nathan ball, Nathan ball.
Carry me lah, carry me lah.
I can go back. Relax.
I still got pull JH. Yeah. I low. I'm out. I think. Bear no Camila.
Back in. So, I think. No, flicker.
Nathan flicker. Can you get a lot in or? Careful. They link also.
Nice one.
Nathan flicker.
They. Wait, there's a 300.
Left we chop and Florin only.
Wait for me.
I'm dead.
You can continue, Bear, you can continue.
Maybe cool. Hide the dog. Stay on me.
I slap. Fire breathe.
Pressure.
Nice one, guys.
Teaser.
I can go.
Fine.
Nice one.
Hey, ball away.
Go.
You can fight. Continue fight. Nice one, guys.
Whee!
Nice one. Nice one.
I'm going to
I got two. Relay.
Don't celebrate.
Again. And nice.
Did you just double blinked? In that short moment in time? Like in 1 second, I thought I saw Chu like blink twice. But
Yeah, because Sailor was tracking him.
Ah.
Yeah. There are a couple of times where Sailor's Shadow Stampede actually helped Asteris more. Yeah, remember when Bear is like, jumping onto another person and then just killing him off? After he killed, he just whee all the way back. Yeah, that was because Sailor's Shadow Stampede. So that's why Faramis is also very important. When you cast a Shadow Stampede, you don't want to make sure that it's detrimental to you. It's a free gap closer, by the way.
Makes sense. Makes absolute
Or
sense.
free escape in the case of Bear just now, right? So honestly, guys, communication is key, right? We hear that from all the different mic checks that we hear, especially in this one where we just hear a common wee. That's when you know the game is going well.
Yeah, it is. It is actually kind of terrifying to hear that from the enemy team. But let's take a look at the item builds right now.
Yeah, so the item builds for the side of Asteris, actually the game is only 14 minutes. Pretty standard stuff, but anything interesting, anything stand out to you?
Well, nothing in particular, I gotta have to say. Actually, they are all pretty much what I
Stadium
expected.
side
Yeah, I was
on
gonna
Edith.
say.
No, that's pretty normal.
No,
That's
but
pretty normal.
if you notice, it's the third item.
Yeah, that's pretty okay. That's pretty okay. Because when it comes down to the Stallium Scythe for the side of Edith, especially if your team is ahead, you can actually reap a lot of rewards whenever you're out of Primal Wrath.
And
the
that's
true damage.
Yeah, exactly, and that's because he is a hit, right? Usually you build for like the Dom Eyes and whatnot, right? But
you can build it for a 5th item as well if you want to have fun a little bit. You can even get yourself a Holy Crystal at the 5th item.
Correct.
The 6th
That's
item.
true. And that's exactly FMN's statement, right? He's having so much fun, he's basically weeing around. And that's why the Stallium Sign came out. And this shows the dominance that Asteris was able to deal against Team Evo.
Yeah, look, I mean, the item builds are extremely aggressive, and especially on Edith on the FMM side. But we do also want to, I do also want to touch base on Jace's item build. We see him building the executioner style of the Roger instead of the Holy Trinity Roger. Didn't quite work out for him. I think his team was not able to output enough damage to do that executioner style cleanup.
I think that they needed more bruises, right? Because, okay, yes, Terizla do have quite a bit of damage, but most of the time your Terizla will be out there to really soak the damage. Your main priority is not to swing your hammer. It's more of land the penalty zone and stay there, look pretty. But other than that, you gotta need that Roger to actually stay at the back lines, and hopefully with the Holy Trinity, you'll be able to do more damage and help Sayla, or have Sayla help you instead.
I'm not sure how pretty Terizla can look, but I get your point. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think this item build is, we do, I guess, sorry, this is the importance of item builds, right? You can't just copy and paste an item build that you found online, or for example, an item build that you see in game, because it's very situational based on the team composition you're playing. And unfortunately, for Jace's, I personally don't believe that this was the best composition as a Roger. But I do understand where he was trying to go towards this first.
I think he's trying to look to burst down Chu in the early game, right? And then after that, once he gets the snowball going, he can basically swap out the items into more of a DPS, because this is basically a burst Roger composition, right? Especially when you're going up against like a bear that's flying towards you. Yeah, you don't want to burst him down. You don't try to burst.
Or you can't
Roger,
burst him down.
or a Yuzhong down. You try to out DPS him.
It's understandably real difficult for JS to even do anything to Chu playing as a sphere, right? When they are... I mean, we all have seen it before many times. When it comes down to the goal lane, Roger just loses to the spear time and time again. And Roger just don't have the opportunity to eventually get themselves the snowball. And throughout the entirety of today, have we even seen a single Roger snowball? No,
No, not at all.
So the execution style for the Roger just doesn't seem to pop off nowadays, and probably we should only be looking at the Holy Trinity for now.
Yeah,
I think, but the thing is that even with the Holy Trinity, right? We haven't seen much success with Roger, at least locally in MPL SG. Well, that's the only Roger that really did well, at least from recent memory, right? From the games that I've casted. I haven't really seen much success on the Roger. We do see a few wins, yes, but it wasn't because of the Roger himself, right? But looking at the emblems, I think it was pretty standard emblems throughout the board here. Anything catches your interest, guys?
I'm looking through, but I don't see anything.
Attack
This is
speed
very
for
standard.
Edith.
Yeah, attack speed for Edith.
Add-on attack speed. So gets more attack speed, and not only just that, you can see how Carrot decides to go for not only just the movement emblem, but also with his blessing as well, because he wants to constantly rotate to help out Jace's, to help out the mid, and also rotate over to Twist.
Now that you mention it, this is probably one of the only few games where we are where both teams actually have most amount of that, right? Being able to traverse the map a lot faster. Both FMM and Kiwi. Okay, FMM, Kiwi, Carrot, and Sayla. They all have extra movement speed.
Yep. In fact, Kiwi is unable to do so because you need that CD as quickly as possible so that you can reset using the Valentina first skill, so that you can basically spit. Basically 3 times. Sorry, I call the first skill spit.
You call it what?
Just
Spitting?
Spit. Yeah.
Spit.
Yeah, the
Fair
Valentina
enough.
spit. I always call it the spit.
I see.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. So going into the stats-wise, anything... I don't know, there's a lot of turret damage.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that really caught my eye is probably just Chu getting himself 792 GPM, and this is definitely one of the highest, one of the high GPM. Of course, we are not going to be counting like Seiji, for example, because the last thing that we saw was probably who was number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, 790 something, right?
Yeah.
I think rank 2 was 790 something.
Vanix, I think.
Vanix, yes. I think Vanix is the one.
No?
So at least when it comes down to this game, we can pretty much say that Chu has definitely participated in the team fights a lot. And as the Spear, oh no, this time it's Moskov already. So as Moskov has been doing extremely well. And throughout the board, Chu and friends, they have dealt so much turret damage. They understood that they're gonna have to play for the objective. And this time, a lot more methodical with every single part of their approach.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about how textbook it was for the side of Asteris as well, right?
Even for the start,
Even
Evo
for the
was pretty
start,
textbook too.
Yeah, for the start of
and the
Evo, until the end, that's where, you know, a little bit more creative liberties as well that's being used by the side of Asteris. Yeah, for sure. You know, I think Asteris has shown us a masterclass in how to finish a game from start to finish. And once again, congratulations to Asteris for moving on to day 2. But, well, I'm curious to see what kind of analysis Kindofu has for us. So take it away, my man.
Thank you. It is time back into the Tofu Corner. And let me ask you a question. Do you know how long a cycle is? A cycle normally happens between 7 to 10 years. And this is our 7th season. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remember this day. It is the start of a new era itself. The team fight team that we have all lauded as the best team in the playoffs with the playoff buff has been taken down this season. And we welcome the new community champions here. It's going to be Asteris. Now I'm going to show you a very short clip of how they won one of the biggest team fight teams in our history of MPL SG. And it all starts with Mr. FMM here. Right, so a very nice catch. 2 moves in 1 fell swoop. Number 1, we have Kiwi here with the stolen, with the IMU stolen NetherRealm. Procs it to save and extend the life of the team. Secondly, they follow it up with the Earth Shatter coming out from FMN. Now that's the first 2 blows they're going to deal to our team fight team here. Third one is going to come in a slight moment. This is going to come in the form of Chu, like you guys mentioned. Chu has been throwing spears all day long, and man, does it hurt. And when you actually corral them into one corner like this is exactly what our MVP of the day loves. That is going to be his Petrified Furious Dive Dragon Tails combo. And this 4th move is the killer move because at this point there is nothing more that Evo can provide at this point. It's just clean up from this straight up. And Chu, of course, adding a little bit of flair to the performance, leading in with the Spear of Destruction, ending and putting them out of their misery. That is the game of today, 2-0 going in for Asteris. They will make it further down the line in the lower brackets. Now, this is not the end of the journey. Of course, for them, it is going to be the end for Evo, unfortunately. Now, as we proceed to the last game of the day, we have to find out the thoughts on the side of Asteris, because now they have earned themselves a new title. They have taken the title away from Evo. It's time to see these new champions, what are they going to do next?
Thank you so much, our favorite kind of tofu. And right now here I have coach of Asteris beside me, RL19. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, come closer. Okay, so coming into this match, it is a true Singapore special. What was your approach coming into this game?
Coming into this match, I just focused on what Evo was doing. I watched, I respected them, of course. They've always come off with this playoff buff. So I actually watched Evo's games all the way from 2 seasons ago, 1 season ago, and I found a trend that I managed to tell my team.
So the trend is the ridiculous team fights that keep happening, and that's why you picked the Camilla?
Mainly, yes.
Maybe?
Yes.
Okay, so, but it has proven very effective because you guys know that they are huge on team fights. And right now for Team Asteris also, the bond that the players have works phenomenally with team fights as well. But I mean, since the opportunity I have you here, right, I didn't get the chance to interview them for their first match today. What went on earlier for Team Flash's match?
I think it's except for FMM, I think it's the first time they play in playoffs, in upper brackets. And I think the pressure got to them, so they weren't at their best shape, and we made a few wrong decisions, and Team Flash punished us.
I see. But definitely the boys have more to give, right?
Definitely.
And we're very excited for that. Now, there was a 2-week break between the regular season and playoffs. So what did you guys tweak along the way preparing to come into playoffs today?
There was a lot of things we prepared. I mean, we were fighting Team Flash, right? So it was very confusing for us because like we see how they played in regular season. Like every single game, they played something different. So what I tried to say to my team is, okay, we gotta come up with something, and we don't care what they play, but we're just gonna play our own things. Which we tried to do, but unfortunately they were better today.
Right, so probably a little bit of tweaking once again. And yeah, so moving forward into the game, you would be seeing either Bleed or Vanguard. Who do you think it will be?
Personally, I'm not sure because we lost to both teams, right, in regular season. So no matter which team we fight, it will be a chance for my players to get back their revenge. But I think they're friends with people from Vanguard, so maybe we're more hoping to see them.
You're hoping to see Vanguard?
Hoping, but I think Bleed will win them after this.
So you're anticipating Bleed. So
Yes.
how will you as coach approach that? Okay, you cannot ask, right? Because it's stretch.
Yeah.
Okay, but definitely you're looking forward to duking it out with Bleed later on.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so anything that you want to say as a position of coach to all of the brand new supporters of Asteris so far?
I would just like to thank all the supporters who came down and supported us. I know we're a new team, but we're here to stay.
All right, and that is RL19, guys. Thank you so much, RL19.
You're welcome.
Yay! So guys, that was RL19 coach right here from Asteris. Now today was a change of a brand new era where we had to say goodbye to a MPL SG playoff staple, and that is our community heroes Evil. Now, of course, Asteris is also a full Singapore team, which is also now our community kings that will continue the dreams of Evil right here in this playoff season. Now, for the next match that's coming up for Match 4, we'll be seeing the likes of Lead Esports going up against Vanguard SG. Now, for this match that's closing off the show, what will unfurl and which team will we say goodbye once more in a day? Stick around and we'll see you for Match 4.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Osim.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠しても滲み出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting simple. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Not Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh.
Dude, what? You know that's correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You know right.
Huh?
Oh, wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi aja kan EXO. Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, looks like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh. There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe, Looks that familiar,
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light bulb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read our answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
he said
that powers was not like featured in the box.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe,
Do not say
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
the first player to guess 2, The first player to guess 2. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know like that? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
dose him.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Watashi wa tsuyoku naru nda. Sono tame nara nan datte.
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know. This one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay. You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think like we're getting something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个呀，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Okay.
Huh?
Oh.
2, 1. Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je kan EXO. Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh. There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe, Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that Powers was not like featured in the box.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe,
Do not
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess 2, I don't think it was guess 2. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Osim.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Watashi wa tsuyoku naru nda. Sono tame nara nan da tte.
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think like we're getting simple. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个呀，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
You write the current name.
Okay.
Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
Your answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
Dude, what? You don't rush, right?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You don't rush.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je connect so.
Tak, 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind.
Oh. There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe, Looks very familiar.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
He said
Qualifiers was not like featured in the bottle.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe,
Do not say
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
the first player to guess blue, I don't think to guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know it? Yeah, you not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Osim.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting some. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Okay. So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
2, 1. Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je kan EXO.
Tak ada. 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin. But it's veiled because of the wind.
I
got it.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage. Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe, Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light bulb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
He said
that powers was not like featured in the bottle.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe,
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess 2, The first player to guess 2. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? A crispier Chicken McCrispy.
And welcome back, friends, to MPL SG Season 7 playoffs. Earlier on in Match 3, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to the MPL SG staple team, which is Evil. And in this match itself, Match 4, that will be closing off the first day of playoffs, we will unfortunately have to see another team go. Now, in this match, we will see the likes of Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard SG. Now, Bleed Esports found themselves right here in the lower brackets earlier on in Match 2's loss, and they'll be going up against Vanguard SG. Now, what will unfurl right here in this match? We don't know. It could go any way, but of course, which team will stay and continue to vie for the crown, and that is MPL SG champion. Let's find out, starting off with the faces of Bleed Esports. Now, despite their loss for today's match 2, the boys have always proven to be highly adaptable and resilient over at the Land of Dawn. What will happen right here for match 4 of the day? We can only find out. Now, going up against the amazing Bleed Esports. Presenting to you, Vanguard SG. Now, for the first time in MPL SG history, we see the first female player playing on the official stage here at MPL Playoffs. It is Sunny, and it is absolutely amazing to see a female face right here in the crowds of a male-dominated stage. So yes, presenting to you Vanguard Esports, and of course we see Dak going in the jungle as well. So now the teams will be heading over to their friendly hellos before going to their battle stations. Now, as the boys head on over to the battle station, now things are really shaking up. Knowing what Bleed can bring to the table with their high adaptability and huge hero pool, whereas on the other hand, we see a huge shuffle when it comes to Vanguard Esports lineup. What can unfurl right here from this match? We can only find out later at the Land of Dawn. But without further ado, I'm gonna hand my time over to the casters. Take it away, boys.
Guys, welcome back to the final series of day 1 of playoffs in MPL SG Season 7. I'm Kwasong, joined together with me, we have Abstract as well as Jace. Boys, final series of today. Did we expect it to be like 5:20 right now for it to be the final series?
Well, it feels a lot earlier than expected, but of course, we have been experiencing 2-0s all across the board. Perhaps this is going to be the series that will give us a 2-1.
Maybe. I mean, look, honestly, Bleed was not looking too hot after their first series of today. Vanguard could look at this as an opportunity, as a sign of weakness, and come in to sweep the 2-0 or maybe get the 2-1 win at the end of this series. Jace, any thoughts?
I personally feel like well, I voted for Bleed to kind of go up, so I really don't think this is actually happening. Well, sorry, more like I really feel like Bleed is supposed to be able to beat RSG, so I think right now all my predictions is like going off the board.
Completely jumbled up. Huh?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, I was expecting Bleed to win as well. So, but now we've got this, right? Bleed versus Vanguard. And understandably, Vanguard did manage to show very promising results when it comes down to regular seasons. But unfortunately, when it comes down to today's game for the first day of playoff, we can see that we have Vanguard being very vastly different.
Yeah, that's true. But let's talk a little bit about Bleed Esports. Jace, could you bring me through?
Well, for Bleed Esports right here, currently in the EXP lane, Sagitnu, the jungle is Yon. Mid lane Jay, and then after that Rome is Gear, and of course gold lane is Seiji. Yeah, hope to see more coming out from the side of Bleed Esports because, you know, there's a lot of things riding for them, especially going into the playoffs. During the regular season, they're performing really well, and yeah, I really hope they're able to shine up against Vanguard to kind of redeem themselves after seeing them drop all the way down to the brackets.
Well, look, I don't think dropping down to the lower brackets, I don't think we can count them out just because
Not
they
yet.
dropped.
It's just a
right?
lot more tiring to actually just crawl their way back out, right?
For sure. But look, I have the utmost confidence in Bleed going into this series. They didn't look too well, but I reckon they just needed that time for them to come back and get their heads in the right mindset.
Exactly.
Moving on, let's check out Vanguard's lineup. Can you bring me through, Abstract?
Alright, of course, for the side of Vanguard Esports, we do have Ken that's going to be rocking the EXP lane deck onto the jungle. Zuni is on the mid. Nick Stain, of course, the Stain brothers, right? Nick Stain onto the roam and Luxian Stain onto the gold lane. So, when it comes down to Nick, Luxian as well as Ken, they have been the mainstays for Vanguard Esports all the way from the regular seasons until now. And of course, they have been playing quite a lot of heroes that give us good amount of information. But when it comes down to Deck and Zuni, things are definitely going to shake things up. Whereas for Deck, we have seen him play for week 4, day 1 with a single game of Fredrin, if I remember correctly. So when it comes down to that, we only have that small sample size for Deck. As for Zuni, we don't have anything at all as far as I'm concerned. We quite literally have got nothing. So what kind of heroes that Zuni is going to play in the middle lane, that is, well, we gotta have to find out as we go on.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be really interesting. Suni as a wild card going into today could act as the final, maybe surprise that Vanguard needs coming into this series, right? And honestly speaking, it is what Vanguard probably needs to win this series if they're planning on going into day 2.
Yeah, and going into this one, this is basically not their main roster, right? So
Yeah,
definitely
it's
a little bit of a concern from the side coming from me, but yeah, right now it's just more on how Bleed, just going through this small little road bump, especially when they're supposed to be on their road to redemption and stuff like that.
Now, of course, since we were talking about MPL SG, we haven't seen Zuni coming in to play the game just yet. But of course, there have been other instances in other tournaments that we did see her playing the game. And of course, we even have some highlight reels of Vanguard doing their absolute best. So we can't exactly count them out yet.
Yeah, but moving on, let's look at Bleed Esports stats so far. Interesting point to note. I want to highlight that Gear and Sagitnu both can play the R-Lot. So honestly speaking, Vanguard, if you're hearing this, banning out the R-Lot may actually be worth a ban because they're able to ban out something which is super flexible that can be played by 2 different players, right? I mean, look at Gear and look at Sagitnu. Anything stands out to you, Abs?
Well, Seiji, I think the GPM did go down by a tad little bit, but regardless, it is still a very high amount of GPM. And Seiji, understandably, also going to be one of the main core factors as to why Bleed Esports has been doing extremely well. John coming into the picture, although for today, we didn't really quite see what we wanted from Yon as for now, right? We talked about a little bit of a disjointed information between these two players. Perhaps they will be able to come down and of course come back and bounce back.
Yeah, that's for sure. But over on Vanguard Esports side, we have 2 wild cards in Suni as well as Deck. Deck, I think, only played 1 game so far this season, and Suni completely. Well, it's her first game of MPL, but she's been playing in other tournaments, as you kind of alluded towards. But Jays, my question for you: anything stands out on this lineup?
I think personally it's just Nick Stain's hero on the Minotaur, right? I think that's something that he's shown a lot of comfort with. Suni in other tournaments, she's mostly a roamer, just for your information as well. So this time around, she's filling a role of a mid laner. I mean, in terms of rotation wise, a roamer and a mid, the rotation is almost kind of similar because you want to be clearing your waves very quickly and then start rotating along with your roamer. But I think this is something that Suni should be comfortable with. But right now, it's just more of like, we talk about the plug and play. We talk about how if you are adapting, I hope that they're able to, be a lot more on the ball in a sense that they can, merge a little bit in the last minute.
Yeah, for sure. And for me, my question going into the series is whether Suni is going to be picking those roamer-type mid laners. But let's see what the audience have to say about this matchup. 70% of the audience believes Bleed is going to take this game. Take the series.
70% going over to Bleed, I think is understandable, right? Because Bleed, they have been showing very strong stance from the regular season. And of course, with Vanguard, we introduced 2 wildcard players. I believe that it will definitely stir up a little bit of anxiousness to the viewers. As well as, you know, no one likes to not know something. And that is the case where people look at Vanguard like, we don't have the information, we can't exactly back up something. And people want to be right. So predictions pretty much go according to what I expect.
That's true, and if you look on the desk, we believe that this is going to be a 2-0 game for the side of Bleed. This is actually one of the few times that I think all 3 of us agree.
Unanimous decision.
A unanimous decision that Bleed is going to win. It's going to be up to Vanguard to decide whether or not they're going to throw an upset towards us and prove us wrong. I mean, the last time it was a unanimous decision, I think it was the RSG versus
week 2.
Sorry?
Week 2.
Yeah, it was week 2, right?
Yeah,
when all of us got it.
When all of us are wrong. The last time we were unanimous, and all of us are wrong.
So we're ready to be wrong then.
I am ready to be proven wrong, good. And this will be the first time I'm wrong today, by the way.
Show off.
Okay, Ken. Alright.
Alright.
Yeah, but like, I kind of agree with where Abstract is coming from. Like, usually we want to be a little bit logical about things, and I'm a very logical person myself, and I say things from not only just from what I feel, but also in terms of the stats. I usually have a reason for why I say things, right? But right now, it just feels like, it feels like Bleed is the person that we know better. That's why we kind of go for that vote.
Understandable. Now, with that all said and done, we are going to be jumping into the drafting phase. And of course, we have got everyone in the seat ready for their draft. And right off the bat, we are going to be looking at a Chip, Loi ban, as well as a Minotaur ban. Understandably so from Bleed, right? We have been seeing an influx of Minotaur being played by Nick Stain, and that essentially forces Nick Stain to go for something a little bit different. But understandably, perhaps still gonna go for more teamfight oriented roamers. But we did see before Nick Stain playing heroes such as Mathilda before, so perhaps we'll be looking at a little bit of a shake-up. In fact, the shake-up is already having Dak and Zuni in. We may be looking at a completely different kind of playstyle and completely different kind of drafting as compared to what we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, that's for sure. We see a Minotaur ban, we see the Angela ban as well. I'm pretty sure the Angela was kind of targeted. It's also a blanket ban, but also targeted towards the side of Sunni. We do see a Harif, Helkert, as well as Loi ban from the sides of Vanguard. Very smart bans, target bans, as well as blanket bans included. But no, we see a Lilia being picked up for Sunni on the side of Vanguard.
This is a very fast drafting phase. We already have Fredrin, Valentina being picked up from the side of Bleed, as well as Edith and Lilia being picked up from the side of Vanguard. I do appreciate Coach Gee just going straight out with the Minotaur and the Angela ban. I mean, understandably, when it comes down to Angela, it's one of the few heroes that can stand a very good chance in the middle lane as an enchanter support, filling in for the mid lane role. And we have seen that before in the previous seasons before because of the meta patches, but it has been changed a tad bit, where Angela's damage coming in from the hard waves is not all that amazing.
Hello, I want to talk about the Fanny pick, man. Deck on Fanny. I mean, we saw some success on side of Yawn playing the Fanny earlier today, where he went 8-0-2 within, I think, the first like 5-6 minutes of the game, but was not able to follow through. Right. I mean, I'm wondering if this is necessarily a great pick right now.
It's a little bit too early.
Right.
You're right. I personally feel that, yes, having a Fanny will definitely be great. However, there are still a lot of amazing roamers that is currently still available on the board. You may want to argue that there is, of course, a very recent buff on the 27th of May, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
Right, so it actually gives the assassin junglers a lot more of a survivability in their jungle, whereby they can definitely do more damage to invaders. However, my stand is that it actually don't make that big of a difference. If roamers do want to come and invade, they will still invade, and the amount of damage that they receive may not necessarily make that big of a difference, because their job is just to delay, not necessarily to kill you.
It's to kind of push you away, dissuade you from clearing your own jungle, right? But it seems like Vanguard, on the other hand, has heard what we said on the desk. They do decide to ban the R-Lot. You can cover two sides with the one Arlot ban. Makes perfect sense. Banning out Sagitnus, Paquito as well, also makes perfect sense.
The Arlot too. I like that.
Yeah. So I think the bans are on point on the side of Vanguard thanks to Youngin. I think he was on the desk as well, I believe, right? At some point.
Yes, definitely. At one point in time, the first half we have Youngin giving us valuable information, and then halfway through he dipped out because he gotta have to coach for another team. And like, bye
RSG last season.
Oh, it was last season.
It was last season.
It feels so long ago.
Oh wow, okay, so we see Ruby getting picked. This drafting phase is happening really quickly. We see Ruby getting picked up from the side of Vanguard as a really good deterrent, I reckon, into Bleed's lineup, right?
Understandably, they do want to have a lot more crowd control. Edith as well as Ruby, now with the two of them, they do have the crowd control that they absolutely need. With the jungler that heads over, with a jungler that is a lot more damage style, you normally would want to have a very delicate balance between the EXP laner as well as the jungler. If one of them is a damage dealer, the other one needs to be more on the utility. So what is left remaining is going to be the gold laner from the side of Vanguard. And at this point in time, Roger has been banned, Harif has been banned. We still can definitely expect to see a Claude. But is this exactly the style of play that they want to see coming up for themselves, going up against Bleed?
Yeah, that is...
Chang'e!
Oh no. What's... Okay, Chang'e. Gold lane Chang'e.
Gold Chang'e?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chang'e gold lane. Yeah,
wow.
It could also potentially be the golden staff Chang'e that I've been seeing recently, where it applies on-hit effects. Don't forget Chang'e does have a movement speed boost and also shields. So yeah, Vanguard is experimenting on the playoff stage when they're almost on elimination.
Okay. Well, you see, this is the time to test out strategies that they strongly feel will work, right? The thing is that if they don't do this in the first game, they 100% can't do this on the second game, right? But looking at Vanguard's lineup right now, they're lacking tankiness. They only have the Edith the tanks, but even then when she turns to human form, she becomes pretty squishy, right? So honestly, Vanguard's lineup makes sense, but it's gonna be extremely hard to execute.
It's mostly on the late games, I feel. It's really the late game that might have been a little bit of a tougher game for them.
Yeah, for sure, but I think going into game number 1 of Series 4, Vanguard versus Bleed Esports. Lads, this is the final series. Remember that loser of this series will be going home. Winner does go to day 2, though.
So with that all said and done, let's just crunch down a bit of lane priority, right? And of course, the general picks coming in from both sides. When it comes down to, of course, the Chang'e as well as the Moskov, I would require some time to really understand these two matchups. So I'm gonna reserve my opinions at least for now. But when it comes down to the EXP lane, it's understandable that Esmeralda is definitely gonna do a pretty good job down in the bottom lane, only until Ruby starts to pick up the War Axe. Once the War Axe has come up, then it's pretty fair to say that Ruby might be able to oppress this Esmeralda even further.
Yeah, Ruby is a pain in the behind right now, but we do see Suni ganking.
Oh, Pick already committed right here. Sagitnu just absorbing all the damage coming from Suni. Sagitnu should be able to heal all the way up, but yeah, nothing could be converted down the bottom lane.
We do see Yawn taking an engage in Suni, trying to bully her out of her lane. And a first blood with the Priestess Wrath.
Yeah, Priestess Wrath just deals the killing blow onto Suni, and that's going to limit her all the way into level 4, right? And now not only just that, no level 4, no safety net for the side of Vanguard. Yeah, Suni has to play safe going to the turtle fight.
This turtle fight is... Sorry, but this turtle fight is going to be just completely in Bleed's side.
Yeah, it's completely going to Bleed's side. With a with a mid laner that have lost one entire creep wave, unable to give it over to the roamer, which is in here, it's definitely going to be tougher for them to try to vie for the turtle fight. But in the meantime, Dak did manage to make an appearance down the bottom.
Yep, no, just that. Nick, oh, nice. I'm offended. Will be able to pull the members from the side of Bleed, especially Sagitnu all the way. Jay right now turns into the human form, but it's going to be Yon securing the turtle instead. Jay also take down Dak at the same time. It's just going to be a massive problem for the side of Bleed right here going into the early game.
Massive problem for Vanguard, you reckon? I think Vanguard right now is looking extremely weak. 2-1, 500 gold, and keep in mind that there's only 2 minutes in the game. Turtle is Wait, Turtle
Yep,
taken
Turtle
already.
is credited over to the to Bleed side. And to make matters worse is that the purple buff has been stolen by the hands of Yawn. So at least for the side of Bleed, they completely understood what they gotta have to do. And if they do get the lead, they are immediately just gonna go straight over to the opponent's jungle. That is one of the core things that a Fredrin is gonna be really good at. And as for Dak, he understood that he gotta have to risk it for the biscuit. Without his own purple buff in his own jungle, he gotta have to raid.
Yep, not just that. Oh, this is gonna be Sagitno getting knocked out. Sky High Ken will be credited for that kill instead. Nick Stain goes onto human form, but at the same time, you saw that taking a second death already, and all because Gear decided to use a Divine Judgment over there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you by going in and invading and stealing your opponent's purple buff, right? It forces your opponent to try to do an invade. Bleed was ready for that. Bleed countered that. Read that like a book. Right, so honestly, everything is just going on the way of Bleed at this point in time. But there is a 1k gold lead, but it's not the end of the story for Vanguard just yet.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about 1k goal lead within 4 minutes. Normally, in most situations, I can just pass it off very simply and just say that it's not that big of a deal. But unfortunately, within that 4 minutes, we have a mid lane that is under-leveled and unable to compare with the opponents, despite being a Lilia, which have a way better lane priority as compared to a Valentina. Being stuck in the middle lane is definitely going to be put a very huge toll onto the team for being unable to rotate around. Perhaps they made that decision because they want to prioritize more on the purple buff, as you can see here.
I'm offended. Pulling Yawn right there. Great health for the side of Yawn.
Wait, Dexter didn't get his purple buff.
I don't.
The deck is right now 2 levels behind Yawn at this point.
That would make sense.
It feels so bad seeing this game right now play out. Bleed is going to take the turtle without a hitch. And
the Divine Judgment on the Ken too.
Ken, not only just that, I'm offended. Make sure he survives just a little bit longer. That's a lot of ultimates already committed. Even Ken committing his. He's standing strong down on the bottom lane. And that's exactly what Vanguard needs, right? Scaling all the way to the later parts of the game. We shall take a look at how Bleak cracks Vanguard. But on the other hand, Vanguard, look at the items coming out from Luxenstein. That is a Corrosive Scythe. Corrosive Scythe. No, that's not. Sorry, Feather Heavens. Maybe I'll put aside Luxenstein.
Alright, so understandably for the side of Bleed, they know that the name of the game now is all about contesting for the enemy's jungle to make sure that deck stays way below of Yawn's EXP level, just so that the Retribution can always be used to steal away the purple buff. This way they will always be able to cripple and put this Flying Fanny into a Ground Fanny. The moment that you have a Ground Fanny for the entire game, even if you don't have a Retribution for the turtle.
Yep, here looking for the Divine Judgment right there. Ken just pulsing out just a little bit. Nick Stain jumping on Flicker at the same time. He will be able to take down his counterpart. And now not only just that, picking up a double kill. Vanguard is starting to solve Bleed like a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Bleed just looking a little bit too greedy at that point in time, trying to get a kill onto Luxenstein. Honestly, Vanguard was so far behind, they didn't really need to make that kind of risky play, but they chose to go for it nonetheless, and they've got punished.
Unfortunately, it seems like a game of complacency at a point in time. They believe that they are ahead, which technically they are, but not by a far stretch. And just going into proxy, they have learned their mistake. But to be fair, even when the mistake was made, Bleed took the opportunity to have Valentina as well as Fredrin to head into the opponent's purple buff to steal the purple buff away from deck once again. So this flightless bird is quite literally going to be our... quite literally gonna be a chicken of our era, unable to fly and just constantly grounded.
Chickens can fly, I think dodos...
Could fly last time. Last time they could fly. Now they can't.
They can still fly a little bit.
A little bit.
Anyways, dodos are the birds that you're looking about.
But they're extinct.
Exactly.
Yep, oh, sorry, down bottom lane, Seiji getting burst up, and now it's going to be Sagitno jumping with the ultimate, Luxenstein letting down the pain onto Sagitno, but no follow-up right here. On the other hand, Yawn is just securing onto the turtle up top, but Vanguard don't care, they're going to push down bottom.
I have to say though, the tower melted extremely quickly, right? So Vanguard still still has signs of life in terms of being in this game. Right now the gold lead has shrunk down to about 900 gold. So Vanguard still looking as like they're in the game.
It's really tough for Vanguard to play as they're constantly going to be in a 4 versus 5 fashion. But Bleed, they will echo that as well. They will be like, you know what, if it's going to be a 4v5, We don't want that. We'll keep it to 4v4. We'll put our investment somewhere else, which is going to be putting on Seiji. Seiji might not be in most of these team fights as he can just go off for a split push, knowing how Moskov is going to be really good at that. So Bleed should be able to tally things out with Vanguard's main 4, the available 4 at the very least. But now, finally, 8 minutes in, it does seem like Fanny can finally pick up the purple buff. But at what cost? Because, let's be honest here, even with a purple buff right now coming in from Deck, can he really even kill anyone?
Yeah, keep in mind that Deck is still under-leveled as well, right? So Fanny, we saw Fanny doing extremely well with Yon piloting her, but now we see on Deck's hands, not looking too hot, guys. And honestly speaking, in my experiences, when a Fanny doesn't get fed,
Spin for the win right here. Does a bit of damage onto Jay, but it barely takes bleed for now.
yeah, and that's the point I was alluding to, right? A Fanny which is not fed, a Fanny which is not going on curve, isn't going to be doing too much in terms of contributions.
Yeah, at least for now, I guess. Perhaps this purple buff should be able to help them propel themselves forward just a tad little bit. I don't think that Bleed is particularly too afraid of the damage potential that Deck is capable to bring out, but damage is still damage. As you can see on the damage dealt chart, Deck is currently dealing to 11,000 damage.
Big ultimate right there, Sagitnu taking the brunt of the damage. Looks sustained credited for the kill, but where's the follow-up coming from Bleed? They're just gonna give Sagitnu over to Vanguard right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Usually we see Bleed trying to exchange objectives or exchange things on the map. We see a fight being broken out.
Yep, Gear flicking forward, especially will be able to catch on to Nick Stain. Jay right here just outputting damage at the front line as well. Yon just absorbing the aggression from the side of the Lord Pit. Nick Stain will go down. Sagitnu doesn't even require to join the fight. Now Bleed made it equal for now, 4v4, but now with Sagitnu in tow, it's not an equal fight for Vanguard and Bleed. Bleed takes the Lord.
Surprisingly, throughout all of that has happened already, Deck is only just one level behind of Yon. So as much as we saw, like as though Vanguard has been completely oppressed, it's not exactly the case at all. It just looked like that on the surface. Vanguard still manages to find external ways of farming. They get themselves their EXP as well as gold. If we were to look at EXP and GPM chart, I would say that they are not out. They are not exactly out of the game just yet.
Eruption catches onto Ken. Seiji stepping forward just a little bit. Crazy Raz will not be able to connect anything. That goes for the bad light, and now will not be able to find any damage at all. Vanguard still needs to deal with the Lord marching up top.
Yeah, Lord is marching down the top side, and all the look. Tier 2 turret has dropped already for Vanguard on their bot lane. Tier 1 turret is pushing in. Bleed is doing this like a textbook, right? Lord pushes in one lane. You put pressure on another lane, and you're gonna get basically two lanes.
Yon walking into the realm bush right here will get hooked, and that's exactly what Vanguard likes to do. Right now, Vanguard is just picking off Bleed one by one.
This is probably going to be their MO for quite a while. While the Lord slowly takes its time to stroll up to the top lane, they still have some time to actually defend their middle lane, which as you can see here is exactly what they do.
This time around, Ken will be the victim instead. Nick Stain steps forward just a little bit. Here's also the meteor shower, but Sagitnu will be able to respond onto Luxian Stain as well. The shield is just providing, and Luxian Stain is trying to kite backwards. Jay as well will be ending on damage. Seiji will be picking up Nick Stain with the Spear of Destruction from afar, but now Vanguard has to deal with the Lord that's marching up top.
They don't have a lot of defensive capabilities, at least from the side of Vanguard. For Luxian Stain to just stand tall, put his foot down, and really just auto-attack all the way. He gonna have to kite a lot, which is definitely gonna be one of the main problems that Chang'e have, because they have no escape mechanism. The only thing that they have is building up shields. But speaking of shields, that is exactly what Sagitnu do. Taking shields away, and technically speaking, giving shields and taking them away.
Yeah, I think the Esmeralda pick into the Chang'e was very smart. Actually, Esmeralda was picked first and then Chang'e I think was picked last, right?
Technically speaking, I'm not too sure whether the interaction works this way, but because of the fact that the first skill is a shield, okay, never mind.
Seiji! That second skilled spear followed Deck all the way to the wall. In the fallout spear destruction.
F in the chat, guys.
Man, never thought I'd live to see that reaction. That interaction.
Literally just F in chat, boys. For Deck at that point. 0-3 and 1. Unfortunately, not the Fanny that he was expecting to play. I reckon.
It's not easy. I'm gonna have to say it's really not easy for deck to be able to do much. But losing the mage in the early stages of the game, just losing the very first, just losing the second purple buff, it means a huge toll to a Fanny already. And from that point in time, they're gonna have to find a way to salvage from the situation. And their current salvation, it really boils down to back to what we talked about before. Just pick up a little bit and try to get themselves back to level 15, especially for deck. He just needs to drive by, go for Retribution Steals, which is something that is definitely possible that we have seen before from Team Flash.
Drive by, you make it sound so easy, man. We see the Lord being started up by Yon on the side of Bleed. Deck is trying to maneuver himself into a good position, but the Lord just being left alone at this point.
Yeah, just typical Lord dance, right? And I really like what Sagino did there. Opening up the map to make sure that there's no enemy jungle, especially when the Fannies, they like to just, fly by and then retreat and then just get out, right? And sometimes, especially when the game has reached to this period of time, yeah, you don't want to give the Lord over to the enemy team just because you made a mistake.
Yeah, every single step, every single move makes a very, very big difference at this point. Both teams all gathered as, most teams are gathered right now. Bleed as a 5-person. Vanguard is kind of split off, but it is a Fanny. She has the high mobility to can move around the map as and when she pleases. This is a very long Lord dance, guys.
That's typical, but okay, Yon stepping up. Ken will be the victim right here, not able to use his Iron Offended. The damage is already gone for the side of Vanguard. Now Gear will be stepping forward just a little bit and will not be able to catch anybody for now. Jay stepping at the same time as well, takes away the ultimate of the Lilia instead, and now Yon just deals with the Lord, and all of a sudden the Lord priority swings all the way back to Vanguard, and Jay decides to pop the ultimate instead. Seiji sitting right there, pushing deck away.
Yeah, that was a very, very weird fight. I mean, I reckon Bleed was pushing in a little bit. Gear was pushing in a little bit too deep and got punished for that.
Onwards? No, just that. Onwards. Big Stain has to get out of the way. Now the meteor shower, and that's what's causing a lot of problems for the side of Bleed right here. Yon has to limp away, but Jay will be able to secure the kill onto Suni.
Bottom lane is ultimately very important, and great that deck is actually heading over to the bottom lane. They require to put a lot more pressure onto the opposite side of where the Lord is in order to get themselves a little bit more of an edge in this upcoming Lord's fight. Because Vanguard also understood that Bleed, they are inexplicably having issues trying to clear things out, and within that short span of time, deck actually leveled up to level 15 already. So they're back in game. They can definitely fight for this, and Yon is only still at level 14.
Yep, here getting stabbed as well. Not only just that, Yon will get deleted by deck. He has redeemed himself, but Nice Spear coming out for the side of Seiji will be able to stun everybody, and the Spear of Destruction follow-up. Seiji jumps to the back! Destroys Ken! Destroys Luxian. Nowhere for them to run, but deck is still alive. He's looking for more. He's looking for the pickoff right here. Try to spin and try to delay the fight.
So even when we are looking at items, right? Because understandably, deck wouldn't have enough items. The only thing he has is Blade. They have the CC Halberd as well as the Malefic Roar. Decent items, I gotta have to say, decent items. But it's not quite enough to really deal a chunk of damage to the main damage dealers of Bleed and even deal with their main tanky players. Deck might be actually able to steal the Lord away, but got distracted a tad bit.
Yeah, they did not let deck get close to the Lord at all. By the way, Seiji is full items already. No wonder he's chunking them down.
Yeah, it's all he's all they need for the Lord, and I think that is going to be possibly how they're going to be tackling the Lord from this point onwards. That is, if they manage to take away the northern jungle dominance.
Yeah, well, with the Lord being taken down at this point, Lord is spawning and pushing in from the top side, thankfully. For the side of Vanguard, they've managed to push out the lane a fair amount as well, so the Lord's going to take a little bit to reach the inhibitor turret now. But yeah, I think for the side of Bleed, right, they need to put pressure on the opposite side of the map. We do see Sagitnu following the Lord, tailing the Lord, making sure that the Lord gets to the inhibitor turret safely, and we see all 3 lanes being pushed in at this point.
It's definitely going to be a tad bit tough. as Bleed held down to their lanes to ensure that they don't push the lanes off too far to give Vanguard free farm. But as we are speaking, the Lord is going to be making his way, placed his mark on the inhibitor turret in the top lane, and Vanguard readies himself for the attack coming in from Bleed to push in the middle lane in hit.
Yep, Meteor Shower just landing onto the high ground. On top of that, Sunny can just burst down the wave very easily, so Vanguard does have a very solid high ground. It's now up to Bleed on how to peel Vanguard apart. One false step. Don't forget, Vanguard could just swipe back, especially with Lichtenstein, Nick Stain. There's a lot of damage in there, and just in case of the cleanup, that can also do the cleanup.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential, I think, for Vanguard to come back into this game. Remember, the longer the game goes, the better it actually is for the side of Vanguard, right? So right now, already with Moskov hitting his 6 items, yes, he is going to be a threat going into this very late part of the game. But, you know, I think there's just a lot more carry potential for the side of Vanguard.
In terms of item effectiveness as well, one thing we gotta have to look out for is one of the first few items that Gear picked up is gonna be the Radiant Armor. And I believe that Yon having the Radiant Armor himself as well, they should be able to mitigate quite a bit of damage from the side of Vanguard, namely Lichtenstein, Nick Stain, and Zuni. With Dak and Ken being the only one that deals physical damage, the only one that really built up physical defenses really boils down to Yon as well as
Flicker for Flicker. Gear will be able to catch onto Nick Stain though. No follow-up coming off from Bleed for now. Nick Stain walks away scot-free.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Divine Judgment on Nick Stain was necessarily the right choice. Yes, he was a little bit out of position, but it felt a little bit too mature to fire off the Divine Judgment. I mean, after all, he is supposedly the only tanky one, I think, on the side of Vanguard. So questioning that play a little bit, but I reckon it's still not too bad. Flicker for a Flicker.
I mean, 90 seconds on the cooldown for the Flicker of Gear. I think that they should still be able to execute this upcoming Lord's fight without that. Unless Vanguard have got something special to say about that. As all 5 members of Vanguard has marched their way down in the middle lane to gain a little bit of that river control and slowly make their way up north to scout out the entirety of the Lord's Pit. And the only one that's in Bleed side is Yon. And the last thing that they saw was Jay in the middle lane. Where is everyone else? AG down in the bottom lane. Is that going to be found out?
Yon, onward, will be able to connect. Will be able to either connect. I think I heard an arm fender, but it does not hook anybody from the side of Bleed. Seiji slowly stepping forward. Don't forget, Seiji has no boots right here. It goes in pure defensive. Not only just the immortality, but he also has a Rose Gold Meteor to kind of deal with the damage coming out of Lichtenstein and also Deck.
I was expecting that the Immortality, the Winter Transient, as well as the Rose Gold Meteor would be more of a rotational material, not exactly one of them being the mainstays. But regardless, that is going to be the item build for Seiji, at least for now, being extremely cautious for this upcoming fight.
You saw a Spear of Destruction trying to hit that Fanny, but evidently just missing. You know, but I don't think Seiji actually expected to actually hit anything at that point. Just more of a, I guess,
scouting tool.
Scouting tool, yeah. All right, so with the Lord being taken down at this point of the game, I don't know what can Vanguard do to come back. Look, they've got all 3 lanes is going to be pushing out really soon. And not to mention an enhanced Lord that is going to be smashing the crystal.
At this point in time, it's definitely gonna have to do with the mid laner. The mid laner still have 1 item to fulfill, and that will really help them to clear out waves fast enough, as well as to really deal with the main bulk of people that's coming straight up in, towards the Lilia. At least he does have the Divine Glaive as well as the Blood Wings, but for now, you do have the Lord that's just gonna be marching in and being the main threat of Vanguard and Bleed.
Fan flicker forward just a little bit. I'm offended. Will be able to catch onto Gear. Gear's a little bit down low. Will get clean off by Deck. But the damage coming out from Vanguard is starting to show right here. In fact, Sagitnu also takes a fall. 2 members from the side of Bleed already down. Vanguard still standing strong.
The death timers are going really long as well, man. They're hitting close to a minute at this point of the game. 1 misstep, 1 misplay could actually end the series for Bleed at this point.
Well, I gotta have to say, it's quite a defense that Vanguard managed to pull off for themselves. But in the meantime, it does seem like Nick Stain did manage to wander into the brush where Seiji as well as Yon is at. So we're looking at 3 versus 5, and Vanguard should be able to take down turrets no problem. But killing, that might be still a problem.
Yeah, Seiji down a little bit low right here. Nick Stain gets terrified. Jay in the spot of trouble right here. Not only just damage.
Oh my god,
the damage to Deck!
will be able to just flip all the way, just get on out. 3 members from the side of Bleed. It's all still in the graveyard. 2 members from the side of Bleed left. Vanguard was able to push all the way back to the base turret for now.
Massive potential there coming from Jay. I was really expecting a big play coming out, but Nick Stain did manage to pop with the Primal Ref pretty much in time. Ken as well as Dak, they were all very down low on HP. That Black Shoes as well as that Flicker, it really almost got Jay out of that tight pickle. If that actually worked out for them and for Bleed to even get a couple of kills, boy, that would have been a big highlight. But luckily for Vanguard, and maybe it's not fully attributed to luck, but Vanguard still managed to get away from all of that despite a pretty big play from Jay.
Yeah, look, the fights are getting closer and closer and closer, right? As mentioned slightly before, one misstep is going to end this game. Jay's going to be spawning in 4 seconds, so I reckon all eyes is going to be on this Lord. This Lord is going to make or break the team that's going to win this match, and everyone, and we see Yon making his way up, trying to scout out. He's just starting the Lord straight away.
They're not going to be caring too much about the Lord. No. They need information, at least for now. For Bleed, they're playing things slow, calmly. They have tried to infiltrate into the Vanguard's base, but to no avail. The amount of damage that Vanguard is able to dish out is no joke, as you can definitely see. When is all of these damage coming from? Well, we probably can find out in the post-game statistics. But for now, it is relatively fair to say that Luxian Stain playing as this jungler might be one of the biggest contributing factor. Let's not forget that Nick Stain that's playing as this Edith could also be a big factor as well. Although he doesn't have got his Stallium Scythe, which could definitely deal a lot more true damage to Yon and Sagitnu, but they need that heavy front line. They need that tankiness out of Nick Stain. And speaking of which, Sagitnu
immediately gets blown out to pieces. Dak will be contributing for the kill. CG tries to do it, but instead of hitting onto the main hero, he hits onto the minions instead. And now Nick, the immortality being popped. 2 members on the side of Bleed already down. 3v5. Vanguard looking solid right now. And the Lord free for them to take.
Oh, this fight.
Yon is still available though. We're gonna still have to watch out for that.
It's not over yet. This fight is not over.
They still have his retribution. He's still going up against Dak. Ken is right in front. But Bleed, do they even have the control that they want? Do they even have divine retribution? Which they don't. Flickers, Jay has it, but what do he steal? He don't have anything.
Here comes Dak joining the fight right here. It's going to be Ken dragging onto Jay. The damage dealer for the side Bleed is already gone. It's just Seiji all the way left. Nick Stain goes into human form and he's actually taking a lot of punishment. And now Yon, 1 by 1 from the side of Bleed.
What is going on?
Down. Vanguard against the Wards. Sweeps out Bleed. Just Seiji left in the base.
Marching straight to the middle lane with all 5 members of Vanguard. Not touched, not death, no casualty, fatality.
That's it.
It's all gonna be on Seiji instead.
Man,
madness!
Vanguard against Watts. This is not the main roster. Going up against Bleed. This is Bleed's main roster. Yes, they had a little bit of struggle in the early game. Yes, there's a lot of things they have to do. But Vanguard managed to overcome everything.
That was Bleed's game to lose. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Bleed lost that game. Props to the creative picks, right? We talked about you Jays were questioning their picks, going into the game, right? You were like, Chunger? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we don't really see from the side of MPL Singapore, right? Last time that we saw something like that was what? Pacifist last season? But don't forget, with the more recent changes from the side of yes, you do a lot more on-hit damage. And you couple that with the Lilia, right? There's a lot of wave clear that they can do. And as long as Nick Stain was able to lock somebody down in that one small little area, there's a lot of damage that from the Vanguard will be able to output against Bleed. You saw how Sagitnu just popped like nobody's business. And once Jay gets caught by Ken, drags all the way back by the arm offender. That's it. It's just pop.
I mean, they have a defensive lineup. They do have a defensive lineup. They are really good at clearing up the waves. They know exactly what they're looking for. And despite the fact that their early game wasn't all that great, and we all gotta have to agree that Bleed played to what they gotta have to do. Raiding, killing off Tuni in the middle lane, just so that they will be able to grant access over to the purple buff. After 3 cycles, that's all thrown away.
Yeah, look, I was actually very surprised that they didn't capitalize on the early advantage that they had. But I do want to see MVP is Nick Stain, 100% kill participation on the Edith. 7-3 and 11 even without the Starlium Scythe.
Without this. Right. Because that is the main thing that they want. They want a tanky frontline. And Nick Stain delivered. You don't really need the Starlium Scythe to still do massive damage. Just from the passive itself, from Primal Wrath is more than enough to deal massive amount of damage through the Chain Lightnings and perhaps even from your autos. So pretty much makes all great sense. Now, there is too much topics to cover. There's way too much topics to cover regarding this game, how the game should have went over to Bleed, how the game shouldn't, how Bleed shouldn't have gave deck that 1 minute to level from, I don't know if I remember correctly, because mathematically it sounds wrong, level 11 to 15 within such a short span of time. Fredrin was ahead in levels, and within that short span of time, boom, he flew up level 15 and is 1 level ahead of Fredrin.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the highlights of this game. We saw Bleed with a really incredible start. We saw some cracks in their armor and some chinks in the armor as Vanguard started to get a few kills in return. But, you know, we can see right here, Bleed, great start, but did not know what to do with that lead. We see them, this is the turning point, I believe, of the game where we started seeing Vanguard taking more kills, actually. Not only kills, but actually looking a lot more confident, I think, in their plays as well.
I'm just keeping my eye onto the EXP, or rather the levels, right? Deck level 12, 11 minutes into the game, right? At this point in time, they still did a very, pretty much an impeccable defense and won the fight all the way through. And just a few seconds later, Deck is level 13. He died 15 minutes in, level 15. While this is the point in time where Yawn is still at level 14. So there is definitely still a lot of ways that Vanguard could contest. And Kwa, you were asking, what do they gotta do? Turtle up, pick off, and get themselves the level for the side of Deck, just so that they can put the anxiousness over to Bleed once again, so that they can't just get the Lord because they're ahead.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I think it was really, really well played. You know, the Bleed, for Team Bleed, right, they actually were supposed to be the pick composition. They had the Kaja.
Yes.
Right, they were supposed to be the ones picking off players from the side of Vanguard, but it looked like the tables were turned, were flipped over, and Vanguard were the ones that were actually picking off members of Bleed.
Now that we talked about that, the Divine Retribution from Kaja, one thing that completely glossed over my head was battery. When we're looking at some of these heroes, such as Kaja, it is imperative that you draft with a battery. You gotta have a Kaja that locks people down and someone that takes advantage of that short span of time to really dish out all the damage that you need. Heroes such as Lunox, heroes such as Carry, Kadita as well. Whatever that you can do to burst that person down while he's immobile. And that is the perfect opportunity. But for the lineup of Bleed, they don't have anyone to do that. Seiji, sure, probably will be the fastest person to bring whoever that is hooked in down a lot faster. But Jay can't do that, Yon can't do that, Sagitnu can't do that.
Yeah, you're right. You usually see the Kaja being paired with someone with a lot of burst. Not in this game, not in this case. But taking a look at the item builds right now, we see, I guess, Seiji building the Standard Holy Trinity with the Winter Trunken. Anything else stands out to you guys?
I just like the Sea Halberd from Liechtenstein. It's just a Sea Halberd coming from Liechtenstein that was pretty much interesting. While Dak has a Garden Helm, right? So, personally, I think he'd probably have his own experience and ideas that if I want to go in and kill and I can't get out, what's the point? So maybe that inspired his need for the Garden Helm to boost up his HP, because HP pretty much contributes to both magical damage and physical damage. If you build things such as a Antiquarius, you are building HP, but more towards the physical defense part. Athena Shield or Radiant Armor is the same. But if you build a Guardian Helm, it's flat out HP, and it pretty much quote-unquote helps you to deal with both physical and magic.
All right, as we move on to the emblems, we see Weakness Finder on the Chang'e. That is a first for me, seeing that on the Chang'e, right? I mean, it makes sense. If you're playing an on-hit build, you want to slow down your enemy that you're hitting, and you're going to dish out that much more damage, right? Not to mention, it's also extremely hard for you to run away from a Chang'e as well. The Weakness Finder starts off that chain.
Looking at the emblems, the Weakness Finder, that's probably the only thing that we are particular about, right? Well, in the meantime, Gear, he do have Brave Smite just so that he can stay alive a little bit longer during all these team fights and being able to really get the Divine Retribution down and back to his team. But other than that, there's nothing too much out of the ordinary. We pretty much can see and expect all of these emblems being played out by mainstream players as well as mainstream professional players, and it works for a very good reason. But now, of course, we can definitely look at some other statistics, such as the fact that Vanguard didn't get a single Lord, didn't get a single Turtle. So the neutral objective game is extremely weak from Vanguard, solely because of the fact that they are behind. And there's so many things that we would want to say about Bleed not translating all of these lead that they have in the early stages, which led to the downfall here.
Yeah, look, like I mentioned before, it was that one team fight that just turned everything on its head, right? And Vanguard was able to claim victory just by running it down mid. Bleed, in terms of stats-wise, they were superior, or they slightly lost out in terms of damage dealt. They had more damage taken, less turret damage dealt. That's interesting. And more heals, right? So pretty standard fanfare, I think, on the side of Bleed. But guys, let's take a look at the next game of the series. Bleed had such a promising start, but they lost the lead.
I think that they're just gonna have to stick to the status quo. They need to make a decision, and in that case and in that game, they made a decision to travel to the bottom lane. They clear out the mid lane because they know that number one, Lilia expanded the flicker just to be aggressive. Number two, Lilia is still at level 3, don't have black shoes. So that was the perfect opportunity for Yon to actually just go onto the proxy, take the kill onto Zuni, and no one will be guarding the purple buff. From that point on, it should be a snowball factor because we are talking about a Fredrin. Fredrin that builds up onto, if you want to play Thunderbelt or you want to play the Guardian Helmet, just go on straight away. No one can realistically deal with you if you are backed up with by a Valentina. If you want to steal away I'm Offended, that further helps your team because of the Appraisal's Wrath damage that just completely goes bonkers. They only repeated that purple buff steal 3 or 4 times, and right after they stopped doing that, Dak got back onto his feet.
That is true, but I also want to see more decisive plays on the side of Bleed, right? I mean, the thing is, Bleed did not look comfortable. They did not look confident in that game where, you know, they had a lead, but they weren't executing as well as they did in the regular season. Usually when we see Bleed, you know, pull the trigger, they're all in, right? And they'll charge straight through it to
That's more of their playstyle, yes.
Correct, that is more of their playstyle. So it's really weird in playoffs seeing them lose confidence, actually. But, you know, I think that's enough from us. Let's hear more from Kendoho.
All right, it's my turn now, and I'm so excited to talk about this Vanguard Bleed game. I mean, what a game to show yourselves into the scene, right? Number one, Deck coming back here under the mantle of Vanguard. Second of all, Suni coming debut game, taking a game off Bleed of all teams here in MPL SG Season 7. Now, I'm just going to quickly run through what's happening here. So first and foremost, take a look at where Ken is. In this bush, he actually catches information onto Jay and Sagitnu, this triangle of vision that they have gotten. Gives them the confidence to go and contest for this lot against Yon. Mind you, this is a 24-minute game mark already, so they already have their items, they're ready to fight. At the same time, Vanguard does something really well this entire duration, which is to manage the waves well with the help of Deck as well as Nick Stain. Take a look at what happens next here. As the game progresses, they realize that, hey, Sagitnu is probably alone at this point, and they have created a very quick line, right? And the two people caught behind this line, unfortunately, are the main ones that will change the state of the game, which are going to be Gear as well as Seiji. So the catch and the damage, both not present, just the tanks, right? And once you burst down Sagitnu, there is not a lot of life bars to run through. Now, more importantly, they actually catch out Gear here. So he's going to be next in line. So there's no more slows, there's no more ultimates to use as well. At this point, he doesn't have his Divine Judgment. But more importantly, the next person I want you to look at is actually Seiji here. So Seiji approaches the fight, but somehow, with the help of Ken, they actually got him to burn his Purify. And let me show you how important this situation is. As a goal laner, when you don't have the safety, you are going to be forced to go back, right? You don't want to risk dying, you don't want to lose your life in a midst of a heavy battle, especially at this stage of the game as well. And that really costed them. And early Puri costed them the entire fight here. They made a very quick decision. I want to highlight this. Suni, what a game to debut, and what a great job she did. Okay, she actually held off Yon and Jay on this line, saved her ultimate, right? So Black Boots saved it right after this moment, and it kind of costed Bleed the entire fight after that, right? So I think Jay is going to get caught out here, or Yon. One of them is going to get caught out. And from this point on, it was game on for Vanguard. They've been behind for the entire game, for the past 25 minutes at this point. Suni doing a very good job of chunking down Yon at this point, just this allowing him entry and deterring him from coming in. More importantly, they have successfully mitigated all of the lanes being pushed in on the side of Vanguard here. And that's exactly what they need at this point. And Nick Stain does a very nice onward later on here, just to catch someone out, as well as Ken. And once they burn out enough lives with the immortality as well, it really just comes down to, hey, do they really want to beat us at the wall of attrition? We still have all 5 members. Yeah, we don't have ultimates, but that doesn't matter. We have many life bars, and we have plenty of damage. And that's why you don't use your Puri early. Seiji, I mean, he had a monster of a game at this point, but when it reaches this particular set of moments, there's nothing much, and all they had to do was to win the game from that point on. Now, this is a very exciting moment, of course a very surprising moment for some of us here as well, but never count out the competition. We will see what happens and develops in Game 2 of Bleed against Vanguard. Boys, back to you.
Thank you, Kindofu. Really appreciate the analysis and the breakdown of that final fight. And you're right, you can't really count out the competition until the game is over. So it looks like all 3 of us have to bite our tongues tonight because, we predicted 2-0, but we are at a 0-1 situation right now.
I mean, Vanguard, they managed to prove themselves. That 2 wildcards eventually turned out great for them. Although I gotta have to say that Bleed, they actually did throw the game. There's no other way for me to sugarcoat things, but the truth is the truth, that they should have won the game. And they've got the early game, got a firm grasp of it, and the one time that they head over to top lane to proxy the lanes and try to score for a kill, they lost that fight and started playing possum. From that point on, doesn't seem like the team is a team.
Yeah, for sure. Jace, I want to hear your thoughts on this, actually. You seem kind of shaken after this game.
No, I'm not shaken. I actually kind of expected looking at this draft, because when you face up against Vanguard Esports, right, with Chang'e and there's a Lilia, right, these 2 will usually be able to wave clear and burst up the wave pretty quickly, right? Yeah, I'm like, great. I mean, Bleed Esports is able to get a tremendous lead in the early game. That's kind of expected because, that's how they want to do. But when it starts to go in towards the base turrets, right, that's where you're like, the way that you need to engage these fights is Kacha has to flicker forward right underneath the turret, and then immediately, like, the only way is you gotta have to risk Suni's bombs and the meteor shower. So I think it's really hard for Bleed Esports towards the later parts of the game.
Alright, a quick correction to that. I would say that Bleed didn't have a tremendous lead per se, because tremendous lead is what I would probably count about 7,000 gold lead onwards. But I don't think that Bleed did manage to get that kind of goal lead. At best, was probably 3,000.
No, I saw 6,000 at one point. Yeah.
I mean, the lead that I'm saying is more not about just the gold lead, right?
Okay.
It's about the map control.
Yeah.
Right.
If you notice, most of the map control was given over side to Bleed Esports. There's a period of time, you also mentioned it yourself, where Fanny was saying Fanny wasn't able to get the couple buff, and all of a sudden, Bleed Esports just forgot about that plan. Decides to just waste time, I would say. I'm not going to sugarcoat that one, right? But then when they start knocking onto the doors of the turrets, then they realize, oh no, they can wave clear very quickly, right? Don't forget, when Fanny is at the base, you can actually gain energy and then just quickly just spin around to wave clear all these 3 lanes. You kind of expect it coming up from the side of deck, so I wasn't surprised when Vanguard take that game.
Fair enough. Very, very, very well said. All right, so we've seen what Vanguard can do, right? But what does Bleed need to do? I mean, we've touched a little bit on it, but what decisive things does Bleed need to do in order to win this game? Abstract, go.
I think that they just need to get that one game plan out. Because right now, I think that they are in scrambles. I'm not too sure if whether the draft makes a difference or not, because we talked about the battery, right? Kaja not having a battery to really work with in the early stages of the game. But despite not having that battery, their early game still worked out great. But perhaps it is that battery that we need to close out the game, which they don't. So, one part of it, I want to see that from the draft. Maybe a small part of it, I was hoping that we'll be able to see more of the battery, or perhaps a more sound draft that actually works towards the later stages. So this is a 100% win rate for now. All right, we'll just let it sit. We'll just let it sit. But otherwise, it is game plan.
She's
game
the best
plan,
player right now.
Gotta be that.
She's the best player right now, 100% win rate.
Best player is Suni at this point of the playoffs. But let's look in the pick and bans right now. So we see Vanguard side banning out Loi as well as Hellcurt. A little bit of nods towards Jay as well as Gear. I suppose and on the side of Bleed, we see Angela as well as the Harith being banned out. I think these are pretty standard bans that we've seen from both sides, so nothing too much to talk about at this point.
I will say that Bleed would still want to go out for the Minotaur ban. I think that they know the kind of plays that Vanguard, or rather specifically, Nick Stain can do with the Minotaur. And I don't think that Bleed can... I don't think that it can be complacent anymore. Maybe initially, when I'm just thinking like, when they ban out the Angela and ban out the Minotaur, it feels as though to me like, Bleed just wants to ban it for the sake of banning. You can't go wrong being extra careful because this is their game. This is their game to win. But right now, it is more than recommended for Bleed to actually ban the Minotaur for seriousness, because you will actually have an issue against Vanguard if you don't deal with that.
Oh no, we see the Fanny being banned out instead of the Minotaur. I do expect...
It's not the hero that's the problem.
No, it's really not the hero that was the problem indeed. So a little bit of questionable bans coming out from the side of Bleed. Minotaur is open at this point,
Moskov.
and I do expect, I think Nick Stain, Luxian Stain to pick up the Moskov Minotaur combo.
Yeah, I think Luxian Stain may go for the Moskov right here.
They might want to prioritize onto the Lilia actually. It feels as though that Zuni, yes, the early game wasn't all that great, but I would say that she's still okay. They actually went for the Moskov there.
Yeah.
So it's fair to say that perhaps Zuni will have a lot wider of a hero pool. So in the event that Bleed actually do take that Lilia away, at least Vanguard still has something else that they can work with.
It's true. I mean, look, at this point in time, I think it's really hard to target ban Suni, right? You see her have some successes with the Lilia, but you don't know what else she can play.
Exactly.
And we've had that limited information. I think letting the Lilia go is the right choice. They could, however, if Vanguard doesn't pick it up, could ban it in the second part of the banning phase.
With the 2 upcoming picks for the side of Vanguard, maybe we'll still be looking at a bit of a wild card. If they really want to play wild card, leave Zuni as well as deck for the final 2 pick, and just keep Bleed guessing. With Moskov being the first pick coming from the side of Vanguard, Bleed don't necessarily have much of an answer as to how they would really want to deal with this Moskov, at least for now. Because Vanguard, they don't have the win condition, they don't have how they're going to be playing around the Moskov, or do they have something that they want to play around the Moskov? So, it is going to be a Ruby that will be picked up by Ken, as well as an Xborg that very potentially is going to be played by Deck. So we still have the X factor coming on from Zuni.
You can also turn it around. You can have Ruby go to Rome, Xbox goes to EXP, so it's really wide open for the side of Vanguard. Young just
flexible.
drafted that flexibility right here. Bleed right now, remember what I talked about in game number 1, where they're unable to find... If Vanguard decides to turtle right inside the base, at least you got Novara to kind of force them out by picking them off.
Yeah, that is very, very, very true. I do actually like the Xbox Ruby pick. You mentioned flexibility, but the two combinations, can you imagine? I'm offended into Last Insanity is absolutely busted, as well as the Moskov just throwing spears at your face. So far, Vanguard has a really good core trio going on the side of the first pick. And on the side of Bleed, we do see Ling being banned out.
So for the side of Bleed, they did ban on Ling. They want to avoid assassination attempts, because right now Vanguard is very strong in the front. We can expect to see Fredrin as well as Edith constantly being in the front line, creating space for Novaria to eventually land on all those snipes. And one of the main things the Vanguard will have an answer to is these tanky heroes with an Xbog. Xbog just gotta have to build up those heat stacks, and the true damage will eventually be burning Fredrin and Edith from the inside out.
Yeah, on the side of Vanguard, we do see the Roger being banned out. I guess targeting down what potential threat Seiji can hold. So with Roger and Moskov out, question is, what should Seiji pick up? I mean, there's still quite a few gold laners left open.
Here.
Sorry?
No, I'm just thinking maybe a Nolan ban if they want to continue the fashion of banning out assassins.
No, but they choose to ban the Minotaur. I think once again, Minotaur is not a bad ban, right? Because the Ruby could be flexed to the EXP.
Yeah.
So Minotaur is the safer choice, and I reckon that's probably the right choice.
Deck used to be an assassin jungler before the meta changed.
Yep.
I mean, he literally just played Fanny.
He was very well known for his Fanny.
Yep.
He's very well known with Ling. He has a very high mechanical skill on these two heroes. And yeah, we get to see it in game number 1.
Perhaps we'll be able to see it again in game number 2. Maybe he's just going to be reverting back into to his roots. When it comes down to assassin junglers, we still have probably 3 options. Nolan, possibly Amon, Julian.
Oh, dude, we guess I'm missing the cat.
Because Julian, when it comes down to what the hell is going on here?
Welcome to Epical Glory, my friends.
Oh my god!
They're having a lot of fun right now.
What am I seeing? Johnson Odette combo?
Okay, when I talked about battery, that's not what I'm asking for.
Well, you got a battery, right?
I got a battery. Johnson Odette, Diggy. MPL SG.
Bleak can go Diggy right here.
Are they really gonna
flex Edith into for Sagitnu? I think Bleak can still win this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Diggy would be an excellent pick.
Yeah.
Right now, and we have seen Sagitnu on the Edith as well. Honestly, Diggy would solve all of Bleed's problems there. But we see a Grok instead.
They are playing a very tanky lineup towards Vanguard with an Xbox on the opposite side. Fair enough. Maybe Xbox wouldn't be able to stay alive long enough to really build up those heat stacks. But with Novaria, he's gonna have a really good time. I think that Jay is undisputably gonna be blasting all of these meteors at the faces of Vanguard time and time and time again. But the X Factor, Johnson Odette X Factor. How's that gonna play out? Who are they gonna be aiming on? How is that choo-choo train gonna go about? Are they gonna be an indomitable driver? I don't know what to expect from here, but this is the kind of game that we want to see, right? Something completely different, something completely fresh. Vanguard, they deliver.
Fresh for MPL SG maybe, but this looks like my ranked games, my man. With the Johnson Odette combination. But enough of that. We are going into Game 2 of Series 4 for MPL SG Season 7 Playoffs Day 1. This could potentially be the final game of the day. Vanguard needs to close it up, and they will make it to Day 2. Bleed needs to win this game to stay alive. and for the one more game against Vanguard, should they win.
Right off the bat, of course, we are looking at the Vanguard jungler. They have decided to start on the opposite side of the turtle, while... Okay, Bleed is doing the exact same thing. So their final destination, understandably, is going to be onto the EXP lane. A little bit more of it, pretty much giving the space that the gold lane needs in a 1 versus 1 duel. Because both of these heroes undoubtedly are relatively close range, and carry don't lose in this case of scenario. They are very well matched, so it's pretty much a duel between these two gold laners. But maybe Johnson wouldn't say too much about that. We might see more of these kind of flashes in the later stages once Johnson hits level 4.
Yeah, well, I think level 4 is going to be super key for the side of Vanguard. Once they hit level 4, they're all going to be online. And, you know, even with Johnson's ultimate, right, he can also kind of hand-deliver X-Borg into the waiting arms of Bleed, and it's going to be an absolute disaster for the side of Bleed. Johnson actually pretty decent pick into this team composition, not going to lie.
Wait, what's a good pick?
Johnson.
No,
I think right now, yeah, I mean, we joke about Epic of Glory, but if you notice how Young is drafting for this one, there's a lot of zone denial, right? You talk about Nick Stain's ultimate, you talk about Suni's ultimate, and also deck to a certain extent, the last Insanity. There's so many zone denial, and if you take a look at Bleed, a carry needs to get up front and personal in order to dish out the damage, and there's nobody could defend all of that one. Yes, right now, Yon can secure the turtle for now, but you know,
understandable.
Once you hit level 4, especially for Nick Stain, that's it's a Johnson camp time.
Good catch.
Yep, good catch right here. Here comes Suni as well with the ultimate. Not enough damage for now. It's going to be Ken trying to make sure everybody's standing right in. The wall will be built by the side of gear to kind of force and prevent Suni from stepping forward. But then again, it's also a kind of good pick-off coming outside from Bleed right now.
I'm pretty much seeing a deja vu right about now, right? They have managed to infiltrate into the enemy's jungle. That's great. But this time, deck playing as the Xbox doesn't necessarily need the purple buff. But it will understandably still bring down the amount of EXP and gold gain for this jungler. So as long as Bleed keeps this up, by trying to get themselves, number 1, the river control, number 2, the jungle control, is all probably going to be great.
Suni right there, it's going to be a wild charge coming off from Gear to kind of slow down the Wamba combo. That's why Gear prefers the Grok instead. Nice disengage coming out from Bleed for now.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, they knocked up Suni, so she won't be able to use her ultimate there. You see Sagitnu being brought down really low, though.
Not going to be a problem.
Yep. Ken figures out. That's also going to be deck burning the Last Insanity. Sagitnu still staying alive just a little bit. Jay just need to try to land a snipe. Snipes onto Ken instead. Takes one for the team. Deck will be able to recall back to base.
You're going to have to really look out for Primal Wrath. That's the power of Edith. Being able to completely turn things around when you least expect it. Bleed, they are still on a pretty good run, I would say, with 1600 gold advantage with a 2-kill lead on top of Vanguard. Vanguard still is unable to find themselves those kills that they definitely need. But to be fair, this is not necessarily a pick-off comp that we want to see. Or maybe it is, because we're looking at the Johnson.
Right now, it's going to be Johnson. Suni activates the ultimate as well. It's Yon, though. The Appraiser's Wrath takes a lot of damage from here. Ken will be dragging Yon. Deck stepping forward to burn, but now Suni getting caught right here. Jay landing down the damage. Sagitnu picking up a double kill instead. 2 members from the side of Vanguard already down. Now the turtle fight will ensue, but there's no fight at all because Bleed has secured 3 members from the side of Vanguard.
We're talking about value here. You are taking 2 ultimates from a roamer as well as a mage to try to kill 1 person on the opposite side, being the Frederick in this case. If you're unable to kill 1 person, then you are losing in the ultimate economy.
You couldn't even take down the Frederick, man. I mean, like, the Frederick was just happily just taking the damage, and he's like, you know what? Great help. Appraiser's Wrath in your face. Let's go. Look, Yon was just chilling. And it's just unfortunate to see 2, like you said, ultimate economy. 2 ultimates used in exchange for nothing. Not even a kill of the target that you chose, by the way.
Right now, I'm not really liking this right here. Yes, it's kind of interesting to see this, but don't forget, whenever Suni is in the car, but now Seiji will be actually get bang on top. It says Seiji step forward. The amount of zone denial will not be able to found. Suni takes down Gil, however, but Seiji will be able to get out dodge.
The Braces Run will be able to land. Lucian Stain, nice side step right here. Nick Stain, Lucian Stain, the Stain brothers make it work. But Jay punishes Nick Stain right in the middle of the head.
I felt that meteor hit me, man. Dude, that was threading a thin needle. But Jay, of course, picking up the pace as well, showing why he can play the Novaria with confidence.
Weapon Master Emblem onto Odette.
What?
He wants more growth out of her items, more damage into the later stages of the game. Seems like that Odette and that Johnson combination might actually be one of their main win condition that they want to see in the later stages of the game. They just want to go for a foolproof crash and kill. Especially since we're looking at Gear, Yon, and Sagitnu. All three of them are the undesirable crash target. And all these three heroes want to be crashed upon. And we're talking about Grok too. When it comes down to building up the barrier, that is perfect. You will make him crash, you lose one ultimate on the opponent side, and you lost absolutely nothing.
That is very, very true. And actually, you know, whilst driving, right?
Really? Yep, no, just that. Sagitnu, ooh, takes the crash right underneath the turret, and they know they cannot bite at all. Vanguard will have to bugger off.
I was gonna say, right, so Suni's actually losing valuable EXP whilst doing all of this, right?
Yes.
She is only level 7 in compared to Jay's level 9. That's 2 entire levels down. And honestly, I don't even see where to farm it, where she's getting farmed.
Yeah, they're repeating this vicious cycle over and over again, in great hopes that they will be able to get the kill. So with Suni with not enough EXP to even buff up her ultimate damage later on, and not enough gold to really do anything, while also missing out onto the macro portion of the game. Because they can't apply pressure in the Turtle's Pit, they can't apply pressure on opposite of the Turtle's Pit, they can't really show and put up bushwhack positions. Well, let's just put it this way, they're going on a road trip. And this road trip is a venture to the unknown.
Country road.
Take me home.
And that's literally what it feels like at this point. I'm just watching a car drive around. Hey, guys, just checking, are we playing the right game?
I question myself sometimes as well.
Feels like we're playing some sort of racing game instead of MLBV, right?
But you gotta admit, Nick's driving
his driving
really
is good. I want to say that
good.
as well. He actually sticks really close to the wall at times, and he don't crash.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, but now it's going to be
Hello?
crashing.
Okay, never mind!
Suni goes into ultimate, and now the members from the side of Vanguard will pour it in. Don't forget, there's also a turret working against them, and now Yon coming from the flank. Gear as well, the wall will be built. The wild charge right in the face, and Restriction staying on the other side of the wall. Now the Gear wall actually went in the favor of Vanguard, but now Bleed will be stepping forward instead. Jay sniping Suni down, and now it's two members from the side of Vanguard down. Bleed will be abusing that. They'll be taking those.
Yeah, look, honestly speaking, 2-for-1 trade, that's pretty worth it inside the Bleed with 3.3k gold lead at this point of the game. But we do see Suni doing the highest amount of damage, no surprise there.
It's pretty funny, actually. This game is kind of like a trolley game coming from the side of Vanguard after winning game 1. I'm not too sure whether this is complacency or this is actually just a legitimate game plan that they have pulled off before, or they believe. So this is what happens, right? You pick up heroes or strategies that is not commonly used in competition, where these professional teams may not necessarily be well prepared for it. I think that is probably something that Vanguard is trying to tap into. But amidst of doing all of these strategies, they are still missing out valuable resources, with Nick Stain and Suni still at level 8. At this point in time, Nick Stain and Suni gotta have to buy their own boots.
They need to do something because this does not seem to be working for them as of this point. But keep in mind that there hasn't been many big team fights as of yet, right? So potentially that's what Nick Stain is looking for as he crashes into
Sagitnu once again, there's a lot of damage. Lucian Stain just outputting Spear's damage right here. Now there's also going to be the wall charge connecting onto Nick Stain. Sage is just going in the speedy light whiz right here. Lost Insanity, pop! Would not be able to tag onto anybody but Jay, just outputting damage. But once again, Vanguard is losing HP, but they will be able to pick up Sagitnu.
Something's not right over here. I'm looking at the fact that Nick Stain and Suni has constantly been going around the map, not really clearing waves or playing the macro game. Suni is currently at 4,400 gold. Nick Stain at 4,100 gold. the one person that should be going around and getting a lot of farm is going to be Liechtenstein with 0-0-4, with 4 assists to his name. He's currently 4,300 gold. What gives?
That is strange, man. That could be a visual bug, perhaps, but moving back into the match, we see...
Oh, Ken getting straight. Not only just that, it's going to be CG. Petrify will be able to land. CG spamming the speedy light wheels. He gets all away. Yawn as well. One little dot. Last insanity right there to burn him to pieces. And now Vanguard just creating a little bit more space. Yes, they sacrifice 2 members, but they take down Yawn instead.
And Lord hasn't been picked up yet, actually, if you notice. Lord is still alive and healthy. So the play that Vanguard just did bought them enough time, and the gold lead has shrunk, by the way. Right now, Bleed only at a 2.2k gold lead ahead. Previously, it was, I believe, 3k. So, okay, looking at this state of the game at this point in time, right, is we're 11 minutes in, 5 kills for Vanguard, 11 kills for Bleed. Vanguard, honestly, just needs to buy a little bit more time, right? If they buy a little bit more time, I reckon that this Odette Johnson combination is going to be doing a lot more, especially later in the game when everyone is grouped up for the Lord fight.
How long would that take? That is the question. Because they have been doing this time and time again, and their EXP
there's another crash right here. Suni immediately gets sniped down by Jay. I feel like Bleed has figured out the pattern right here. Not only just that, CG stepped forward, it's just shredding onto Ken's damage. The barrier will be built. Jay lands down the snipe, and Yawn works on the Lord instead.
Yeah, seems like the strategy has been figured out. Nick Stain and Suni need to quickly pivot to a different kind of strategy. If not, this is going into a game 3.
Yep, nice adaptation coming off from Bleed right here. Yawn secures the Lord for themselves, zoning deck away. No way the deck could step forward, and not only just that, Jay landing down the damage, just dissuading Vanguard from stepping forward to take the Lord pit.
Yeah, this game, at this point, Vanguard needs to pull off something drastic. They need to
Not again!
Oh, here we go. Another crash right here. And it's also going to be Suni stepping forward. Immediately gets shredded by Seiji, though. Getting target focus down. Liechtenstein just shredding. Will be able to find Sagitnu instead. That's going to be a trade for the mid laner and the EXP laner.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Pos 3 for Pos 4. Still not exactly a very good trade for Vanguard. But regardless, Bleed has been slowly and very gradually just earning these income, all these passive gold. They are now 4,100 gold ahead of Vanguard, not necessarily by a large margin, especially since probably, 5 minutes ago is just only been 3,000 gold. So Bleed is not exactly having that good of a game either. If they were to go up against a more proper lineup, I gotta have to say that they probably would start to lose those lead.
Watch your back line! Oh, that was so close. Nick Singh could have just crashed onto them, and now Ken takes a bit of damage from the side of Bleed. But that could have gone so badly for Bleed right there.
We just see the Johnson coming around for the long flank, perhaps. They're closing in. Oh, dude, it seems like Nick actually crashed into something.
Get it scouted out instead, and now Suni and Nick Singh on the other side of the wall. Jay just outputting damage, hoping it connects. But once again, Bleed pushing Vanguard back into the wall once again, and you know, this is similar to game number 1, right?
Similar to game 1, but slightly different game state. If you notice, the team compositions wise, in terms of the Johnson and the Odette, they aren't going to be doing too much if they're going for straight on 5v5 team fight, right? Johnson and Odette much better at picking off targets.
At this point in time, I just really hope that Nick Stain as well as Suni did manage to buy quite a bit of investments just so that they can improve their passive income at this point. Just keep on racking up all those goals, slowly get there. Hey, I have a house, rental unit, here's some more passive income, money, money, money. Because they're not farming. They can't farm. So they gotta have to find some goals somewhere else.
He started to sound a little bit like Mo Man, but...
I know, right?
But yes, you know, you're absolutely right. I think they're both down on EXP and farm. Keep in mind, Suni is at level 11, and Jay is level 14. That is 3 levels right now. There's a 3-level gap right now. And even on the side of Gear is level 13. That's 2 levels ahead of Nick Stain. Honestly speaking, this strategy seems to not be super hot, but they're still sticking to the guns.
One thing that I just can't understand is the gap and the gap between the mages. it's a 4-item Novaria versus a 2-item Odette, but yet they don't seem like they are leading by a lot at all. The gameplay doesn't feel as though like Bleed is having like a tremendous time, like a crazy time. It just doesn't translate well.
You know what this feels like?
Game 1?
No, it just feels like you know, a period of time back in the history, right? Books, right? You just want to slow down the enemy from advancing. That's basically what Vanguard is doing right now.
Yeah, that's true. They are preventing any kind of movement on the board at this point. Odette having 4K difference between the Novaria and the Odette it's brutal at this point. You know, 16 minutes into the game with the enhanced load rushing down the mid. Vanguard, I don't see a way for them to win this, to be honest.
As much as I really want to see them be able to win with a troll draft like this, it would be funny, but it would be such a painful lesson to Bleed. And
yeah, it is.
I don't want that from the Bleed boys. So technically speaking, looking at them doing this is pretty okay.
Lord charging in the mid. Nobody from the side of Vanguard is actually focusing on in. Jay just outputting damage out from the front. Where is Seiji though? Seiji is already long gone. But Sagitnu, here comes the secondary amount of damage. Will be shredding down Suni. Will be taking down Ken at the same time. And now Jay landing the snipe. Is up to Liechtenstein to basically focus on the Lord instead. But the Lord is already hillaging onto the core as well. And Bleed, but no, it's gonna be wave cleared for the side of Vanguard, and they will defend for now.
For now, because the bottom lane wave is coming in as well.
Spear of Destruction catches gear, and now he blinks all the way back to the wave clear. And man, they defended.
The fight is not over yet, though. Never mind, it's over now.
What is going on?
Guys, I don't know what I'm doing now. Guys.
What is going on in this game? How did Bleed not finish that game?
7-16. I can understand that Liechtenstein, understandably, he clears waves fast, right? Looking at his passive and all, and the spear that landed, pretty solid, right? Did manage to pop a couple of immortality over to the side of Bleed, instilled some chaos and fear onto Bleed, because I'm pretty sure that by now, Bleed already have this fear of rejection in their hearts, and they are just like, you know what, we gotta play safe, we gotta be real careful, we can't make a mistake now in fears of repeating what happened in game number 1. But this indecisiveness may also actually turn out to be their downfall, which I really don't want to see that happening.
Right now, Lee just taking it slow right here. Just looking for any pickoff right now. But they're not really off a catch. In fact, it's Vanguard's a game to kind of find another person to catch. But it's smart that Bleed doesn't want to handshake in team fights right now because the Lord has spawned. As long as they keep Vanguard back in the base, they do have something to work with.
Yeah, we see Bleed grouping up with the Lord. The Lord's super, it's going to be their definite win con, right? We see deck being kind of chunked out a little bit in terms of HP, but I believe Bleed is just going to safely take the Lord.
Suni and Nick is still at level 13, guys. They're still at level 13.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be smashing onto Yon instead. The Petrify will be able to land, and Jay gets hacked by the Spear of Destruction. Seiji will be able to shred down Nick right here. Suni and the Wild Charge connects onto Ken, gets knocked up sky high. Seiji picks up a double kill. Deck burning Sagitnu on the other side. Suni in no man's land. Flickers back to safety. Deck is still alive though. No retribution. Yon still has his own. And Deck, there's no last insanity unless Liechtenstein can do something, anything to kind of slow it down. But Retribution still connected by the side of Yon to secure the Lord. Last insanity, but a bit late. And it's also... Ooh! Jay, my man. I puckered right there. I puckered.
I squeezed.
Yeah, I squeezed.
Oh, man. a quick little clench at the point in time.
The timing though coming up in Jay.
Man. But with that all said and done, the Lord is now going to be marching in the middle lane. Gear and Sagitnu unfortunately would not be here to support with this Lord push. As such, this Lord take is probably not going to amount to anything, as Vanguard should be able to dispatch the Lord as quickly as possible with their current lineup.
Bleed is having a lot of trouble to end this. And this has been a coherent, consistent theme, even in the upper brackets against RSG, right? They cannot end the game. It's just mind-boggling how Bleed was able to, you know, just do everything according to textbook, right? But how are they going to end this game against Vanguard when Vanguard has just decided, okay, you know what? I'll play the long game with you. Now the items are all more or less equal. Sunni has already secured Blood Wings.
Finally, level 15.
Yeah, and now the levels and the items doesn't matter anymore.
No, it still matters because Sunni still have one more slot to fill.
No, but honestly, the later this game goes, right, the less it makes difference. And honestly speaking, it really feels like a repeat of Game 1. Yes, it's a lot more hard. It's a lot harder for Vanguard to pull off their composition. But honestly speaking, it's like you said, Abstract. It feels weird. It feels like the gold amount didn't amount to anything for the side of Bleed. Yes, they pushed in all 3 turrets, but honestly, it's all 3 turrets down, 1 minute to the next Lord. They should be able to theoretically just push in.
They've took Lord 3 times. They've got all the turrets down. They took 3 turtles. They have double of the kills on this, against Vanguard. They have, and Vanguard have got 2 players that is not active in lanes. The lack of macro from the side of Vanguard should have been the massive crack in the armors of Vanguard, where Bleed should be able to take advantage of. The places where the roamer is not able to open up the map. Places where Bleed can actually stay in the brush and waiting for that perfect opportunity. They have Jay that gives them information. They can poke. They can play the poke. They can play that steady game of I stare at you, you stare at me for the longest period of time, because Bleed will have the advantage due to the fact that they have a Novaria. But that is not coming into fruition. Bleed is still having issues to end the game against a lineup like this from the side of Vanguard.
Here comes again, Yawn will get stunned right here. That's also going to be Seiji all the way in the backline. And nice stun. Yawn has to bugger away because he's taking so much damage.
Ooh.
Jay, Luxionstein gets knocked up at the same time right in the bay. Jay will be able to secure onto Luxionstein. No much damage from the side of Vanguard anymore. Lee will be able to collapse onto the members of Vanguard. And Jay taking names one by one. 3 members on the side of Vanguard already down. Bleed maybe just gonna ignore the Lord because look at the death time, it's super long and Vanguard cannot afford any more casualties. And Bleed taking down the deck. Ken will be next. Seiji just focus on the core instead. GG, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed claws all the way back up against Johnson on that drop.
And the head rolls for the side of Vanguard. They are unable to continue on with the McDonald's drive-thru in this game. I guess they have been driving around a little bit too much for them to gain a grasp and a control in the mid stages and the late stages of the game. All the way until the end game, it took too long.
You can tell Abstract and Kwa, you can tell Bleed that amount of adrenaline must be exhausting for all of them, right? Just take a look at their faces. They're like, what have I just played up against?
I think it's actually relief that is on their faces right now. You know, they're like, oh, thank God the game was over. It was a long game. We were in the driver's seat the entire time, but we could not close the game. And honestly speaking, Bleed, we want to see more of what you guys did in the regular season, right? You guys were able to close games very decisively. I think one of the fastest games in MPL SG Season 7 was actually done by Bleed. They just stomped, I can't remember which team it was.
RSG?
Was it RSG? It feels like it was
RSG. Yeah, it was a 2-0 towards RSG.
Exactly. So, honestly speaking, it's a little bit confusing as to what's happening with you guys right now. But on the side of Vanguard, really creative picks. Right, so I want to see more of that.
Creative.
I want to see more of that going into Game 3. But MVP for Bleed, guys?
Jay, perhaps?
Jay.
Yeah.
He's been consistently landing the snipes, creating awkward moments for the side of Vanguard, right? Just those pokes are starting to come true. And yeah, at 908, he's uncaught.
Oh, 0. Oh, okay. That actually kind of surprised me a little bit, considering the fact that we're looking at like Johnson Odette combination. That didn't quite land onto the Odette at all, it seems. We can definitely see that Vanguard was trying to adapt to things a little bit more, even after crashing. Even right after crashing, Odette don't just immediately pop the Swan Song anymore. When the final team fight, they look for the greatest opportunity. That means that, yeah, they lost one ultimate, being the rapid touchdown, just so that they can deal a lot of damage to Frederick. I can see where they're coming with that. They do have the damage. They didn't even need to use a Swan Song. And only when Bleed believes that, you know what, now's the fighting chance, they have used a lot of their stuff. So they went back in, and only then the Swan Song popped off. But it does seem like Edith is very well prepared for it, as he immediately went in for the onwards to minimize the casualty and damage that Sunny is able to bring out.
Yeah, we saw some adaptations happening on the side of Vanguard, but on the side of Bleed, we saw them having a dominant start, a dominant game rather. I think throughout the game, they're constantly 2 to 3k gold ahead of Vanguard, and you know this also. I mean, the fact that Odette as well as Johnson was just roaming around all the time did not help the side of Vanguard at all. But Bleed, as you see here, you know the game was, as you mentioned, a bit closer than what it felt like it should be, right? It felt like this game should be completely one-sided, but Bleed not being able to close up the game. So we saw a lot of these scrappy fights, but eventually Bleed being able, after taking 3 Lords, manages to push down all the turrets. And if you just look at Jay's positioning, by the way, and all these highlight reels, right? He is moving around the team. He is constantly trying to find windows of opportunity. And you see in this fight, he got hit by the spear of destruction.
Flickered for it.
Correct.
He got so careful to the point that he would flicker in hindsight of what could possibly happen to him. He don't save it. He just be like, what's the best play for myself and the team right now? Do I need to save the flicker, or do I actually flicker now?
Yeah, and it's almost instinctual, right? He saw the moment the spear of destruction landed on the Navaria, he's like, nope, I'm out.
He knew that he gotta have to draw the distance. What a game. What a game. 1-1 is the current scoreline. We've got 9-23 with the victory going over to the side of Bleed. Total amount of Lord and Turtle Take, all of them are credited over to Bleed, with Vanguard unable to play much of a standing neutral objective game. In fact, when we're talking about standing objective, they have only managed to take a total of 3. This is not entirely a lineup that is going to be great at seizing all of these objectives, because they don't have river control, they don't have jungle control. Why? Because the one that is supposed to give them the control, being the mage and as well as the roamer, is on a road trip. Which is why we say that the macro game is definitely not there for Vanguard, and is in turn supposed to work very well for Bleed.
Yeah, that's for sure. But looking at the items right now, I find it funny that Sunny and Nixon both carrying the roaming boots, right? I mean, that's why we saw the income, you know, slowly increase. It without taking much of the lane CS as well as the tower CS.
You can see that apart from Sunny and Nick Stain, right, picking up the roam boots, yeah, the rest of the members start to pick it up as well. But another thing you also have to take note, in the early parts of the game when Nick Stain and Sunny are going on a road trip, probably going to the next drive-thru from McDonald's, Deck was actually taking most of the farm away. So Deck was able to farm up a lot of these more important crucial items. In fact, just take a look at the gold lead. It's like gold score is 13k gold. But when the game starts to close in towards, you know, the mid-late game portions, yeah, I feel like sometimes the fun has to stop, right, for the side of Nick Stain and also Sunny.
I guess they played the game in accordance to their win condition, because they truly did. You gotta have to give it to them. They stuck it all the way from the start to the end. Even if it didn't work, they still stuck to the win condition, but they just kind of vary it a little bit. They just don't pop the Swan Song so early. Wait for the right opportunity to actually do that. So when it comes down to adaptability, I would still say that Vanguard understood what they gotta have to do, right? They go in, that's their main way of closing the gaps, bring Sunny into the hearts of the enemies. And as long as is the right opportunity for the Swan Song pop, then pop. If not, back off, we reset a little bit and play a little bit of that poke game.
Yep.
But understandably, Bleed will win that poke game because of Jay being the Novaria.
So basically in this particular game, Bleed was just literally outpoking Vanguard, right? And if you want to talk more about the hero interaction from the side of Vanguard, this is actually pretty ingenious, right? Remember, I alluded the fact that there's a lot of AoE zone denial, and there's also the enabler for the side of Nick Stain. Once it smashed into anybody in Lucian Stain, that's a free Spear of Destruction, so he could join the team fight any time. And don't forget, with the AoE zone denial, it's pretty safe for Lucian Stain to just TP all the way there. And now, if you try to escape, there's also a Ken who use Arm Offender to literally pull you back in to the damage and that zone denial that Vanguard has set up. So, in terms of this hero lineup, I would say it may look troll, but you gotta have to give credits over to the side of Youngin. It's a really pretty well thought out draft.
A very small detail, if we were to take a look at the emblem, is Yawn picking up Thrill instead of getting himself more HP, which is not necessarily the case that we see a lot coming in from Fredrins. You would want to post it for more HP because HP equals to damage, and damage is just damage. Because HP, you get HP and damage, so it's kind of like a double-faceted
win-win scenario.
Yeah, it's a win-win scenario. You get 2 for the price of 1.
That's true.
Surprised with that Thrill.
Definitely a unique pick, I think, in terms of the emblems. But looking at the post-game stats, we do see actually Lucian Stain was left on an island and able to farm a Storm. 840 GPM is incredible for a game like this, you know, where he was basically left on an island, right? And we see the carry being Jay, of course, with 156k damage, and Yawn actually having the most damage taken, as well as being the best wingman. Honestly, I feel like the stats don't show what actually happened in game, because the thing is that the Johnson and the Odette weren't doing a lot, right? So the damage dealt should technically be a lot higher for the side of Vanguard.
Actually, I feel personally, the stats doesn't really show what the storyline is, because you can see the side. I say it's like, oh my god, what I just played. It's a very long 23-minute game where you're constantly on your tippy toes with a potential Nick Stain just smashing into you. But then again, you also have to think about Sunni, right, with the Swans from the ultimate. Whereas Yawn is mostly absorbing all of that, he's actually just stepping forward, allowing that to happen so that it gives space over to Seiji to be able to just output the damage, right? And if Seiji was able to output the damage and focus on Sunni before she could just continue on with the Swan Song, the whole team will be safe. So not only just Jay, just dodging around everywhere, flying, melting through walls, especially when the Johnsons want to come crashing into him. It's also Seiji taking a very smart decision to target prioritize onto the Odette in all of that chaos.
That is very true. But I'm curious to see what Kin has to say about this game, right? I mean, this game is definitely a unique game for him to break down. So I'm interested in seeing which scene Kindofu is going to take to analyze. Take it away, my man.
Thank you, my brother. Now, I'm going to explain to you a little bit about Youngin's mind here. It is actually a marathon in the eyes of the Youngin. And, for Coach Gee, it looks more like a sprint, right? I know you guys were complaining about, hey, they didn't have enough farm and whatsoever. But Sunni and Nick, they count as one entity. These are the 4 horsemen protecting Mr. Lucian Stain here. And it all came down to one moment where Lucian Stain made a mistake. So I'm just going to walk you guys through that process itself. Lucian, of course, started the fight really well with the Spear of Destruction. Actually forced Bleed into a very unsavory situation where they had to draw a line right over the river, right in front of them, right here, right? And Lucian made the first major mistake, which is he actually stood in the Astro Meteor, so he actually got hit by a huge chunk of damage by Jay, and that was the start of the downfall for the side of Vanguard here, right? They were all actually caught by quite a bit of damage as well, and leading on to that, the next move here by Gear and Sagitno, beautiful. The moment Lucian Stain fell, this was the perfect marker. Any Grok will salivate over this. This is an instant Guardian's Barrier into Wild Charge. Even I could do that, right? And that's exactly what Gear did. A nice Wild Charge, a 5-man stun here. And that's what was Bleed was waiting for the entire game. That's why they wanted it to be a sprint. Let me just get one moment and we kill you all off. And of course, with that being said, one small play here. Yes, Yon with the Praises Wrath, but more importantly, Sagitnu with the Onward. Getting out, if I'm not wrong, it should be Suni. So actually cancelling out her Swan Song. And in the meantime, the timing was just a bit shy from Ken. The Petrify came, but just a little bit too late. And that kind of costed Vanguard any chance of comeback over here. And Jay, you can see, doing a ton of damage, getting a double kill as well, helping to actually pull Ken back with the Star Shatter, making him take a one step back. And with that, I mean, end of the day, Bleed, if you give it to them, the chance to end the game, they will take it, and they'll take it gladly. And that's exactly what Bleed did here. So it's going to be 1-1 now for Bleed against Vanguard. Excited. It's, you know, at this point, as a caster, I am very excited to see an even playing field. So now, this really comes down to the battle of minds between Youngin and Gi. Game 3, let's see who's going to come up on top. Boys, it's your time now.
Coach battle? Maybe? Question mark?
Yeah.
You know, I think it really does come down to the draft, but also I want to highlight the mental state of the players, right? This is the, fourth game that Bleed is playing today, right? So they are tired at this point.
Yeah.
And they're going into a fifth game. Honestly speaking, the boys must be really, really tired at this point. Not to mention, they've also had games that they lost extremely badly as well.
We talk about the mental state. I think, yeah, like it's definitely not really looking good for the side of Bleed. Whereas for the side of Vanguard, on the other hand, they're coming in fresh, right? Yep, I know I'm already at the lower bracket, but hey, got nothing left to lose. Let's make it fun. And unfortunately, the fun is at the expense of Bleed.
Yeah, because the fun is working for Vanguard, right?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, we are down to the best of one. We're down to the final line, we're down to the final game, and we're down to that final team to be relegated, or rather, to exit MPL SG Season 7 today.
Yeah.
This game will decide if whether Bleed is unable to be that top dog that we are looking out for, that will crawl their way all the way back to Grand Finals. Or will we be looking at Vanguard that just put in 2 wildcard and knocked off one of the big guns?
Don't forget, it was also Vanguard that knocked off Bleed last season as well.
Oh!
Ooh.
Yeah, remember that? Season 6?
Yikes!
Where JPL was.
Yeah.
That was the true moment for Vanguard to kind of graduate.
That
They're not a dark
villain,
horse anymore.
The villain mode.
They are the villain of MPL Singapore.
Yikes! So so that's actually a thicker storyline than I thought. I mean, look, if Vanguard, oh man, Bleed does not want to be in this spot, right?
No.
They
With
do
so
not
much on their shoulders.
They've invested everything. They did a whole roster swap, and just to come into this, I think it's a massive blow if Bleed just decides to let go right here, especially when we do see a lot of up and coming players from the side of Bleed, right? Seiji as well, the star from the Philippines. He has worked really hard in terms of making sure that he has like one of the highest GPM, highest farm. He knows his win condition. Jay, the creative, the artist, I would say, in terms of the mid laners wise. Don't forget, he can always pull off a Chol in the mid lane before. He's done it before, and you can see how his game knowledge has translated into some of these close cut moments against Vanguard in game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think Bleed, as you mentioned, have a lot on their shoulders, a lot on their plates right now. They're risking everything. They have to stay in this playoffs for MPL SG Season 7. Taking a look at the picks and bans, guys, I know we talked a little bit about how Vanguard's picks and bans felt a little bit trolled, but actually had a deeper layer, I think, to that troll element, right? But aside of Bleed, it was pretty standard, I feel, where you pick the Novaria, you pick the carry, you have 2, and then you have 3 front lines, right? So really, really thick front line for you to output damage. Actually, now that I think about it, right, I didn't see Seiji being able to put in as much work as he has in the previous games. He was kind of absent.
Yeah, he's getting targeted. I mean, if you're a gold laner, you see a Johnson audit. It is a big problem because, especially when you're a carry, your range is so small. You're just going to get bursted down by the Swan Song. So a lot of
You're always going to be in range to the Swan Song.
Yeah, that's right. So that's why I said, yes, Vanguard, this pick and ban as you recap, looks kind of troll, but there is method to this madness coming out from this mad scientist youngin right there.
All right, so going into game 3, guys. I don't even want to start predicting what Vanguard is going to pick because at this point it's out the window.
Okay, unless Youngin decides to bring his signature Archive Phobias interaction.
Okay, thanks for saying that because there's another signature that
Cyclops.
you always bring.
Yep, I remember.
How do you feel about that, Abs? Cyclops.
It's not gonna happen.
I don't forget, I think they can hear us right now.
Cyclops, Youngin, if you're hearing this, you know what to do, my man. But for the side of Bleed, what do they have to do?
I think right now it's just working on the fundamentals. It feels like they have a plan that they used to stick in the first part of the game, but after around the mid and the later parts of the game, they start to just ignore the battle plan, right? Like they do have a plan, it works, but they just let go. So right now it's just all about trying to close it when they're at their peak, when they have all the priority in. That's when they close it.
Fair enough. All right, so let's see whether or not the picks and bans are gonna be as interesting as the first 2 games as we go into the drafting phase of Game 3, the final match of today. Once again, we've got Vanguard versus Bleed.
Oh no.
Luxenstein, Vanguard banning out the Loi and Bleed banning out the Angela.
This is Vanguard deciding to go for first pick, which means that they can surprise
Moscow first pick if they want.
Not only just that, they can also surprise Bleed with the last 2 picks. That's
right.
a double whammy, right?
Yes.
And then if Bleed is not prepared, they have to be a little bit creative securing the last pick, right? Because when you reveal this 2 pick all of a sudden at the last, and you only have 1 pick to work it out, right? Especially when you already selected 4 heroes, you really cannot change your game plan on the fly like that.
Youngin
looking for specific soft counters. I don't think that at the point in time you will be able to look out for much hard counters per se.
Correct.
Once you are that deep in, no takesy backsies.
Yeah, Youngin really, I think, reading Bleed like a book at this point. And, you know, with the creative picks and the creative drafts that we've seen all day today from the side of Vanguard, I honestly cannot wait to see what Youngin has in store for us.
Yeah. Don't forget, Vanguard is coming in with a disadvantage. Not only just the fact that they're tired from, they played in the start of the day as well. They also, second match.
Bleed.
But they also had to deal with a super long game where they're always constantly alert where Nick Stain is coming from, right? As an athlete, as a player, I think the mental fortitude is very important going into this. This Vanguard just made this best of 3, makes it feel like a best of 7 just because of that 1 game.
Yeah, look, and on the side of Vanguard is just, Nick Zane is probably just going, wee, right? Just driving the car and focuses on just crashing on certain people. So honestly, in terms of mental, I think Vanguard's in a much better spot at this point in time.
All right, Moskov getting leaked out. Even if it's the first pick, Vanguard is up to something, man.
It's very different, vastly different from the previous game. There must be something that they're looking out for this time. With Moskov currently available for the picking for the side of Bleed, Minotaur is something that Vanguard could pick up for themselves either, but they have decided to go for Edith. Have we seen Ken play the Edith before?
I doubt. Not that I know of. I know he was picking, I believe, mainly like Terizla, I believe.
No, Ken has never played Edith in the regular season. He played a lot of Yuzhong and a lot of Arlots.
Understood.
Some Terizla as well, right? I believe.
Terizla 2 games.
Beautiful ultimates, I remember.
So at this point in time, we are looking at Bleed's first 2 opening with the Akai and the Novaria. So with the Akai currently being picked out for Bleed, I'm not too sure whether we are even going to be expecting to see some kind of Enchanter support mid that we've seen before. Would Diggy even be able to be capable to be picked out here just so that you can cancel our Akai's heavy spin? Do they really want to expend 1 ultimate for an ultimate in this kind of game?
Yep.
Arlot and Xbox being picked up for the side of Vanguard. Nothing too surprising yet. It seems like, these are all pretty standard picks coming out right now. Come on, Youngin, I want to see some of the spicy hidden techs that you've got for us. We do see the Fanny being banned out though. I find it pretty funny.
Yeah, of course. Like you don't want to give Fanny over to deck once again. Something that he's really comfortable on. Apart from that, Vanguard, this is also, I mean, yes, it's flexible on their own, but it seems like, you know, the Youngin has already written his draft on the stone already. Edith going into the roam, Xbox going to jungle, Arlott goes into the EXP. I mean, you can flex it around with Arlott goes into the EXP, Arlott goes into the roam, and Edith goes to the EXP.
So,
yeah.
With the lineup of Bleed, we have Carry, Novaria, and Arkai. Understandably, Novaria is always going to be pretty far away from the battles, and Carry is shortly behind their anchor. I wouldn't say that Arkai is going to be one of their anchor. In fact, I do want to see the Arkai being the jungler, perhaps, and have someone else that can really just hold down the fort, being the tagger of Carry in this instance. They do have the crowd control that they need. They do have the damage, they do have the post. At this point in time, what they are generally looking out for is possibly some other soft counters that they can expect to deal with Vanguard, because Arlott, crowd control, Edith, crowd control, and they are generally very tanky. Something that Carry can do very well, but perhaps wave clear is something that they would want to possibly look out for too.
Moskov and Chang'e being the final two bans for the side of Bleed. Really trying to pinch down on the pool that Luxemstain can pilot. And Yuzhong being the final ban for the side of Vanguard. Oh boy, guys, one more pick until we see what the final two picks are for the side of Vanguard. I'm excited, guys.
It's kind of tough because I'm really racking my brain for this.
Okay, I feel like Vanguard should be going for something more normal this time around, right?
There we go, wave clear.
Nathan and perhaps a Vexana.
Normal? Normal? You said normal? This is a Nana Leslie that is being picked on the side of Vanguard. This is
Hey, at least it's not Cyclops.
This is anything but normal. We saw Nana being picked earlier on in the season. We did also see Leslie getting played. Man, this is not normal, and this is exactly what I expect from the side of Vanguard.
The massive tilt coming in from Chase. That is the lullaby to my ears.
I mean, Leslie is my favorite hero, but like,
I mean, I can hear Moman right now cheering from the stands as he sees Leslie getting picked up as well. A little bit of a fist pump in the air. How is Bleed going to respond with the Yeve?
Here's the thing though. I'm looking out for the exact reason why they decided to pick up Leslie. The only other thing that I can think of is probably Vision. Just ultimates. One of the main things that Leslie is really great for when it comes down to being a marksman is not damage, no, is not burst. But it comes down to the fact that she is untargetable whenever she goes invisibility. So she's really good against heroes that focuses onto point-click abilities, point-click stuns, so on and so forth. However, for the side of Bleed's lineup, every single one of these heroes work on AoE, right? It is all skill shots. Perhaps only against the carry is a tad bit different. So the only final thing that I can look out for is just carry versus Leslie. Leslie, superior range, fight against carry, carry loses. That's the only other reason I can see why Leslie is a debated pick to go up against carry. Just as simple as that. No other reasons. As for Nana, Nana is indeed a very annoying hero. We have seen before, right? Molina's Smooch, Molina's Gift, everything. From the first skill, ultimate, passive, this Nana is not a hero that you should just gloss over. Not a hero that should be reckoned with. You gotta be real careful about the innate potential of Nana. And I find it okay. They need that wave clear anyways, because they are picking Leslie, who is weak at wave clear. So they need a mage that can wave clear well enough.
Yeah, I think the Nana-Leslie combo is very interesting. We actually do see this in quite a few ranked games as well, right? We're starting to see some similarities, I suppose. But the Nana with that wave clear, with the ultimate hits like a truck if you're able to hit multiple times, right? And honestly speaking, in this kind of team composition, it's not a bad call for the side of Vanguard. Once again, Youngin showing us his truly unique picks.
One other thing that we were too focused on when it comes down to the Leslie and Nana pick was the fact that Gear has decided to play the Novaria as the roam instead, putting Jay as the anchor of the team. So he's the mage of the team, and he's going to be the one in the middle of the team. So the games are understandably going to be played around Jay for most of these periods, and the problem about that is that playing a Yve into a Nana is actually pretty darn dangerous.
Yes, it is. Because when Yve uses her ultimate, she stands still and she's not able to move, right? Which gives perfect timing for Sunny.
I'm offended, already committed, and not only just that, real world manipulation. Dex still secures the turtle though before he buggers all the way out. Yon picks up first blood onto Nick Stain. Damage from Jay, looking at Ken right here. Final slash to try to slow it down. Ken making a play word. He's actually done all the way. Down really low. It's again though. Has a slash. Go for it. And Ken bursts a finger on Jay as well, trying to get back, but he's actually not done. Yes, again. No, Ken picks up a double kill on this Arlon. Man, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Level 5, Ken. That is.
I'm having PTSD.
It is definitely a problem for Bleed, right? I'm not too sure whether they counted onto the dashes, but there was definitely a window of opportunity for them to really deal with Ken. So throughout this entire team fight, we can see that Ken has been pretty much going all around. Jay has used his RWM. And all three members, Gear, Sakitnu, and Seiji, they are, sorry, not Seiji, and Jay, they're all together. And just from a single final slash from Ken and everything else, they did whatever that they could. But they have decided to go all the way back, and they fear, not Ken, but they fear because of Sunny.
Yep, I'm offended, already committed by Sakitnu. Jay, real world manipulation just to wave clear. Should be up for the next turtle though, but yeah, Vanguard never ceases to amaze me.
Vanguard pulling out these surprise picks is the highlight of the day for me, man. I never thought I'd see a Leslie Nana combination, a Johnson Odette in the playoffs of MPL SG, but these unique picks seems to be working extremely well for the side of Vanguard. And honestly speaking, with the lead that Ken has brought Vanguard, it seems like anything could happen in this final game of the series.
Now, we're back under the stalemate. Vanguard doesn't necessarily have a very huge lead on top of Bleed, but there, of course, could still be some kind of opportunity. Nick Stain!
And also onward as well. Yon goes for the heavy spin, pushing Deck away, pushing Ken away, but Ken find a slash right here. Still pick up the mega kill. Normal juggle for the side of Vanguard. Vanguard lead already. Great wall manipulation would not be able to connect. Nick Stain goes down, but also taking Sagitnu down for the count as well. Vanguard right here, 4v3 with Deck still have the retribution.
This is actually a problem here, with the two frontliners from the side of Bleed falling down that easily, while Vanguard not losing anyone. This is actually a huge cause for concern. Bleed, they don't have the damage despite fielding in double mage for this lineup. With one mage taking the roam role, they're supposed to be able to get a lot of information out of the Novaria, number one. Number two, with Jay having the RWM, they should be able to control the tides of the battle a lot earlier. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the RWM came in fast enough. And during the period where Yon actually had the heavy spin locked down on the Ken, I don't see any pressure on the Ken.
Yeah, look, I mean, Ken is a problem for the side of Bleed, right? He is now being able to burst down a lot of the front line of Bleed. It's as if Bleed didn't have a front line. It's just really, really, really squishy. And honestly, these fights are just going on to Vanguard's favor. As we take a look at the items right now, Ken almost 1k up. Leslie, 400 gold up. Honestly, in total, Vanguard 1.6k in 6 minutes of the game is looking pretty good, man.
If you're a Leslie player, you'll be smiling right here. Berserker's Fury already built, going all the way to the endless battle. Ahead of Seiji. Yes, the items for the Leslie is a lot more expensive, But yeah, you can fight right now. Just take a look. One poke, that's $400 damage, true damage
Pop,
right there.
money flies. Pop, money flies again. But okay, but back to the case here. Sunni's gold is actually looking to be pretty done fine, and the amount and the fact that Sunni already has a Genius Wand as well, you gotta have to be real careful about that. With Jay
Manipulation, zoning everybody out so that Seiji gets the damage coming up here. Yon hits the members on the side of Vanguard all the way down to the wall. Where's the follow-up coming up from Bleed? Luxion's Gain get taken down by Yon right here. Dag burns Jay down, and then Yon now he gets caught in no man's land. Ken returns the favor. Ken! It's unstoppable right now. 5-0 is what?
I don't understand. This is not exactly a composition whereby Yon can just go on a proxy, land a hit onto someone and just lock that person in and have the rest of the team to come follow up. Because Jay is not a mobility mage. Here, he gonna have to play far. If anything, Yon proxies the lane and he's gonna be all alone. Seiji's range is short. No one is realistically gonna be able to help Yon in a lot of these occasions. And a lot of these occasions, we are going to see Yon dying more and more and more often.
That is true, unless, I mean, just a theory, right? But what if Yon heavy spins the opponent's team into them? But that also doesn't really work, right? Like Speedy Light Wheels, shreds. That's a-okay. Saginu now stepping forward just a little bit. I hear the retribution being secured, being used by Yon already. Well, still not too bad because the turtles has already stopped spawning. And now they're going to the mid-game part. Vanguard, 2.4k gold lead. 2.4k gold lead. That's almost a whole item. Remote manipulation being used.
Awkward angle. Deck, Class Insanity pops. Pushing Bleed away and also access of wave clear. And now Liechtenstein, that's the ultimate snipe already committed. Would not be able to find Sagit here.
So it is a 5 current scoreline. We're looking at about 2,300 gold in favor for Vanguard. In terms of standing objectives, Vanguard is doing a very good job. And neutral objective with 3 turtles. In fact, out of these 3 games that have been played, this is Vanguard's best game.
Yep.
All right, we gotta have to remember that this is their best game. With them winning the first game without any of these neutral objective and hardly any standing objective. Game number 2, it was indeed very difficult, and it's not exactly a game I believe that Vanguard would have won, but they still gave Bleed a hard time. Similarly, no neutral objective, hardly any standing objective. So with this pattern in play, with Vanguard being able to get neutral and standing objectives, this is only gonna turn out a lot more worse for Bleed as time slowly runs out.
The worst part is, especially when you're so squishy, Liechtenstein as this Leslie could just 2-tap you, right? And immediately you're dead. Endless Battle was already secured by the side of Liechtenstein, and now it's just gonna escalate. Maybe 4 BODs.
That is
just exactly what the Leslie needs.
4 BODs, definitely.
Maybe 5.
Don't enable
Sales
him.
boots, right?
Don't enable him.
I can't believe we were joking about this at the start of the day, and now we're at the end of the day, and we do see a Leslie being played.
Look at that.
That's wicked.
Oh, nice block coming in from Liechtenstein, ensuring that Sunni will be able to stay alive and avoid that 30 seconds cooldown timer. Okay, maybe not 30 seconds, and then roughly about 20 seconds per se. But now, we do have Ken though, playing a little bit sneaky peeky like. I don't think that the members from Bleed knows exactly where he is just yet. Yeah. He has a flicker as well, so if anything, he will want to drag Jay right into the very difficult spot to play, because Jay is the anchor. Wherever Jay is, they for the side of Bleed, they will want to play around Jay. So we're gonna have to look out for Ken.
Yeah, Ken is choosing an opportune angle to enter the fight. Yon is gonna spot him out there. Yep, Yon is gonna spot him out there, so no more surprises for the side of Ken.
Let's do a chance.
Embedded tags onto deck. No follow-up. Oh, that's the Firiaga armor broken. No more last insanity. Exactly where Bleed steps out comfortably. Not only does that, Jay goes in with a real world manipulation. Nick Stain goes Yon secures a lot in there's turmoil. And now with a heavy spin to kind of spin his way all the way. The ultimate snipe will not be able to land onto Yon. Getting blocked by Bleed. The camaraderie, the brotherhood of Bleed allows Yon to walk away alive.
Good for Bleed that they managed to open up the map to ensure that Ken don't pull out any sneaky surprises onto them, ensuring that they at the back lines are gonna be fine and a-okay. So that flicker final slash from Ken didn't really amount to anything at all, and in fact Yon even responded with a heavy spin, completely neutralizing the ultimate that Ken has tried to set up for his team. So Bleed being able to get this Lord is expected, and it's good that they are now finally translating whatever that they have gotten in that previous fight to try to create a larger lead.
Yep. Yeah, right. So we see them moving around the map, right? We see Lord being pushing in from the top. We see Bleed pushing down the mid turret right now. This is moving from one objective to the other, and this is the Bleed that we like to see. Deck almost getting caught out here. Had to use the last insanity to escape.
Yep, right now Bleed has to end the problem right here, right now. If not, you know, Luxenstein is going to do a lot of damage.
Oh! The snipe from Gear finds onto Luxenstein, and heavy spins all the way out. Vanguard still managed to defend the topside turret.
Oh, amazing communication between Gear and Jay. Just being able to zone out and take a look at the positioning of Luxenstein.
And not only just that, Final Slash will be able to find onto Sagitnu right here, and now the members from the side of Bleed is trying to look to actually take down the turret, but no! Seiji has to dodge away. The damage coming in from Vanguard right here takes out Yon and Sagitnu.
2 for none. And can 601, this guy better be the MVP if Vanguard actually wins this game.
Now where's Moment?
The funny thing is now when I see that the Leslie portrait, I immediately imagine his name over there.
Yeah.
Right. I've seen him play Leslie so damn much, man.
It's true, it's true, it's true. But, you know, I think that's enough about Moment. Luxenstein on this Leslie to 0-2 and 0. Not putting in so much work, but actually, I think I want to look at the damage graph actually and see how much damage has been done by this Leslie, because I can see her just standing at the backlash, not being able to secure kills, but able to output tons of damage. Actually not that much, actually. 18k only.
In the middle.
And Gear with 57k, technically understandable. Their poke game is amazing. And remember how I said that Jay gonna have to be the anchor? Yeah, as long as Jay is always sticking with Gear, it's actually gonna be real difficult for Vanguard to even do anything at a point in time, because Jay can just pop the RWM anytime, and Vanguard might actually find a lot of difficulty trying to get themselves out of it.
Oh, not only just that, Ken, this time around he gets caught. No Final Slash coming out, he's just holding on just a little bit, and he will use it right now. Jay real world manipulation, the onslaught will be committed by Nickstein. Nickstein goes to human form, trying to get out of there, last insanity power. Fine Yon! Luxenstein will go down, no damage dealer from the side of Bleed anymore, and Seiji step forward comfortably. Nobody from the side of Vanguard could endanger him, and Seiji shuts down Ken, puts him down to the ground. Bleed finally coming online.
Jay's not the only one on Bleed who can shoot those comets. Gear is showing that he can play the Novaria as well. Dang, those are some beautiful snipes coming out from the side of Gear.
Gear has been really landing all of these shots time and time again. He's really putting his name onto the mark of here, of this game. 2600 gold ahead, Bleed has it, and the Lord is going to be marching in from the top lane onwards. This is definitely going to be a lot tougher, because remember how we talk about the fact that the only one that can kind of wave clear is Zuni? One of the best answers to wave clearing at the very least. So looking at items, all I can see is a Genius Wand, Lightning Truncheon, as well as a Blood Wings. I was about to say Queen's Wings, but Blood Wings. So we do have 3 items that's built up for the side of Zuni for now, but is it really enough for them to really deal with all of these mega creeps through a single magic boomerang?
Okay, Lord is gonna sneeze. Not even Fire Bob will be able to dismantle that. Or Bob's dismantling the mid lane as well, just a little bit more. And now it's just Vanguard trying to defend everything. This 3-prong attack is dealing a lot of damage against Vanguard. And now Vanguard, the base is all wide open. Nick stays forward, but it's gonna get shredded by Seiji. Seiji is outputting so much damage right now, and Vanguard unable to hold. The Lord already crashing in. Jay letting out a real one manipulation to kind of wave clear as well. The Lord working onto the core, and Bleed one more slash. They send Vanguard home.
Bleed takes it home, and they managed to send Vanguard back home for the MPL SG Season 7. After a grueling game, they lost game 1 to Vanguard, and they managed to claw themselves back into the game after, I would say, might have been humiliating if they actually lost game 2. But they managed to climb themselves back up, and ended the third game with a bit more style.
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
It's so close, right? Like, it could be over for Bleed right there and then. Especially losing over to Vanguard right here. Don't forget, this is not their actual roster, right?
You can tell the Vanguard doesn't even look remotely sad or angry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, right? I think it's all smiles on Vanguard's faces.
But flip side on the Bleeds.
It's true, you know, I think if you saw all smiles on the side of Vanguard, they all look extremely happy. This match was very, very close. It looked like a really, really fun match. So huge shout out to Vanguard for playing that out. You know, us as casters, I think to me, this is one of my most fun matches to cast for today. So huge shout out to Vanguard for giving us that kind of performance. We see here. We see Kier giving a little bit of words to Nick Stain, perhaps as a little bit of a follow-up from last year. But once again, really, really good match. Bleed versus Vanguard, super close. It could have been anyone's game, but congratulations to Bleed Esports for winning their final match, the final series of day one.
This is their path to redemption, ladies and gents. Maybe a little bit battered, a little bit bruised, but rest assured, they'll be going up next against Asteris tomorrow.
Oh man,
how's that gonna be like?
Jeez.
Bleed versus Asteris. If Bleed were to... okay, look. Today's games are just today's, right? They're gonna go home, get themselves a fresh reset, and they will come back stronger tomorrow and show us exactly who they were in the regular seasons, and they will twofold that and give us a better performance tomorrow.
Yeah, I really hope that's the case, ladies and gents, because, you know, this path to redemption for some of these players that's currently still in MPL Singapore, it has not been easy, but ladies and gents, credits where credits due. Vanguard made it so hard for Bleed as well in this particular series. Man, the villains, there are still the villains on MPL Singapore.
The villains never win in the end. You know, that's what
Well,
they
they won last year, right?
That's,
Have you ever watched Beneficent?
All right, guys.
Anyways, MVP, Gear, done.
Gear.
Let's go. Bye. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Easy game.
Yeah, his snipes has been on point, and not only just that, it turns out, it's Gear being able to just, you know, land down the damage against Liechtenstein, especially when Liechtenstein is staying so far away. And not only just that, the ultimate coming off of Novaria also allows the easier land of the heavy spin.
It's just the control of the game that Gear has when he's playing the Novaria, right? You don't only get vision, you also get damage. And, you know, thinking about it from a resource point of view, right? Vision is a resource. HP is also a resource, right? It's not about whether or not you can burst down a single person, but the thing is that if you eliminate a person in the enemy team from the game, that's a ton of damage, which is non-existent on the board for the side of Vanguard. So, immaculate performance from Gear.
Congratulations once again over to Bleed. Showed us an amazing game in the last one. I gotta have to say, the last one was great, right? The last one was actually great. First one and second one, maybe don't show us that again. But for now, we're gonna be jumping over to the mic check and actually listen to what their comms is gonna be like.
Okay,
the Ruby pin on, guys.
Got it. Can you back me up? I think in the tower. Nice. Can out.
Already.
I claim tree.
Slowly, guys, I know there.
I can out.
Nice one, Sagi.
I can out,
You want to
Nice
pressure,
one,
but... Hey, he won't die, eh?
They fight man, they burst me.
Go,
No skill, guys, no skill. No skill.
I claim.
Kill them all, guys.
Ulti, guys. Ulti.
Win. Will lose,
They boost CG die, guys.
Careful, hey, game back,
Nice.
I'm pain.
I claim more. Get over there, guys.
I can do it.
I have BMO.
Hey, the deck. I'm low.
Coming.
Low. Nice one, guys. Slowly, see
Go
out.
Careful.
I go it.
Okay.
Don't click.
Come back.
I can out.
No, guys, come down. I
can kite.
Guys, I can fight. We can fight.
I box.
Bro, you wanna?
End.
Nice!
Nice.
Let's go, bro!
cheers of success coming from Gear.
I feel it for Gear.
You could hear how elated he was when the turret went, and when the final crystal went down for the third game. So honestly, huge congratulations to the side of Bleed for, well, continuing their redemption arc, I suppose.
Perhaps we'll be able to see a better performance tomorrow once again. But they're going up against Asteris. So we definitely will have a lot more to say about that because it is indeed one of the rising stars. And, well, they did have one difficult game against Team Flash. But they did manage to redeem themselves today. And for Bleed, well, they did win this game. But I wouldn't really count that as a redemption. So I'll leave it for tomorrow.
Yep. That is true. It's all eyes are going to be whether Bleed is going to be able to recover back to their regular season form for tomorrow. But that's tomorrow. Let's focus on today. Item builds wise, anything immediately stands out to you guys?
Twilight armor for Seiji.
What thing for Seiji?
Twilight armor.
Twilight armor.
A lot of respect over the side of Luxionstein, right? That's why he's able to sustain these fights. And not only just that, if you notice, it's a mana boots for Jay, skipping the book. Usually you would want to go for the book for the Eve. But at the very least, with the mana boots, you get access to the two core items very quickly, be it the Ice Cream one and also the Glowing one as well. And apart from that, it's also Sagitnu. Usually you see Sagitnu as a very aggressive EXP laner. You see him building lots of damage even when he's an R-Lot, right? But now, if you notice, a little bit of humbleness coming out from Sagitnu, going for more tankiness. Only one damage item from Sagitnu.
That's the only item. War Axe. But after all, we're looking at a Ruby after all. We want him to see Sagitnu more on a setup scenario. And we did see that a couple of times because we already have quite a lot of crowd control coming in from Yon, crowd control from Jay, all of that slow. It's definitely very annoying to deal with. And Sagitnu probably just need to find the opportunity to reel someone in order to get themselves fighting onto their own playing field, which is right within of Jay's RWM.
Yep, and like looking at the emblems, right? You get to see a bit of an interesting emblem. If I'm not mistaken, Jay opted for the Mage emblem in my opinion because since you already got a lot of these mana regen, you got the mana boots already, right? You don't really go for common. But I've also seen some of the Eve go for the common emblem instead so that they can pick up a Magic Pen boots and then after that build similarly, basically skipping the book.
Right, so just kind of like interchange between the boots with the emblem.
That's right. But a little bit more aggressive if you're going for that. But the common emblem ultimately doesn't really help in terms of the stats, but especially making sure that you could just spam your skills. And yeah, that's a mage emblem for the side of Jay.
Other than that, everything else is pretty much fine when it comes down to their items, or sorry, their emblems. With the Arlet going for common because we need to have that. Yeah, Seiji is still on the Brave Smite. Yes.
Not only just Brave Smite, goes for Festival Blood and also
full tank.
Yeah, basically full tank.
Sorry, full fighter.
Yeah, full fighter. But more sustainability.
Emblem.
Common emblem is normal for carries because you want to spam your dashes.
Yes.
But the fact that you commit all the way till Festival of Blood and also the fighter emblem as well. Usually you go for attack speed and also Master Assassin. Seiji knows that he's not going to be able to outpoke Luxionstein in the early game. And there's this awkward moment in the mid game where carries should have a bit of a more priority. And then after that, Luxionstein, once he pick up like 1 or 2 BODs, is going to start sniping down Seiji.
Yeah, I mean, it all boils down to the early game fight. I think Seiji just wanted to have a little bit more survivability in lane so that he can heal up by hitting the minions, since he's constantly going to be outpoked by Luxionstein. So the best way that he can really do things is just stay in lane, get himself a little bit of the heals from the Brave Smite, and the rest is history. But moving on to the rest of the teamfight participation, kind of looking at things, Luxionstein has pretty much been playing his very own game at 18% of the teamfight participation, while all the other players have been constantly engaged in fights with 72% and the rest with 81%. Pretty fine if you ask me.
And that's the whole point of Leslie, right? You want to farm all the way to the later parts of game, join the fight around like maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 BODs.
Stop.
Yeah, but the point being is that you got a lot of damage from the side of Nickstain and Sunny already. So yeah, there's no point for Luxionstein to kind of join the fight.
Yeah, look, I mean, unfortunately for Luxionstein, he was not able to reach the late game point where, Leslie have multiple BODs. And as such, we don't actually see the damage output being dealt, being dished out by the side of Luxian Stain. But boys, what a series.
Yep. What a roller coaster ride. I think that, okay, to be fair, I didn't really have that much of a roller coaster ride. I'm just willingly accepting everything and just like, okay, cool, wow. But boy, oh boy, the roller coaster ride goes for this guy.
What? I kind of expected game 1.
No, game 3, you went.
You
full
removed
out.
your mic.
Build,
You were
man.
like,
what? That's showbiz.
No.
Yep. I kind of removed my headset right there. I was like, when I
That
see
would be
the
me
SK
if
now.
they're Cyclops.
I think I wasn't expecting those 2 picks.
But it's not so
especially,
bad.
Especially when you see that they removed the Yu Zhong, right? But yeah.
All right, well, that's enough from us for today. This is the last you'll see of us for today, but do tune in tomorrow to see some of our pretty faces. If not, we're going to throw it over to Kindofu to break down the last series of the game.
Second last portion of the day. It is my turn, and I am so happy to do the analysis for this last part. First and foremost, we have to thank Vanguard, especially Youngin. What a creative juggernaut today, giving us so many surprises. I was screaming at the back of the room there with the other talents as the draft was revealed to us today. But of course, it is still Bleeds Day. This is a challenge they had to overcome in order to make it to the next round for our playoffs Day 2. Now, first and foremost, mission report. This victory is done. They have gotten their revenge, and revenge is best served cold. And what a cold performance by Bleed boys here. Let's kick it right off. This is going to be the start of it. So 3 lanes all pushing in. Enhanced Lord, the charge is going to be wasted at this point. But I want you to keep your eyes on a few specific people at this point. First one being Mr. Sagitnu here. Just a little one. I'll point out a minor mistake. This costed them a little bit of advantage here. He actually missed his I'm offended, which then allowed the Vanguard boys and girls to really have a little bit of confidence going into this defense. And if you have seen the earlier parts of the game, the defense was a little bit shaky, but still foundationally sound. They could defend this in theory. Right? But here comes the formula that Bleed gave us, which was the J and Gear combination. This is a extremely painful yet effective combination here. The Yve as well as the Novaria. You're taking a risk with your health points, but you are, putting your investments into massive amounts of damage as well. So what they're going to do is they're going to trap the rest of Vanguard in here. Nick actually gets caught out, and at the same time, Suni actually blows the Blitz as well, right? Molina Blitz, once she uses that, she's out of damage, out of AoE damage, and that was the killer blow for Vanguard itself, because take a look at what happens next. Mr. Seiji, he did so much damage to the front line, they couldn't survive this, and at this point, the killing blow by Gear with the real-world manipulation. Is it Gear? No, it is not. It is Jay. My goodness, what a RWM there to lock 3 members in. Death Ball at this point, adding on with another Void Blast as well, and they were done for. And with that being said, this was the finishing move for the side of Bleed. What a game today. What a series. Super entertaining. It's a nice one to see Vanguard bow out with such gusto as well. But of course, this is the end for me. It has been fun for today. This is Kindofu signing off. It is time for me to throw it over to Cheryl. It is your turn to go.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin. And right now, I have Coach G right beside me. Now, Coach G, I also sweat for you, Today, we started off the day for Bleed Esports at 2nd seed. And then, right here in match 4, we don't know. We don't know what's happening right here with the Cheese Strats. How are you feeling?
I think we're just having a tough day today. Like I said, our players not performing well today, and we're having a hard time. But thank God that they come back. And we
need people to hear you. Yeah.
We have I think tomorrow, another day. I think they will wake up.
Okay. No, the thing is, before coming into playoffs, like we had 2 weeks break for teams to have boot camp and restructure. So why is it that with that break, usually teams come in ready, but the teams perhaps coming in a little bit uncertain today for Bleed Esports?
Like I said, I think just the bad day.
Just a bad day. Just yeah.
Just the bad day.
Yeah.
And tomorrow we'll see if it's still the bad day. They need to wake up.
Yeah, but I guess the question is not whether they're having a good day or a bad day, or it's just how bad they want the championship, right?
Yeah, they really want to win the championship. If you ask me, but they just fighting for themselves. They need to fight themselves.
Yeah, as do all of our teams here, all gunning for one championship, one slot to head on over to the MSC. Now, we're going to rewind a little bit. Tell us more, because I didn't have the chance to interview for the RSG game. So, what was you as a coach's mentality coming into the RSG game? What was your approach?
Well, like we always do in Scrim, we always prepare and everything, and then make sure that the mental of the player is good. And we're having a hard time. I just keep telling them to have fun, here. And then just, like play what they need to be played in Scrim.
Right, and
Like
once more, potentially, you guys could be meeting RSG SG again, potentially. But with that, so what adjustments would you make learning from today's game?
A lot.
Elaborate.
Just a lot though. Like, I think Gear need to step up, and Seiji need to do some gameplay or game style, like not supposed to be like careless, because he's so careless today. As you can see, he go in by himself, and then not choosing the right spells.
Right. So I think, as opposed to mechanically, all of the players are definitely talented. It's just more of like a mental headspace coming to the game. They just must be playoffs ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, so moving on to this, I don't know what kind of a game it is, but definitely Vanguard put on a show with some incredible cheese strats.
They're good.
So starting off with the Chunger gold lane, and then we see the Johnson and Odette, and then of course we have also seen the Nana, but not so special, the Nana. But like, how do you approach, given that teams like you guys have been preparing for rather orthodox kind of drafting?
Well, we do our cheese strat as well, right? Remember? And then in Scrim, of course, we have this Scrim body. They do a lot of cheese strat. So all the time that we really prepare on that one. But the thing though, like I said, they need to do the basic things. But my team just forgetting the basic things today.
Right. Yeah. But I think with their position being threatened today, perhaps it will be a wake-up call for Bleed Esports.
They need to wake up.
Thank you so much, Coach G, for this wonderful interview. Thank you. So yes, guys, that was Coach G right here from Bleed Esports. Thank you so much. So yes, friends, this marks the end of match 4 and the end of day 1 right here at playoffs. Now it's a crazy day today, because right here in match 4 itself, even though with that wonderful cheese strat that they have pulled out, we have unfortunately got to say goodbye to potentially one of the villain teams right here at MPL SG, and that is Vanguard Esports, and they definitely went out with a bang. With that being said, let's take a look at the overall match schedule. As you see here on your respective screens, as the day has concluded, we also have our upper bracket games. Starting off match 5, which is Saturday, tomorrow, happening at 1:30 p.m. We will see our defending champions, NIP Flash, going up against RSG SG. And closing off the show, we see match 6, Saturday, and that will be at 5 p.m. We see Asteris going up against Bleed Esports. Now, For tomorrow, both matches will be a best of 5, and that will be a promised high-octane close games right here at Singapore's MPL SG Season 7. Now, we have changed venues this year, and we're so very excited. Now, we're located right here at Scape Underground Theatre, Level 2, right here in the heart of the iconic Orchard Road. So, we hope to see you tomorrow, Saturday at 1:30 p.m. for Day 2 of playoffs. MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in Esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.